Hey folks, so I'm back with another of my big videos, longer videos. Um, Tonight, well, probably over a few nights, I'll be reading this one, Sonic in the Silicon Warriors. It's the third in the novels written by the Martin Adams Collective, and another of my favourite books from when I was a kid. Um, I probably will be reading the whole thing as it's like great, as I did before, with Castle Robotnik. Uh, as for why read an entire children's book, well, like I say, it's a great book, and I feel like it's for nostalgia reasons. You know, if you read it as a kid, you might want to hear it again, and and also people who never read it before, like say in the States, can experience this. As for what this one's about, well, basically, Sonic's mates including Tails, get sucked into one of Robotnik's computers, and even Sonic himself eventually, and they basically have to just foil one of Robotnik's plots again, like normal. Anyway, so let's get into it. So, right. So yeah, each one of these Virgin books published by Virgin, they start with like a prologue, and it's about the Kintabor origin story. I talked about this in my video, vlog I filmed last year about all the Sonic novels collectively. So I'll just skip over that and get onto the prologue. Enter. It was a dark and stormy night. Neither moon nor stars penetrated the thick clouds that wallpapered the sky and poured raindrops the size of gobstoppers down to splatter solidly against the hard and cracked ground, parched and thirsty after a long hot summer. The air was cold but fresh, filled with the sound of the rain as it tore through leaves and grass, splashed on rocks and stones, dripped from branches, and gurgled as it ran into new streams, seeking out the lowest parts of the ground in which to make puddles and pools. Let's face it, it was not a place where anyone sensible or sane would want to be anywhere outside the warm comfort of their homes. Through the tempest skipped a single figure, busting from puddle to puddle. From time to time a ragged stroke of lightning pierced the sky above, throwing light across the heavens, making the clouds look like boiling oceans of grey-black mud and casting long fat shadows around the figure on the ground. His clothes, a red shirt and black trousers, were damp and slick from the pelting rainwater and clung to his bulbous body. The shirt belly covered his fat egg-like torso and stomach, while the trousers flapped damply around his thin legs. Rain splashed onto his bald head, running down his nose and into his soaked orange moustache. Over the rumble of the thunder his voice boomed and roared. "Ha ha 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 ha!" he boomed. "Ha ha ha ha! What a beautiful night for tyranny and villainy! At last I, Dr. Ivo Robotnik, noted super genius and aeronacophobe, rich as I, can test my final, ultimate and greatest plan without being observed, stopped by that prickle blue pest and his idiot companion. Ha! And if it works, Planet Mobius will finally be mine, and I shall be Emperor of everything. Mad, they call me. Mad, mad. Ha 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 ha! A scar of lightning flickered across the sky, and the hysterical genius glanced up. Time to test, he roared, and the thunder roared back in answer. He pulled a small black box from his pocket, tapped a couple of numbers into the small keypad on it, and pressed a large red button. For a second nothing happened, and then as rain pelted down onto the mad doctor's expectant face, a tiny point of red, green and blue light appeared in front of him, close to a metre above the ground. It hovered there, spinning, in the middle of the downpour, and then began to expand in size. In seconds it had grown to a red column topped with a flash of white with blurred edges and fuzzy details, sounding taller than Robotnik. For a moment longer than raindrops passed right through it, and as it crackled a line of white electricity ran over its outline, putting the fuzziness into sharp relief. They began to splash against its solidified body. The white line rose upwards, passed over the figure's head, and disappeared. In front of Robotnik stood a young man, heavy muscles bulging beneath his red karate suit. A mop of thick blonde hair stood out on top of his head, so basically Ken from Street Fighter 2. But the rain was already beginning to slick it down over his scalp. His whole body moved as he breathed hard, staring fixedly at the bald scientist in front of him. His whole body glowed slightly, as if it were filled with strange electricity. "It works! My beautiful device works! Ha ha ha!" cried Robotnik, glaring at the young man. "And never call me mad again! Not after my wonderful machine sliced and diced and dragged them into pieces! So, my little road warrior, are you ready for action?" He gazed adoringly at the rain-stick figure before him. The figure stared back with a rather less friendly expression, and took a step forward and dropped into a fighting crouch, from that into a well-trained attack stance. Rainbows exploded against its back in little sparks. "No, no!" yelled Robotnik, moving backwards away from the glowing figure he had created. "Not me! You don't attack me, you idiot! Just because we're in the middle of a hurricane doesn't mean you can practice your hurricane punch against me!" Silhouetted against a streak of lightning, the red-clad figure took no notice. It ran towards the fat figure of the scientist, and one powerful fist blazed out through the sheets of rain, aiming deftly towards Robotnik's undefended chin. It connected with a crack, and the rotund figure of the doctor flew upwards and backwards. Landed with a splash and soared a few metres across the muddy ground. He sat up as the figure approached, and stabbed desperately at the control box that he still held. The karate expert stepped closer, its body blazing as the pounding rain struck sparks fire from it. Then with a flash and thump like a bolt of lightning, the figure exploded into 1,000 shimmering stars which crackled and spat as they faded into the rain. Dr. Robotnik sat up in the mud and rubbed his bruised chin. "Ah," he said thoughtfully. "Ah, ow. Needs a few fine adjustments, I think." And, he added, gazing at the spot where the red-clothed figure had stood just an instant before, "some waterproofing too." Chapter 1. A Shock to the System. "Ready, dudes?" asked Porker Lewis. "Set," said Johnny Lightfoot. "Go!" shouted Sally Acorn. Sonic the Hedgehog leaped from his crouching position and shot off across the green hill zone at incredible speed. His blue feet, in their special friction-resistant red running shoes, pounded out a rhythm of several hundred beats per minute across the grass-covered ground till a little soggy from last night's rain. From behind him he heard a whoosh as Tails, you remember, the cute orange fox who has been his friend and companion through several adventures, like you're not going to know who Tails is, hurtled off into the opposite direction, spinning his twin tails behind him, looking prepared to give him extra speed. As he pelted away across the zone, the wind rushing over his face, Sonic smiled to himself. He already knew that he would win the race easily because he always did. Over short distances, Tails could just about keep up with him, but in a lengthier race, Sonic's longer legs, superior streamlining, and, well, all-round coolness always gave him the edge. In a really, really long race like this one, across all the zones of the planet Mobius, it was almost inevitable that the younger racer would get distracted somewhere along the way and would start to examine something, leaving Sonic to cruise home in an easy first place for the usual round of adulation and "thank you, adoring fans" acceptance speeches. Of course, he reminded himself, as he zipped out of the green hill zone into the marble zone, past strange ancient temples and in the entrances to networks of underground cabins, dungeons and halls, when the race wasn't really the point. He and Tails were out on patrol, taking all over the planet at super speed to see if they could find any trace of that arts-pained Dr. Robotnik, or any sign of what he was doing at the moment and how he planned to attempt to take over the planet for the umpteenth time. There was a second purpose of the race too. Back in days before Dr. Robotnik had appeared on the scene to spread his robots and havoc across the planet, Sonic's friend and mentor, the scientist Dr. Ovi Kintabor, had been trying to capture all the chaos energy on the planet, using 6 huge emeralds he had found and a machine he invented, the retro-orbital chaos compressor. In a horrible accident in his laboratory, perhaps because Kintabor had never found the 7th emerald, which was supposed to neutralise the other 6, something had gone terribly wrong, and the retro-orbital chaos compressor had blown up, transforming the kindly thin Kintabor into the totally bonkers, egg-shaped and egg-obsessed Dr. Robotnik, scattering the ring-like components of the chaos compressor all over the planet. Sonic had had a theory that if they collected enough of the rings, they might be able to rebuild Kintabor's machine and use it to recapture the Chaos Emeralds. Maybe even to drain the Chaos Energy back from Robotnik and turn him back into Kintabor. It was a wild idea and a long shot, especially as neither the Hedgehog nor his foxy friend knew much about science or chaos, save what they'd seen in a recent season of Mad Scientist movies that had been shown on the telly. Furthermore, there were only a few rings left around the zones now. Still, seemed worth a chance, and even on their own the rings just seemed to have strange powers when it comes to resisting chaos energy and the attacks of Robotnik's droids and robots. Sonic kept his eyes peeled for the slightest twinkle of anything that might be either golden or ring-shaped as he sprinted on. The last of the Marble Zone's temples disappeared behind him as Sonic entered the scrap metal zone. Typo, that's scrap brain zone, in it. Once an industrial nightmare, the bare metalwork of this skyrise complex had been left untended to sit in the wind and the rain for years. Without paint or power, it had rusted and decayed, its former traps and devices lying idle, its robot guardians gone. The metal platforms clanged ominously as Sonic's shoes pounded across them and wind whistled across the high rooftops which had once been occupied by deadly buzz bombers, crab meats, spikes and rollers. Once it had been a hive of frantic activity, and now it seemed completely deserted, untouched and unvisited by anyone since Sonic had last sped through here a month or so ago. He raced onwards, his legs pumping tirelessly until they became a blur of blue energy, the slipstream blowing over his face and through his aerodynamically arranged spikes, was that he maintained the maximum speed possible, 761 miles per hour, or just over the speed of sound. The dull roar of a sonic boom followed it in his path, echoing off the side of the buildings as he zipped past and out of the zone. It was hard to make out the precise details of the zones at such high speed, but Sonic knew each one so well that he would have noticed immediately if anything had changed. The other zones zipped past: the Labyrinth Zone, the Starlight Zone, the Scrap Brain Zone, and a sharp right turn to take the Supersonic Hedgehog back through another part of the Green Hill Zone, and flare into the range of the Chemical Plant Zone, the Aquatic Ruin Zone, the ruins of the Casino Night Zone, the Hilltop Zone, the Mystic Cave Zone, along the beats of what had been the Oil Ocean Zone, and through the corridors and alleys of the Metropolis Zone. Almost 4 hours and one complete tour of the zones later, Sonic found himself standing by the crash of Major Robotnik's ring fortress on the border of the Green Hill and Emerald Hill zones. The huge carcass of the once mighty flying machine lay abandoned on the hillside where it plunged after Robotnik had chased Sonic had chased Robotnik through it, destroying its central power cord on the way. Without its pilot power source, it had dropped like a 300-metre stone and lay there like an immense whale that had mysteriously plunged from the sky. Ivy and creeping plants had begun to clamber up the steel girds of its skeleton, transforming the rusting monolith into a huge abstract sculpture in green and red. It looked quite neat. Sonic twirled one of the 5 wings he had found so far around his index finger and sniffed the air. Something was different here, but he was not quite sure what it was. There was a strange smell on the breeze, a little like lightning on the smell of sea air, but not so natural. He looked around. On the grass in front of him was a long muddy skid mark, as if something fat and stupid had slid across it after being punched on the chin by something very strong. Besides, it was a strange score marks that had blackened the grass around its speckled starlight pattern. It looked fresh, but there was no sign of what might have caused it. Sonic shook his head, glanced at the sun, and realised that if he didn't get a move on, there was a chance that Tails might beat him back to the Green Hill Zone and sort of across the hillside in the direction of his home. Within less time than it takes to tell, he screeched to a halt, already back at the place where he and Tails had started out on their patrol run. The zone was quiet and there was nobody around to welcome him back. Sonic looked around. The guys are probably not expecting me back so soon, he told himself nonchalantly. There was no reason to worry. He had not noticed anything strange on his patrol, and the air smelled clean and fresh as always. Never Robotnik was trying one of his plans. He was using the heavy odour of machine oil, industrial grade lubricants, hot metal, exhaust fumes, and pollution on the wind. Oh yeah, and rotten eggs, Sonic reminded himself with a grin. There was no unusual sounds either, no clangs or thumps, or the chugging of small badly designed robot motors. In fact, thought Sonic as he turned around and stopped, listened carefully, there was almost no noise at all. The wind in the trees, the gusting of the waterfalls, but that was all. Normally he'd be able to hear his animal friends laughing and shouting somewhere as they played around, but the zone was quiet. Even the sound of Flicky the Bluebird started singing was nowhere to be heard. Sonic glanced around, but there was still no sign of anyone. He was having to wait around for Tails to get back from his patrol, so he could declare about having beaten the fox again. He actually made the score 164-1. But he knew that his other friends were more important. He spirited away from where he had been standing, accelerating down the gently sloping hillside onto the sandy beach beside the lake in the middle of the zone. With his feet churning on the soft surface as he sprayed sand up into the air, he set up on the lap of the shoreline, slower than his normal pace, but keeping a careful eye out for anything that might be a sign of one of his friends. Nothing. Not a single sight, sound, or scent of anything. It's very dialogue heavy, by the way, this part of the book. Lacking dialogue, you know what I mean. Not a single sight, sound, or sign of anything, apart from some paw prints on the sand, and even those looked like they were a few hours old. It was as if some giant thing had whisked his friends off the face of the planet altogether. thought crossed his mind that they might be hiding somewhere. Quickly dismissed that idea. The hedgehog and fox had not done anything particularly heroic recently, so there was no cause for celebration. Both the animals were orphaned, so they did not have birthdays or birthday parties. Besides, he remembered, both Chirps and Sally Acorn had parties the week before, so already having his own and feeling pretty partied out. Sonic arrived back at the place where he started out, and leaned into the wind, straining his ears in a final effort to hear something. There! In the distance he could just hear a faint rushing sound like a very fast aircraft, and it seemed to be getting closer, speeding over the hills and valleys of the zone towards him. He braced himself, ready to leap into a supersonic spin attack at the first sign of danger, and started in the direction the sound was coming from. A string of orange and white appeared over the brow of the hill, and Sonic relaxed his tails hurled up to him, and screeched to a stop in a long skid, leaving slick green marks on the grass. Yo, what's up? Said the fox, panting slightly after his long run. Hey, I found these in the Aqua Lake zone. He opened his paw to explain 9 gold rings. How many did you get? Just 5, replied Sonic, handing them over. I must have found almost every single one by now, in the zone's arbitral anyway. There can't be many left for us to find. How many have we got now? Tails asked. Oh, come on, dude, Sonic sighed. We got 870 so far. Add 5 and 9 to it. That, what do you get? 1 million? The fox asked hopefully. Sonic sighed again. One day he would have to check out his suspicion. If he looked up lovable idiot in a dictionary, he would find a picture of Tails. The fox was a good friend and a good runner. Well, okay, he was an excellent runner, almost good as Sonic himself. But he was younger than the hedgehog, and his lack of experience and knowledge did mean that sometimes he let Sonic do all the thinking. Sonic knew that Tails looked up to him as a hero, but not as good enough reason for the young fox to rely on his friend to always come up with the answers. 1 million? Little dude, you're either a doofus or an optimist, Sonic said in reply. One thing's for sure, it won't be enough to rebuild the retro-orbital chaos compressor yet. We need every single ring on Mobius for that, and then some. Hey, did you see anything strange while you were zooming around your part of the planet? Like, for instance, the others? The fox shook his head. Nope, he said. No sign of anything at all. It was all really quiet. Why? Something happened. Listen up, said Sonic. Tails pricked up his ears and stared temptedly at Sonic as if waiting for him to say something. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and the fox turned to his hero, a confused expression increasing his furry features. What am I supposed to be listening for? He asked. Nothing. Well, I couldn't hear it, said Tails. Sonic stared at him, trying to work out whether he meant he had heard nothing, or whether not hearing nothing meant he had heard something after all. You didn't hear anything, he asked. That's right, said Tails. Good. Bad, dude, Sonic said. Because while we were racing around the planet, seeing as if there's anything out there, all our friends who were right here have vanished. Do what? Tails blurted out. They can't have. He stopped, his head cocked to one side, listening intently for a moment. The expression was serious. You're right, Cobber, he said. Odds bodkins. I suspect foul play, Elementary Inspector. It's got to be Robotnik. So up, dude, Sonic explains. We don't know that. Let's look at the evidence, shall we? Fact 1, our friends have disappeared. Fact 2, the only person we can think of who had a reason to do a really nice thing like that, because he did it before, is Robotnik. Oh yeah, case closed, I'll say. A big 10-4 to that, good buddy, said Tails. We gotta get hip and dig his crazy scene, find his pad, casted chips, and then everything will be kotaketic. It'll be very. Sonic gazed at his friend with an expression that was either amazed confusion or confused amazement. Are you feeling okay, small furry pal? He asked gently. Do you want to lie down for a while? Top of the world, ma, Tails said perkily. Now I felt better. Then why are you talking in gibberish, dude? Exploded Sonic, his pleasure with his friend finally reaching his end. Yeah, but drawing a blank on rings, and Robotnik, his friends, were missing, and now his psychic was speaking some weird language from the planet Weird. It was almost too much for one hedgehog to bear before lunch. Tails looked at the ground and into the sky, at the ground again for luck, and then finally met Sonic's gaze. Well, he said, you know, you've been saying I was to read more books, like dictionaries, or learn more. Well, I did. Oh, I borrowed a book from Walker Lewis, like you said. Oh, it was a dictionary, like you said. Oh, it's really good. It's called A Dictionary of Out-of-Date Slang. Oh, great, Sonic grated. We've only just started on this adventure. I've got no idea what I'm meant to be doing yet, and I've got a sidekick who's going to be talking Martian at me for the rest of the book. What book? Tails asked, "You're too young to understand." Tails moved hastily, breaking down the third wall there. Fourth wall, I mean. And the thought struck him. "You've been out near the Crass Wing Fortress recently," expanded vocabulary type dude, he asked. "Not on your Nelly, Sergeant Major," said Tails. "Properly, please." No, I haven't, Sonic. Not for a while. I mean, no, no, I haven't, Sonic. Not for a while. Why? Do you think it's where our friends are? I mean, it's big enough for someone to hold them prisoner in there," observed the fox. "Possible, do, but wrong. I saw some strange marks on the grass, and there was some funny smell in the air as I passed it when I was coming back here. And I beat you again." "In that case, you must have been going too fast to see anything properly," observed Tails. "We do the patrols check the zones for Robotnik's activity, remember? Not to see who can do it the fastest." "Hey!" Sonic said. Then maybe that may be why you do it, but I know I'm a hero. I'd cope with anything that Robotnik can throw at me. I'm too cool for him." He ran a glove paw over his spikes, putting them back into the smartest possible arrangement on his head and back. "Not cool enough to stop your friends disappearing," Tails reminded him. "You're going to show me this wild and crazy stuff by the Wing Fortress, or are you chilling here?" "Okay," said Sonic. He was about to say something else, but Tails had already dropped to a running crouch, spun the twin tails that gave him his nickname for a turbo-boosted takeoff, and sped away between the palm trees. Sonic dashed after his friend and overtook him within a few hundred metres. That was not too hard, because he stopped at something that lay under the overhang of a nearby cliff. Sonic came to a dead halt and jogged back to where the fox was standing. Tails pointed at the object of his attention with one white-gloved paw. "Look," he breathed. "It's one of Kinterbor's old computer monitors, and it's working." Sonic looked. Tails was right. The screen of the machine was glowing brightly and showing the message, "Enter data now," in large white letters. Under the screen, the keyboard looked like it had been out in the rain for about 4 years, which it had, but otherwise the machine appeared to be in perfect working order. "It can't be," Sonic breathed. "I mean, yeah, there are loads of these old computers lying around, but the information gathering programs that Kinterbor used to run on them went fuck when the retro-orbital chaos compressor blew up, and most of the machines ended up with either gold rings or weird science-type power-ups inside them. Even if this one doesn't, it shouldn't be working. This makes no sense at all, dude." "I know," Tails said. He said at the screen. "I'm too young to remember the computer system when it was running properly, but I've never seen a computer that didn't have a power-up in it. What do we do?" "We go and ask Porker Lewis what he thinks." "No, we can't, because we don't know where he is." "Nuts," said Sonic. "Why is there no boffin around when you need one?" He sat down on a nearby rock and put his chin in his paws, thinking hard. Next to him, Tails straightened up and flexed his fingers. "This situation calls for a hero," he said. "Yeah, dude, and he's sitting here," Sonic muttered. But Tails was already soaring over his computer. Sonic leapt to his feet, about to dart towards his friend and drag him back. But before he could start running, the fox bent down and pressed a button on the keyboard. The message on the screen flickered and changed. "Data accepted and analysing specimen," it read. A thin beam of white light stabbed out in front of the monitor and fixed itself on the tip of the fox's left ear. Tails gave a short, sharp yelp and froze solid, his mouth open and his eyes staring at the screen machine which held him. The beam of light whipped across his ear, backwards and forwards as if scanning it, and then moved downwards to cover the rest of his head, and then his body, arms and legs. Sonic stood back, unable to decide whether he should sprint in and try to grab his friend from the beam, and risk being paralysed and analysed too, or watch to see what happened. The latter seemed safest, and besides, the beam did not seem as harming Tails at all. The white light ray reached to Tails' right foot and disappeared back into the screen. The words there flickered and changed again. "Analysis complete. Accepting specimen." "No!" yelled Sonic, diving across the ground towards his friend, but he was already too late. As his arms closed around Tails, the fox's orange body flowed out of his grasp, as if it made completely of smoke or light. It began to twist its shape, becoming thin and flat, then disappeared with a faint whoosh and a sigh into the machine's screen. Sonic stared at the machine in disbelief. The message flickered one last time, saying to "Specimen accepted and stored," before switching back to the way it had been when the two animals had first seen it, with the message "Enter data now," displayed in large white letters. Sonic's thoughts spun like a whirlwind. Normally he would have smashed the computer into a billion pieces, but having seen his best friend sucked into it, he wasn't going to do anything that might damage the slim chance he had of rescuing the fox. He sank down to the ground in front of the computer monitor, being careful not to get too close. Was it a heinous trap, or was the machine malfunctioning in some weird way? If he touched the keyboard, would he be sucked into it as well? Had his friends been sucked into this computer? Well, were the old monitors on the planet working like this? Perhaps Robotnik had been sucked into one as well, which is why they had heard nothing from him for so long. Did this have anything to do with the strange marks he had spotted in the wing fortress? Most important of all, was Tails still alive inside the computer, and was there any way of getting him out? If only he hadn't teased him about not being a real hero. Sonic knew that Tails looked up to him, but he also knew that the Fox wanted to be just like him, and every time he failed it only increased his urge to prove himself a real hero in front of Sonic. This must have been what he was trying to do when he went up to the computer. Unfortunately, as Sonic knew, there was more to being a righteous hero dude than just being brave and foolhardy in the face of the unknown, and now the Fox had learned that to his cost. Sonic looked at the screen. It still displayed the words "Enter data now," but as he watched it flickered slightly. The hedgehog was instantly on his feet, backing away, ready to spin in case anything like a beam of white light should appear from it. But instead the letters of the 3 words wavered and shimmered. Some disappeared, leaving the rest reading "Ent at no" for a second, and then they too vanished. The screen went black, but patterns of static and lines of interference jumped across it. Slowly a wavering, fuzzy image began to appear in the middle. It was very small, but it was also very orange. "Tails?" said Sonic in a tiny voice. The image grew a bit bigger, and the familiar face of his friend became clearer. It was grainy and bitty, but Sonic could make out his friend's expression of panic. "Sonic?" crackled a voice from the computer's tiny speaker. The mouth of the picture of the screen moved, slightly out of sync with his words. "Sonic, are you there? It's dark in here, and I can't get out. There are other things in here with me, and I'm scared." Dun dun dun. Yeah. Chapter 2, Megahertz. "I'm scared," Tails repeated, peering up at the rectangle of grey light which hung a few metres above his head. It was the only thing he could see in the dark gloom which surrounded him on all sides. Something out there was making noises, weird echoing grunts, groans and pings and squelches, like a herd of burping hippos playing tennis in a swamp. Tails wrapped his furry arms around himself, shivering slightly. It was chilly in here. He was sure that he would be able to see his breath, if only he could see anything at all. "Sonic," he called. "Sonic, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello, help!" Nothing happened. Except that off in the darkness to the left, something made a noise like an exploding grapefruit. Tails felt very, very alone. "I'm a hero," he reminded himself. "Heroes aren't scared of things they can't see. Everything's going to be alright." The exploding grapefruit exploded again, this time behind him, and he jumped. "Oh, I wish Sonic was here," he moaned aloud, sinking his head into his hands. There was a strange clinking sound from above him. It sounded like the chains that hold the spiked platforms in the marble zone up and down. And Tails did not want to look. That was what it was. Any moment now one of those huge platforms could hurtle down from the darkness beyond the grey rectangle above him, its long spikes aiming straight at him. It was too horrible to think about. Tails knew he had to find out what made the clicking noise, but he was afraid to look in case it was as bad as he imagined, and Tails had a very vivid imagination. Keeping his white glove poised in front of his eyes, he turned his head upwards, pointing his whiskered nose towards where he thought the noise was coming from. And cautiously he opened 2 fingers and peered for an instant before snapping his fingers shut again. The brief glimpse did not reveal anything obviously dangerous, so he slowly opened his fingers again. There in front and above him, silhouetted against the grey background of the strange rectangle that hung in the air, was a series of words in large bold letters, and it's "Tails, are you in there?" but backwards. Tails gawped at them in surprise. It took him less than an instant to realise that the letters were backwards. "Therein you are, Tails," he pondered, a little confused. "I suppose I am in here, but so what? Oh, I get it, the words are in the wrong order too. Tails, are you in there?" "Yes," he shouted. "Yes, I'm in here. Where is here? Who are you?" There was a brief pause. Then a new message began to appear in the grey rectangle above him, each new letter accompanied by the clicking sound as it appeared. "It's me, Sonic," said the first line. I was reading backwards. It was quickly followed by, "You're inside the computer." "Inside the computer?" Tails breathed disbelief. "Major on corners. And that must be why everything's looking backwards to me, as if I'm on the computer itself, then everything you type will look okay to you, but backwards to me, because I'm on the other side of the screen. Any chance you could type backwards, old bean?" "And how come you're typing without being sucked in like I was?" This This time there was a longer pause, and then the letters did start appearing. They came slower. Tails spelled out the message aloud as each new character clicked into place. I'm standing 2 meters from the computer, tipping from a tree branch, was the reply. That's why I'm so slow in making so many mistakes. Typing backwards is not easy, Dud. Dud yourself, shouted Tails with a grin on his face. He might be trapped inside a computer, but with Sonic on the case, he was sure that he would safely be out of the machine in a few moments. Can you smash the computer and let me out? There was another pause. Then one by one a new string of letters started appearing. Don't think so, dude. It isn't that easy. Are you squashed in there? Squashed? No, it's dark, but I think there's plenty of room. It's really huge, said Tails, puzzled with his friend's question. And there are all sorts of strange noises and things in here. Oh, I think I know what you're going to say. Righto, dude. The letters marched across the screen above the fox's quivering nose. You're not stuck in the machine like our buddies get stuck in Robotnik's robot suits. You're actually swallowed by the computer system. You're in its memory. Your software, man. Excuse me. Bit cold tonight. If I smash the monitor, I smash you too. Oh, said Tails, struggling to find the right words for the situation. Oh, bother! Blast confusion. I'm in a pickle, no mistake. Up the creek, in the doldrums, at the end of my tether. So in the darkness near Tails made a very loud and very hungry sound, and the fox squealed and jumped away from it. Sonic, he moaned. I think something in here is about to eat me. I can't even see where it is. Isn't there any way you can switch the lights on in here? I'll try, Dud, came the reply. Computer, do the light thing. For a second the air in the around Tails filled with a strange buzzing hum that transformed itself into a grating noise that rumbled and juddered and sounded as if it was pronouncing each word in a different sentence. Do the light thing, it said slowly. Wrong, try again. The voice died away. Tails looked around to see if he could work out where it come from. It seemed to be all around him. Didn't work, old fruit, he called sadly. Try something else. Okay, fairy pal. Computer, activate slight witch. Hey, your typing's getting worse, Tails shouted up the grey rectangle. You meant to put light switch, not the other way round. Pay attention. The low buzz of the computer's voice interrupted him. Program slight witch if activated, it said. Something grabbed Tails by the shoulder, pushed hard and whirled around him in the dark space. His head back into something solid on the far side, and glittering, flickery points of light blinked before his eyes. Something cackled maniacally behind him, and the dazed fox could see in the darkness the faint glowing shape of a small thin person wearing ragged clothes and a small cone-shaped hat. A tall cone-shape. Even though it was dressed in black, the figure glowed slightly against the darkness with a strange ghostly radiance. It giggled again, and a ball of white flickered light began to go around one of his hands. Lorks a mercy! Tails explained, trying to get up from the floor. He quit decided to bother when the figure raised his arm and the ball of light split to 3 and shot across the room, almost singeing the fur on top of his head. In a sudden flash, the area where Tails was standing was flooded with light. It was not exactly a room, nor exactly an open space, but sort of a mixture of the two. He and the other being were standing on a low, wide wall pathway which stretched off into the distance, crossing and joining other walls with deep trenches between them, which marked off different areas of space, spread away on all sides like a massive maze. Then another bolt of light sizzled towards him, and Tails did not have time to see any more because he was leaping across the other side of the path to avoid it. Who are you? He yelled at the small figure who was attacking him. In the brighter light he could see more of its shape, and with quick eyes and fast foxy reflexes, immediately realised there was something strange about the way it moved, jerky and odd, as if each part of his body was being controlled by something different. The figure raised its hand and began to chant something in a very fast, high-pitched, screaming voice. Sonic, help! Turn it off! Tails yelled, leaping towards the open space towards the menacing attacker. He leaped into the air, wearing his twin tails to spin himself into a whirling ball of orange fur, and hurtled towards the chanting target. He wasn't sure if this would work. The Super Splinter always did the trick when he was smashing Robotnik's bandit creations, but he wasn't sure if this was one of the mad scientist's new designs or something else altogether. His spinning body smashed into the creature's tall, pointy hat, A jagged crack of electricity jumped between them, throwing Towers back and knocking his assailant off his feet. Abruptly the lights went out and the air was plunged into darkness, broken only by the faint glow of the strange figure lying on the pathway. As Towers watched, it grew brighter for a second, then it flickered and shrank into a single white dot, which faded away like the picture on a television set that had just been turned off. Something fell to the ground where the figure had been lying. "Whoa!" breathed the fox when he was lying. He looked up. On the screen above him a new string of words. "Are you okay, Tails? Why did you want me to switch the lights off?" "I didn't want you to switch the lights off. I wanted you to deactivate the slate witch." "Oh, never mind, I did it myself." "Then switch the lights back on, okay?" the fox demanded. Striding over to pick up the object which the departing witch had dropped, the room filled with light again, and he studied the strange device. It looked like a pocket calculator, except the screen was larger and the buttons had letters on them instead of numbers, plus a few of actual words printed on them. Identify, locate, go to, delete, activate and deactivate. There was a large 2 printed above its small screen. Towers pocketed it with a shrug, then looked around at the scene around him and gasped. The place was flipping enormous, simply huger than anything or anywhere that Towers had ever seen before. The network of low intercrossing walls or paths stretched away from him into the far, far distance, as far as his sharp vision could see, like an enormous maze, or as he was standing on a street map of the biggest city ever built. The roof or the sky, or wherever it was that this weird place has, shone a vivid red colour, streaked across by occasional flashes and bolts of other colours, shimmering greens, glowing yellows, pulsing purples, electric blues. Above him, in the middle of the technicolour swirl, hung the grey shape of the screen, the flat colour of a television tuned to a dead channel. Towers realised now that it was more than just a few metres above his head. It was absolutely huge, filling about half the sky. New words scrawled across it, and he ignored them, looking around him instead. The pathway he was standing on was made of some silver metal. Other pathways ran close to it, and Towers could see blips of light or colour, or strange shapes hurtling along these at high speed, making some of the odd, strange sounds that he had heard before. As he watched one of them rush towards him along the pathway that ran next to the one he was on. "Hey, hey!" shouted Tails. "Oi, I say! You there! Cooey!" The thing rushed on towards him, not slowing down at all. The fox could see that there was a large round thing, a bit like a football or a many-sided crystal, with 2 smaller spears balanced on top of it, and 2 thin arm-like appendages attached to each side of the main ball, which was rolling around forward with a regular pinging sound. Towers could not tell whether it had seen or heard him, but he was determined to stop it. He took a few steps back from the edge of the silver pathway, charged forward, jumped into the air, and slammed his foxy nose into an invisible wall. He slid down it, to land on the edge of the trench beside the shining path, and rubbed his nose. "Ow," he said, and reached out in front of him with both paws, feeling for the invisible wall. It was still there, reaching from the edge of the path up to the sky, so high that the fox could not reach its top even on tiptoe. Beyond its boundary, the trench dropped away, filling with dark and ominous shadows that hid its bottom from sight. Towers could not tell how deep it was. "Well," he thought aloud, "at least I'm in no danger of falling into that and hurting myself. On the other hand, finding out what's down there is going to be a real pain." On the other side of the trench, the multi-sided thing had always sped into the distance. Towers watched it shoot away, then it topped the grey screen. It was full of words. "Chill, Sonic," he said, hoping his blue friend could still hear him. "Things down here are strange, but okay. And so am I. Okay, that is, not strange. Just don't try activating anything again, please." "Okay, dude," scrolled the reply. "What should I do? This typing's getting real dull." Towers was about to think of a reply when the movement at the far edge of the maze, right at the point where the silver pathways met the red sky, caught his attention. Something very big was coming towards him, and it was not sticking to the pathways like the multi-sided thing had. If there was invisible rules around every pathway, then this thing was flying straight through them. It looked like an enormous buzz bomber, one of Fiend's robot hornets that Dr. Robotnik had created to guard the zones that he had taken over the first time he tried to conquer Mobius. But it was huge. Its metal wingspan must have been at least 20 metres across. It zoomed closer. Tails stared at it in open-mouthed horror for another second, then turned to run away, but before he could begin to whirl his 2 tails to give him a flying start, he heard a booming metallic voice. "Halt, rogue program!" Tails halted, a voice that was not going to stand for any nonsense. He turned around slowly, arms in the air like he'd seen people do in the movies, and found himself staring into the buzz bomber's fearsome tail-mounted tail gun. There was something strange about it. It looked almost too shiny, too clean, too smooth to be real. Come to think of it, he thought, most of this place is like that. Like the things here aren't real at all, they're just computer graphics. Of course, Tails thought fast as the computer-generated buzz bomber hovered over him. You have no business in the video card, rogue program, it announced. Return to your designated task area, or you will be relocated to a secure memory cache and held there. I'm not a rogue, Tails said, bluffing desperately. I'm a freelance systems analyst program. Multitasking too, the latest thing, yeah. I go all over the shop, checking to see that the computer is running as efficiently as possible. Who are you and what do you do around here? Security Subroutine BB1 of the Video Card Patrol, declared the huge insect. You do not seem to be very efficient at carrying out your program. Maybe I should take you to the reprogramming unit for improvements. No, I'm very efficient, said Tails quickly. Just watch me. In a moment I'll just have to check another part of the computer. So fast you'll hardly see me go. You're on, boomed the buzz bomber. There's a hint of a chuckle in its ominous voice. Tails swallowed hard, looked at the huge tail gun which was still hovering less than a metre from his head. He could feel the security device watching him, waiting for him to move, and he knew that if he made a slip up here, it would grab him and take him away to the memory cache, which sounded pretty nasty, or blast him with its cannon, which would be even nastier, not to mention messy. Tails turned away from the insect machine and glanced over his shoulder at it struggled to watch him. It was hovering just behind and above him now, and was obviously ready to set off after him the moment he started running. This is one race he must not lose. Ready? He asked. Ready. Set? Set. You're sure you're set? Get on with it, boomed the machine. But Tails had already got on with it and gone, dashing off down the metal pathway, not in the direction the robot Hornet was expecting, but the other way, under its belly and away into the distance, his foxy feet in their red running shoes beating a desperate rhythm on the solid floor. Behind him, he heard a metallic scream of rage and the sounds of massive wings whirring and buzz bombs being fired, but he tucked his head down and sprinted on as fast as legs could possibly carry him, his twin tails buzzing behind him like a predator for the extra spurt of speed. The silver pathway turned sharp left and then sharp right, zigging and zagging across the huge flat landscape. The metal surface was so smooth that Tails had difficulty keeping his footing as he steered around the bends, leaving rubber skid marks on the slick floor as he accelerated around them. The whirring of the buzz bomber's huge wings was getting louder and louder behind him as he hurled ahead. Occasionally he passed a place where one or two other silver pathways joined the one he was following, but he decided against taking them. This place was a maze, and the best bet for getting out of it and finding any kind of cover or way of protecting himself from the malevolent monster hot on his trail was to keep going in as straight a line as possible. That was his theory anyway. He hoped that it would work in practice. Stop now or be deleted, boomed a metal voice, deafening loud and very close behind him. Tails tucked his head down even lower, put on an extra burst of speed and concentrated on the path ahead. It seemed to be widening out. Suddenly a buzz bomb crashed into the ground beside him, sending a spurt of molten metal into the air, and it took all Tails' concentration to dodge the droplets that splattered around him. Sonic! Yelp! Help! He yelped. The pathway was definitely getting wider, and seemed to be leading to a wide flat area of some kind, but it was still a long way off, and there was no cover or protection ahead at all. A lesser animal would have given up, but Tails was not going to. A hero never gives up, he muttered through gritted teeth, and pushed his last gram of energy into a final burst of super speed, dashing across the last stretch of the silver path onto the wide open area beyond, zooming on some kind of overhead signpost as he did. From behind him there was a sudden shriek of android agony and a loud crash. Tails, still running, spun around to look at the buzz bomber. It was splattered flat against something invisible at the edge of the wide open space, like a lump of silly putty thrown at the window. As the fox watched, it flickered for a moment, then its body went grey and fuzzy and shrunk to a single bright white dot, which slowly faded into nothingness. Gosh, said Tails, just like what happened to the Sight Wits. Cool graphics too. I wonder what whumph, he exclaimed as all the breath was knocked out of him and he fell over. Tails looked up at what he had run into. It was a large signpost, just like the one he had run under as he entered the wide open area. This one led to another silver pathway beyond. You are now entering expanded memory, it read. Check your parity before proceeding. Tails picked himself up and stared at the sign. He wasn't entirely sure what a parity was, or even if he had one, but he checked himself over anyway, just in case one had spontaneously appeared somewhere on his body. Wasn't it a sort of bird evil pirates kept? Anyway, it seemed to be just the same as he had been when he entered the computer, and breathed a sigh of relief as he realised it. Then he turned around and trotted back across the wide space. It was made of the same silvery substance as the pathway had been, but it covered a much wider area. There was no trenches cutting it into sections, nor, as far as Tails could tell, invisible walls either. In its middle was a large rectangle set into the metallic floor, which buzzed and blurred with a pattern of static, like the image of a television receiving no signal. As Tails approached, the screen cleared to a solid sheet of black with yellow letters in its centre. Greetings, Slightwit's prototype. Security level 2, it read. This is a Node 187AB8. Use handset to transmit. Of course, Tails said aloud. It thinks I'm the Slightwit's because I'm carrying the black box thing that it dropped when I beat it. Awesome! He pulled the handset out from his pocket and slowly, carefully typed the words, "Where can I go from here?" The screen on the floor cleared for a second and filled with lists, hundreds of names and words, most of them in computer jargon which meant nothing to the confused fox. He caught a few as they flashed past. Expanded memory was one, but others like keyboard buffer, database, games directory, simulator, printer port, WYSIWYG, that's what you see is what you get, output device, device drivers, programming language, memory cache, and CPU, which is a handful of the long list that rushed up the screen and cut off the top of the new ones that appeared at the bottom. Tails shook his head, decided to leave the screen to its own thing, and retreated back across the open space of the pathway he had recently been chased down, and looked at the sign in its entrance. "You are entering the video card. Check your graphics standard," it said. Tails stared at it. "Video card? That's what the buzz bomber said," he murmured, and looked at the sky. "Do you know anything about the way computers work on the inside, Sonic?" There was no reply. The fox realised with a shock that the grey rectangle of the computer screen, its only link to the outside world, was no longer there. He had not seen it go, but anything could have happened in the chaos of the chase, and he would not have noticed it. "Bless my ears and whiskers," he explained in despair. "What am I going to do now? I don't know anything about computers. I'm the cute sidekick, not the big hero. Sonic's to be the one stuck in here, not me. And now I'm completely cut off." He closed his eyes slightly for a few seconds and then opened them again, hoping the grey screen might be there. It wasn't. "Nuts, tarnation, suffering cats," he grumbled, faced around distraction. His small foxy mind was a blank. The sudden confusion of being dropped into a computer was almost too much for him to deal with, and now this. It was enough to push even the sanest of cute furry animals over the edge. He walked back to the video card pathway. He sat down on the cold metal and then slumped backwards, staring at the sky. There it was, the big grey screen covering half the sky and covered in words. Most of them seemed to be "Are you there, Tails?" or variation on that theme. Tails jumped to his feet. "I'm here," he shouted. "It's me, Tails, calling Sonic. Over." "Where are you?" "Where are you, more like?" the fox yelled indignantly. The monitor screen vanished. The monitor screen vanished. I couldn't see it anymore. Did you switch it off by accident? And what did you do to get rid of the buzz bomber? Because whatever it was, it worked brilliantly. Hang on, I didn't do anything to the monitor or the buzz bomber. There were bandits in there too. Yeah, it said it was part of the video card patrol. Oh, said Tails. Oh, right, I think I get it. It was part of the video part of the computer, the bit that runs the screen. So when it tried to fly out of there after me, it smacked into something and exploded. And when I ran under the sign, I left the video card as well, so I couldn't see the screen anymore. "Glad you know what's going on, dude, because you're talking gibberish to me," typed Sonic from somewhere outside of the computer. "I think it's making sense to me," said Tails, actually not at all sure it was making sense. "The buzz bomber said I was a rogue program and it'd take me to some place he called the memory cache. If all our friends had been stuck inside the computer, that's where they must be. Struth! I hope they're alright. Even if the others are in this cache place, how do I get you lot out of there?" typed the unseen Sonic. Tails stared at the words floating in the grey space above his head, then racked his brains. Unbelievably, something occurred to him. "Hang on a sec, I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lambkin's tail," he called. "2 what?" appeared on the floating screen above him, but Tails had already dashed off, back towards the other screen which lay in the middle of the open space, or the node as the first message called it. The authors have a lot of fun with these books. As Tails approached, he could see the tail end of the long list of places and things and computer bits still showing on the screen. Quickly he scanned the list, searching for the one that he vaguely remembered seeing flashing past him. Yes, there it was. The words "WYSIWYG" output device glowed faintly near the bottom of the list. Tails grinned at them and pulled out the black box device. He tapped in the words, hit the identify button and waited for something to happen. It did. The screen cleared and the computer's sonorous voice filled the air as pictures, images, diagrams and three-dimensional blueprints flashed to display in front of him. The WYSIWYG output device, announced the coarse electronic voice, developed by Dr. Robotnik to create real versions of images and devices designed inside the Electronic Graphics Creation Computer System, or EGCS for short circuit, wrong, try again, now spell, artichoke, incur. The screen simmered. The diagrams disappeared and through a haze of static, a familiar and rather unpleasant face appeared. It was pink and round, and it sported a light orange moustache on its upper lip, so large that Tails thought for a moment that it had a fox stop up its nostril, with only the tail showing. The face looked sternly out of the screen. "Which of my program creations is trying to access my personal restricted data?" it asked. Then it caught sight of the fox who was staring down at it, and its moustache waggled slightly as it burst into hysterical laughter. "Ha ha ha! Tails the foxy fox! Caught by his own cunning and in my magnificent computer system! Ha ha! I am ecstatic with glee and transfixed by my own ingenuity! Ha ha ha!" Well, breezed Tails coolly. "If it isn't our old pal Stinky Weasel Teeth. Hello, Dr. Smelly Ivo Egg Features Robotnik, you mad coward. We might have known you were behind all this." We? You distinctly said we, my renegade Reynard. Could it be that I've trapped your bothersome blue buddy in the chips of my delightful device too? Oh, do say yes, it would make me extremely happy. I'm not going to tell you, so nah, Tails said tartly. And just you wait. We're going to find our friends and get out of here and come and squash you and your stupid eggs computer. There's always eggs with you, isn't it? Eggs. You're addlepated, you. I'm what? The figure of Robotnik snarled. I don't know what that is, but I don't like the sound of it. Your time has come, verminous villain. He turned away for a second and then turned back. I've just notified my virus search and destroy program that there's a new virus in the computer, an orange fluffy one. In seconds you will be completely obliterated, deleted, de-resed, reduced to your component subroutines. Ah ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! The scream abruptly blanked out, leaving Tails staring at it in wide-eyed disbelief. I'm wide-eyed in disbelief, he said truthfully. Better tell Sonic about this. He dashed back along the metal plane towards the video card pathway and the waiting grey screen. Sonic, he yelled. Oi, Robotnik knows I'm in here, and he sent a program to get me. I've got to get out now. Step out from the computer. He brandished the black box and punched its keys in rapid order, typing WYSIWYG output device. The words appeared on the small display in front of him. Tails took a deep breath, closed his eyes and pressed the go-to button. If getting a computer was anything like getting into one, he wasn't going to enjoy it much. The voice seemed very smooth. After a few seconds he opened his eyes to find that nothing had changed. Well, almost nothing. On the black machine screen was a new message. WYSIWYG output device not yet operational. Try again later. Ugh! Cried Tails. Then he jumped, startled as something shook the floor around him. A low rumble come from a distance, growing louder by the second. The fox looked up the screen in desperation. Sonic! Listen up and listen good, he cried. You've got to find the output device and get it working, or I'm stuck in here. I'll try to get away from Robotnik's programs, find our friends and get them all to inside the device, ready to be outputted or put out to whatever. Or Tails crossed his fingers for luck. He was going to need all the help he could get. Behind him, the rumbling was growing much louder. I'm going to have to leave the video card part of the computer, so we won't be able to swap messages for a while. So I guess this is goodbye for now. He crossed the rest of his fingers and then some of his toes, hoping that it will not be goodbye forever. Okay, old pal, old buddy, he said. Did you get that, Sonic? There was no answer. Above him, the grey screen which filled half the sky was blank and silent. Chapter 3, Building Big Brother. Sonic was no longer standing at the computer terminal in the Green Hill Zone. The moment he had read his friend's words, he had not bothered to waste time with a reply, but in true Sonic manner had dashed away looking for any clues that might lead to this output device. He had no idea where he might find it, or where to start looking, or even what he was actually looking for, but after a long time, tapping letters into the computer's keyboard with a tree branch, he was glad of the chance of some potentially heroic action. The little dude knows what he's doing. He'll be cool, he told himself. Besides, what was I meant to do? Jump in there after him? That way we'd have both been stuck in the machine. That bogus big-head Robotnik would have won. Nope, he decided. He was definitely doing the right thing, whatever that was. Meanwhile, he was enjoying the feeling of the wind in his spikes, the feeling of speed and the roar of the slipstream rushing in his ears that spread across the hillsides of his own zone. Suddenly, his sensitive hedgehog hearing picked up. It's probably like Heg-D-Gi-Hog. Proper bad typos there. Anyway, picked up a tiny sound out of the ordinary, and he scritched to a halt, sending dust and leaves flying into the air around him. When the mess had settled, everything was quiet. Whatever had been making the sound was silent now. Sonic turned slowly around in a full circle. There was nobody to be seen, but a nearby bush was shaking slightly, quivering even. Sonic walked towards it, stopping a few places away. A nervous bush? I think not. I don't know who you are, but if you're an animal, then I'm your friend. If you're a robot, he clenched his fist, then I'm your scrap dealer. Which is it? There was no reply, but the bush shook a little harder. Come on, anomalous shrub-hiding dude, Sonic said. I know you're not Robotnik. That planet's way too small for him to hide in. You need a whole forest to conceal his stomach. Look, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Who are you? There was a little whimpering sound from inside the bush, and the leaves rustled, and a small white animal clambered out. It was obviously a female animal, but Sonic did not recognise what species she was at first. Her body was covered in short white fur, and she had short arms and legs with delicate, long-fingered hands and a long, thin white tail. Her face was long and pointy, with a long snout which tapered down to a pink nose. She had pink ears and pink eyes as well, and a frightened little voice. Are you really Sonic? She squeaked. No, I'm just any old cool, blue, totally heroic hedgehog who happens to be wandering around the Green Hill Zone, Sonic replied. We're common as muck around here. Oh, said the computer, small creature in disappointment. Oh, I'll be going away then. Sorry to bother you. She turned and started to walk away across the zone. Sonic jogged after her. Wait, he said. I was joking, I'm Sonic. The little creature turned around and studied him with her big pink eyes. Really? Really, little shy dudess, said Sonic. How can I help your small and quivering self? The stranger looked at him for another long moment and fell to her knees in front of him. Oh, Mr. Sonic, you great hero of international renown, she begged. Please, you got to help us. Chill out, my fairy friend, said Sonic. What's up? No, wait, before you tell me, you better introduce yourself. I bet the readers want you to find out as much as I do. Readers? The animal asked, looking up to him through moist eyes. Ignore that. Didn't say anything. Just talking to myself, Sonic replied, covering his tracks badly. Who are you anyway? My name's Itch Newmon, but my friends call me Iggy, said the animal. I'm a mouse. I come all the way from the Mystic Cave Zone, all on my own, to find you because something really horrible's happened there. The Mystic Cave Zone, eh? Said Sonic. I passed through there a couple of hours ago, at about 1,225 kilometres per hour, so I'm not surprised I didn't see you. Let me guess, all the monitor screens have come back on, and all your furry little mouse friends have gone missing. How did you know? Asked Newmon in amazement. Because the same thing's happened all over, young cheese-eating type dude. His Robotnik's latest scheme to take over the planet. Even on Best's buddy Tails has got sucked into one of his fiendish machines. Tails got captured too? Iggy squeaked in alarm. All my friends, all my relations, my parents, my older brothers and sisters, and Tails too. The horror. Do you know where they are, Mr. Sonic? And can you save them? You're a really big hero. All my elders and betters used to talk about the way you saved them from being trapped inside robot suits the last time Robotnik tried to take over. Sonic remembered it well, but it was neat to be reminded. Yeah, he said, Robotnik had put them into Flasher and Coulson robots, hadn't he? I've always liked the Mystic Cave Zone. It's a very cool place with most excellent background music. So how many of you are left there, Iggy? One, said the mouse. One? Asked Sonic, his eyes wide with surprise. And let me guess, you're talking to that one, right? Right, Mr. Sonic, said Iggy, collapsed to his begging position again. Sonic sighed and looked up at the sky. If this is the sort of psyche I'm going to have to put up with for the rest of this adventure, he said to nobody in particular, recorded that I'm not happy. All this begging stuff is just wasting time. Let's get back to the plot, eh? Iggy looked up at him and climbed to her feet. I'm sorry to do all this, she said. Only I'm very young and very small and very scared. And this is the first time I've been outside the Mystic Cave Zone, and everything's so strange here. And I was really scared after what I heard the robots say. And when I came all this way on my own, and... Hey, back up a few seconds there, said Sonic. You said robots, I heard you. What robots? Where? Robots here, just before you arrived, said Iggy. That's why I was in the bush. I was hiding from them. And I thought you were another one. What did they look like? Where are they going? What did they say? The hedgehog asked easily. This sounded like it might be the lead he'd been waiting for. If there were robots around, it meant that Robotnik had started one of his plans with computer systems and vanishing friends were hard to deal with. But robots, heck, you smashed robots. What robots? He repeated. Big chunky blue and red ones, said Iggy. They were on caterpillar tracks, wearing caps, and they had little arms. Burrobots, said Sonic, remembering the creatures from the labyrinth zone. They had been waiting to ambush him from jumping out of the ground. They were powerful, all-round workers, able to function underwater and underground as well as on the surface. Their only disadvantage was that they moved slowly, and the spinning drill nose cone still made them fearsome foes who shivered at the memory. There were 4 of them, Iggy continued doggedly, or should it be mousedly? 2 of them were carrying something really big and heavy in a packing case. One of them was carrying something smaller, and the other one was bossing the other 3 around. Which way did they go? Asked Sonic. Off that way, said Iggy, pointing. Sonic's eyes followed her finger. Towards the Crestwing Fortress, he realised. Of course. I wonder if they had anything to do with that strange marks I saw there earlier. Anyway, no time to waste. Are you coming with me, young mouse-type person? Iggy looked at him dubiously. Aren't you going to do something about all my friends and relations sucked into the computers? She asked. I thought you were a hero, and heroes are meant to rescue people and do stuff like that. Be cool, said Sonic. What's the point in trying to rescue them if you all get caught in the same trap? My heroic hedgehog sense tells me there's something bigger going on down there than just this computer thing, and we won't be able to free our friends till we solve that. There's a saying that we have in the Green Hill Zone, but I have it anyway, and it goes, Fox rushes in where hedgehogs fear to tread. That's why Tail is stuck inside the computer and I'm not. If you help me, I guarantee that we'll get your friends out of the machine as soon as possible. You mean it, said the mouse, her face lighting up. Oh, happy, joy. She did a little dance of joyful happiness with a manic grin on her face. Then she stopped and looked thoughtful. You know, Mr. Sonic, she said, in the Mystic Cave Zone we have a saying too. The best laid schemes o' mice and hedgehogs gang a glee. Very interesting, said Sonic. Do you know what it means? No, said Iggy. Actually, I was hoping you could tell me. Sonic gave her his best, oh, a wise guy, eh, you look. Enough of this frivolity, he said. Let's get going. Can you keep up, or do you want a hedgehoggy back ride? I'm not sure I can run as fast as you, but I'm not sitting on your back, said Iggy, looking at the array of sharp, not to mention fashionable, blue spikes which lay across Sonic's back in an aerodynamic pattern. Sonic did not reply, but settled across the green grass of the zone at a leisurely jog. To his surprise, the white mouse dashed after him at surprising speed and overtaking him within a few metres. Hey, you're no slouch, called Sonic, increasing his speed to catch up with her. It looks like you've been training. Are you a fan of mine or something? Not something, someone, Iggy shouted. I'm a member of Tails' fan club. I love Tails. He's so cute. I learned everything I knew about running from him. Fantastic, Sonic shouted, not meaning it. Everyone should have someone to look up to. Actually, he thought, if she looks up to Tails and Tails looks up to me, then I'm like her grand running father or something. He put on a spurt of speed, drawing ahead of the small mouse and made sure that he stayed a few metres ahead of her all the way until the huge outline of the Crestwing Fortress came into view. Not bad, he said to the mouse, slowing down as they reached the hull of the once mighty skyship. You got promised. Stick with me and we'll go places. Like where? The mouse asked cautiously. Well, in there for a start. Sonic pointed his thumb at the yawning entrance of the Crash Fortress. Why? It's dark and scary in there, he objected, inching away. Oh, come on, said Sonic. You're from the Mystic Cave Zone and you're afraid of the dark. Give me a break already. You've got to go in there for 3 reasons. Firstly, that's the way the robots went. He pointed at the ground where the distinctive marks of the Burrobots tracks were clearly visible in the soft earth leading towards the entrance. Secondly, there's some clues around here that I haven't had time to check out yet. And thirdly, I've got this funny feeling that says it's the place to go. A funny feeling? Asked Iggy. What, like indigestion? More like a danger sense, said Sonic. It's a hedgehoggy thing. You wouldn't understand. Let me get this straight, Iggy said, putting her small hands on her slim white hips and staring at him. You want me to go in there with you? Because some undefined weird sense of yours says it might be dangerous. Yup, says Sonic. Or Mobius, when there's danger, there's usually a certain fat arts villain who deserves a good punch in the egg basket. Iggy nodded. Okay, that sounds fair. What are we waiting for? Before Sonic had time to react, the unusually swift mouse darted towards the overgrown entranceway. No, come back, yelled the hedgehog in vain. The robots track lead to the ship, but they don't lead out again. But the white shape of the mouse had already disappeared to the darkness of the ship's interior. A second later, a muffled sweep and a shriek came from within. Sonic pricked up his ears, trying to pick up another sound, but he could hear nothing. Scratched one psychic, he muttered, and immediately felt bad. He had not known Niggy very long, but she had been so ridiculously trusting in his heroic abilities that he knew he could not let her down, no matter how much danger lurks in there. What had she said? 4 Burrobots. That should be no problem at all for a dude of his astounding abilities. There was no time to waste. With the famous hedgehog battle cry of "Eat Sonic, spin death, you disgusting robotic weirdos!" he dived into the interior of the crashed skyship. Inside, everything was cool and dark. Strings of creepers and moss hung from the girders and gantries which stretched overhead, and thin beams of sunlight filtered down through cracks in the fuselage high above. Everything was rusted and looked as if it had not been disturbed for years, not since the wing fortress had plummeted from the sky. Sonic looked down. Under his feet, through the metal floor was bright and shiny, as if it had all been polished recently. That was suspicious, but it also looked a problem. The clean metal did not show any Burrowbot tracks. I'm just going to pause for a brief aside here. So yeah, all of these 4 novels seem to be set in between Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but obviously they were all written before Sonic 3 and Knuckles, yeah. Anyway, Sonic looked around him and sniffed the cool air. It smelled of rust and moist moss, but just faintly you could detect a tint of hot motor oil, and it seemed to be coming from one of the corridors that led away into the depths of the ship, towards the rear where the Wing Fortress' huge jet engine had been. At that very moment, a faint sound came from that direction. Without a second's thought, Sonic sprinted down the corridor, every step sending a hollow booming sound echoing through the deserted ship. Did you say deserted? Not anymore, the Blue Hedgehog realised as he saw out at the end of the corridor into a huge room. All the animals in Green Hills owners assumed that the massive flying machine had been abandoned after it had crashed, but this room was filled with polished, shining equipment stacked up to the ceiling. Someone had obviously been busy here. In the middle of the room was a stack of wooden crates, each marked with incomprehensible symbols, and in front of them stood 2 Burrobots, their red and blue shapes glistening from the neon lights overhead. They looked like human beings, except made of metal. Instead of legs, they had large, solidly built caterpillar tracks. Each round metal head was topped with a red baseball cap, and each one had a large cone-shaped drill instead of a nose. The drill was spinning viciously, and a low humming noise which reverberated around the large room. There was no sign of Iggy anywhere. "Not one step closer, Hog," greeted one of the 2 Barrobots, sneering at him from under the rim of its grubby baseball cap. "What have you done with the mouse?" demanded Sonic. "Let her go." The 2 robots looked at each other and sniggered in a high-pitched mechanical giggle. They were clearly not going to answer him. Sonic took a few paces into the room towards the Durian droids, and turned as he felt something hit the floor behind him. The metal panels buckled and burst, and 2 other Burrobots leaped from the hole they had created, their red-nosed cones buzzing as they advanced. Sonic stood his ground. "Where's the mouse?" he demanded again. "This is your last chance." "No, Sonic, this is your last chance," one of the robots sniggered, as the 4 metal creations, each one nearly towards Sonic himself, advanced towards him. The hedgehog ignored their taunts, but he was straining his hearing, trying to catch a stray sound. There it was again, a faint but familiar voice saying, "Help me! Help me!" But where was it coming from? Our hero twisted his head around, ears swiveling like pointy blue radar dishes to pick up the sound that seemed to be coming from inside one of the advancing Burrobots. Sonic leaped high into the air, spinning his blue body like a Catherine wheel until his blue spokes were a circle of whirring points, and then dropped down to the bots, who had all stopped moving and turned to gorp up at him. The rotating hedgehog's body slammed into the first one, smashing his metal frame into shrapnel and bouncing back into the air. The other 3 robots suddenly realised that they had a real fight on their hands and began to back away, but their caterpillar treads were too slow and the metal floor was too slippery for them to get a proper grip. Sonic walloped into the nearest one, sending it skidding across the floor into the third, and the 2 spread out the control across the room to crash into the wall where they exploded. Sonic advanced onto the third final Robot, which was retreating away from it as fast as its treads could carry it. And now, it said in a worried voice, it's down to you, and it's down to me. Sonic advanced further. If you wish the mouse hurt, by all means keep moving forward, the bot continued. If Biobots had been programmed to sweat, this one would have had beads of industrial lubricant pouring down its smooth metal forehead and dripping off the end of its drilling nose. Sonic kept moving forward. Suddenly the tension was broken by the sound from inside the robot's chest. Sonic! Squeaked a voice. Get me out of here! The Biobot stared down at his stomach. Shut up in there! Sonic took a fast step forward, swung his white fist and gave the robot a solid thwack on the chin. Punched him in the face. His round head flew off against his shoulders and hurled across the room. It bounced against the far wall, fell to the floor, and rolled in the centre of the room with a surprised and hurt expression on its metal features. Then it blew up with a sorry puff of dirty grey smoke. Sonic helped E climb out of the remains of the robot's body. The mouse's white fur was covered in greasy stains, but she was unhurt and very grateful to be free again. Thank you, Sonic, she said. You're really a superhero. I know, Sonic said. Iggy looked up to him. That's not very modest. Hey, when you're cool as I am, who needs modesty? Sonic breezed. You know I'm good. I know I'm good. Everyone knows I'm good. So why should I pretend I'm not? Come on, let's see what's in these crates. Together they walked over to the pile of boxes and began examining them. There was at least 7, and each one was covered in odd symbols that the hedgehog did not recognise. He clambered up onto one of them. Careful, Sonic warned. I will be. Hey, look, said the mouse. There's something written here. What does it say? It says, Big Brother, WYSIWYG output device, WAD 890. For use of networks, batteries not included. This side up, use no hooks. Do not drop, fold, spindle, mutilate or broil. For external use only. Keep away from children, pets, magnets, or direct sunlight under 3 years old. Do not operate while the train is standing in the station. Just say no. Investments can go up and down as well as up. Okay, Sonic interjected. I think we have enough of that. But it's the thing we need to get the others out of the computer system. At least that was what Tails said. He bent down, picked up a stray arm from one of the smashed Burrow-bots, and used it to prise open the largest crate. Inside was a huge amount of polystyrene packing peanuts. The hedgehog and mouse burrowed through them and finally came up with an instruction manual. Sonic opened it at page 1. Here we go. Congratulations on choosing the Big Brother WYSIWYG output device WAD 890 for your computer network, it said. What's WYSIWYG and when's it at home? It sounds like a rocket-powered hairpiece, but that can't be right. It stands for what you see is what you get, Iggy said, looking up from examining something she'd found in the crate. It's a computer thing. You wouldn't understand. Okay, said Sonic, continue reading. Once you assemble this fine piece of equipment, it will produce full free versions of any design stored on your system. Any design? Wow, that's a cool piece of kit. Kit is the right word, Iggy moaned. The service from the sea of packing peanuts in the large crate. He held more oddly shaped pieces of metal and plastic in either hand. The crate is full of these bits and pieces, and I think we're going to have to build the machine ourselves. It'll take hours. Nuts, Sonic was saying, and stopped himself as he realised he would make himself feel hungry. Trust Robotnik to do the cheapskate thing and save a few beans by buying the kit version. It's okay for him. He has robots build stuff for him. I don't suppose Big Brother bothered to include a toolkit today. He dived back into the packing case and reserviced with a small single screwdriver. Sonic looked at it, then at her, then at it again. I guess we have to improvise, he said glumly. Once the rest of the crates had been broken open and the part of the laser output device spread across the floor, according to a diagram that Iggy had found taped to the underside of the largest crate's lid, the two animals realised that the situation was not as bad as it seemed at first. Most of the parts of the machine soldered or clipped together quite easily, without any screws, bolts or glue. The trouble was that the diagram that Iggy found had all instructions in some other language that seemed to be a mixture between Double Dutch, Treble Japanese, quantum physics and gobbledygook, which is not all clear exactly what bit went where and why. Sonic desperately flipped through the instruction manual, which at least was in a language he could read, but only told him to do with the machine once it was built. It's like a giant jigsaw, he complained, digging the last piece out of the final crate. I mean, most of these parts could fit anywhere. She held up a particularly strange part of the device, round like a ball, with a hole through the middle and a keypad attached to it by a cord. What do you suppose this bit is, he asked. Input, output, shotput, caput? I know what you mean, Sonic said, studying something that looked like a doll's house table with 2 kilometres of thin wire around it. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? All we know is that it fits together right, or we'll end up with a big pile of burnt out circuits, and our powers will be stuck inside the computer forever, so be careful. They set to work. Sonic concentrated hard on a diagram. It might have been the wrong language, but it was the best voice they had. He knew that Tails was depending on him, assuming that Tails had got away from the thing that was chasing him, which he couldn't be sure about. He also knew that the Fox was probably being chased by more of Robotnik's diabolic security devices inside the chips of the computer network, so that the device had to be finished as soon as possible. On his own, Tails was a fast runner and could probably dash his way around the planet, zipping from computer to computer down the huge network of wires that Sonic had helped his old friend Obi Kinstable lay through the zones. But if he had found the other animals, and he would be looking after them, and they would really slow him down, it would be a sitting target. That thought gave Sonic a sense of urgency, and he gave the work an extra burst. After several long minutes, the voice had begun to take shape, as the two of them frantically slotted pieces together, fitted wires into junction boxes, installed circuit boards and plugged cables into sockets. It stood about 3 times as tall as Sonic himself, and the outside was made of steel plates riveted together and covered in a thin plastic coating. At the bottom of the machine, at Sonic's eye level, Robotnik's too, the head reminded himself, was a row of buttons and lights, and above that was a large slot. At the back of the machine, beside the slots, so that the heat out, one thick cable led out of the back. This plugged into a large socket in the wall beside one of Robotnik's computer monitors, which showing the picture of the test car. Robotnik sitting by a blackboard, so playing noughts and crosses with one of his Motobug robots. It's like the BBC test card, yeah, back in the day. The fat scientist was about to place his 5th cross to win the game, and it looked as though the Motobug had not had a turn yet. As Sonic plugged the end of the cable into the wall socket, Iggy stuck her head out of the slot in the front of the machine, hanging upside down by her tail from something inside. I think we're done, she said, except I can't find anywhere to fit this last piece. She brandished a strange red component with a grabber or pincer at the end of it. Sonic laughed out loud. That's not a piece of the machine, he said. That's a piece of one of the Burrobots we smashed. Come on, it's a moment of truth time. He reached up and lifted Iggy down from the slot, then placed a small white mouse on his shoulder so that she was at the same level as the panel of buttons. Oh, can I? She asked. When Sonic nodded, she reached out and flicked the on switch. Nothing happened. Nothing's happening, she said. You're right, Sonic said. Clever you to spot that. Maybe there's a future for you in this hero business. You think so? Asked Iggy. No, not really, Sonic said. Where's that instruction manual gone? Iggy stood up, bounced precariously on his shoulder for a moment, and then jumped onto it from the nearest crate, which was still full of polystyrene packing pieces. Small chunks of expanded fluff flew into the air like a synthetic snowstorm, and the mouse service moment from later with the pamphlet in her paws. Here it is, she said. Big Brother WYSIWYG output device WAD 890. For use with networks, batteries not included, this side. That's it, Sonic exclaimed. No batteries, no power. And it looks like a thing that's going to require a lot of power. Does it say how much? The white mouse flipped through the book. Page 18, here it is. The number of AA batteries required to power the WAD 890 is 860. Alternatively, you can use a power feed from your nearest high voltage electricity cable. Contact your local mad scientist for details. Terrific. Where are we going to find power like that? She closed the book and flung it across the room. Sonic looked up at the machine. Robotnik wouldn't have had all this stuff boy here unless there was somewhere he could plug it in, he said. But where? This place is like a ruin. There had been no power here since it fell out of the sky. Hang on. An idea was forming in his head. Quiet, he shushed. Iggy looked up from where she was sitting, but was sensible enough not to ask why. Together the two of them stood still and listened to the sound of the ship around them. Sonic's sensitive hero hedgehog hearing tuned into every noise. In the distance there was a very faint irregular clanging like a piece of loose metal blown in the wind. But Sonic ignored that. There was a faint humming out of the fan in the computer monitor behind the latest laser output device, but he ignored that. There was Iggy's shallow breathing, but he ignored that. There was only one strange noise left, a low thrumming noise from below her feet. Of course, Sonic is saying with cleavage fingers, making Iggy jump. The Wing Fortress power plant, it's right below us. When Robotnik repaired his place, he must have rebuilt that as well. How long he's been working here without us knowing. It's a perfect place for a secret headquarters. That's all very well, Iggy said, but how do we get down to it? And how do we get power out? We can't exactly call out Robotnik and ask him. Getting down is easy, Sonic said, pointing to the holes in the floor where the two robots had leaped through. And then we can ask the fat controller, and he can ask his computer. He pointed out with his thumb at the screen on the other side of the room. Iggy looked at him and looked dubious. Won't we get sucked in? Sonic's forehead creased in thought. He hadn't thought about that. Only one way to find out, he said. Where's that robot's arm? He passed it over, and the hedgehog carefully lobbed it across the room towards the screen. It bounced back and landed on the computer's keyboard. A large letter J appeared on the screen, but nothing else happened. There, it's safe, Sonic said. Of course, if it's the one Robotnik was going to use, it would be. Now, do you want to do the typing, or do you want to go down to the depths of the ship? Iggy looked worried. Neither, she admitted. But back in the Mystic Cave Zone, I was a bit of a computer expert. Iggy the hacker they called me. Great, Sonic said. Get in there and tell me what I ought to be doing. And shout loud, because these floors are pretty solid. Without another word, he rushed over to the edge of the holes the robots had made and dropped down to the decks. It was dark down there. It took the hedgehog's keen eyes a few seconds to adjust to the gloom. Although the space around him was dark, ahead of him he could see a single large object, which seemed to be glowing from a light inside it. It looked like a large flat flying saucer, the type you might see in bad old black and white movies, but it was probably a desk. There was no one of Robotnik's computer terminal sitting on top of it, so he approached him cautiously, taking him one step at a time. Something wrapped around his leg and he stumbled and fell. A snake! A tripwire! A lasso! A snare! He shouted, flying to the ground and trying to fight the thing, and then, when he realised it wasn't fighting back, he sat up and felt it. Oh, he said sheepishly, finding a plug at one end. It's an electric flex. He wrapped it around his leg, curled it up, and carried on towards the glowing thing. He could feel the low vibration and humming growing stronger as he got closer, and Sonic felt the spikes on his neck standing up. It was much bigger than it had seemed at first, and as Sonic drew closer, he knew it was covered with dials and readouts, and screens and keyboards, and buttons, and knobs and switches and sockets, and a half-eaten egg sandwich. Robotnik's been here alright, he said grimly, then looked upwards at the ceiling. How's it going up there? He shouted. Pretty good, Iggy's high voice squeaked back faintly. There should be a socket on the control desk where you can plug in a power cable. Sonic looked at the plug in his hand. Convenient, that, he said, and pushed it into the only socket on the desk that looked right. It slid home, a perfect fit. Is that it? He shouted. You've got to type in a password before we can try to get any power out, Kenny replied. Hang on, I've almost found it. Is there a keyboard there? Yes. Then type in. There was a pause and a giggle. Type in. Sonic is an excruciatingly egotistical enemy of egg lovers everywhere. Sonic could not quite believe what he had heard. That's it, he asked. That's the password, replied Iggy from above. Is that excruciating with an X? Or a double G and an S? Asked the hedgehog. Double G S, echoed down from above. Sonic typed it in. There was a click, the humming sound rose slightly, and the news of 3 of the dials on the disc jumped. Sonic bent to pick up the corded cable as the voice came again. Be careful, that cable will be carrying enough electricity to turn you into hedgehog flambe. What's that? Sonic yelled up. His idea of good food coming in flat boxes marked pizzas to go. Burnt to a crisp. Now she tells me, Sonic muttered as he carefully picked up the reel of cable, making sure not to touch the exploded wires on its free end. Then he slung it over one shoulder and headed back, away from the glowing desk towards the holes in the ceiling. You could see Iggy, who was standing above the hole. Her position meant that even less light was filtering down than before. Throw the cable up to me, she said. I'll tie it to something and you can climb up it. This bit's safe. It's only the end that's dangerous. Sonic whirled the cord of the flex around his head and flung it to the waiting mouse. The moment it left its hand, something large and heavy hit him in the small of the back, knocking him to the floor. Oof! Sonic cried. He tried looking over his shoulder to see what it was, but the thing was sitting on his back and holding him down. It was very heavy indeed, and he could hardly move. He just caught a glimpse of a sturdy caterpillar truck out of the corner of his eye. Something was making a high-pitched whining, whirring sound. It could be a robot, but Sonic didn't think so. The shape of the treads seemed wrong, and there was one thing Sonic knew about. It was the shape of Robotnik's badniks. There was a creaking of a door, and something or someone stepped out of the deep shadows in front of the prone hedgehog. A small point of light illuminated the newcomer's face from below, casting strange shadows around his eyes and making the huge moustache twitch menacingly. Sonic grimaced as he recognised the podgy features of Dr. Robotnik. "Ha ha ha!" laughed the evil genius typically. "I never thought of you as a Boy Scout, Sonic, and you've done your good deed for the day, building my lovely output device for me. Thank you so much! Ha ha ha!" Sonic stared up at his arch enemy. "Robotnik, you twisted creep," he said. "You were down here all the time. Stop holding that torch on your chin to make yourself even more sinister. What you're doing is giving me a good look up your nostrils. I can see your magic nose goblin collection, and it's really, really gross." "Sonic," came a little voice from above them. It was Iggy holding the cable. "What should I do?" She looked very worried. "Plug in the cable fast," the Hedgehog shouted to her, his voice suddenly serious. "Turn the machine on. Get Tails and the others out of the computer. They're the only hope I've got." "You've no hope at all, you hapless hedgehogs," dear Robotnik. "By the time she has the machine switched on, the ground on your back would have filled you full of holes. Ha 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 ha!" His manic laughter filled his dark space. Sonic tried to twist around, but the weight on his back kept him pinned down. Grounds were rebuilt, improved versions of Burrobots, larger, heavier and faster, with their arms replaced by two more vicious drills. Worse, they had even less of. Sonic could feel the draft created by the three spinning drill chips as they moved closer to his back and head. "Not the spikes," he pleaded. "Don't mess with my spikes." The grounder paid no attention, and Robotnik's only reaction was to laugh even louder. Above the racket, Sonic could just hear the sound of Iggy's mousy voice giving a cry of anguish. "It's no good, Sonic," she squeaked. "I've tried everything, but the output device won't work. I can't get the others out. What should I do?" "Good question," the hedgehog yelled. "If you have any ideas, let me know." In front of him, Robotnik was laughing so hard that he looked like he might explode. The grounder's drill tips began to eat away at the trapped hedgehog spikes. Whoa. Sonic's in some serious shit. Now, Chapter 4, User Unfriendly, and then we're back to Tails. Tails, meanwhile, had been left staring at a blank grey screen in the video card section of the computer itself, with a low rumbling sound in the background rapidly getting louder and louder. You remember, it was dead scary. "Sonic! Sonic!" Tails repeated one last time, but the grey screen that part above his head remained empty. Nothing out there was responding. He felt the ground shift under his feet again and looked around. The silver path that he was standing on was moving, twisting and writhing as if it had come alive. As his Sonic's thoughts gulped, a section in the distance seemed to break in two, and the end of the part he was standing on came snaking towards him in tremendous speed, as it was being rolled up or eaten away or something. Tails hurriedly stepped backward under the sign, which announced he was arriving in Node 187 ABH, and back into the open area. "I better get out here fast, but where to?" he wondered out loud. The last parts of the hallway he had been standing on a moment before slid away and disappeared, leaving the rim of the large metal platform as one unbroken curve. The letters on the sign above his head slid into new shapes, forming a new message in bright red letters. "Access to video card denied." Tails backed away from it in case the metal floor he was standing on might disappear as well, but it seemed to be stable. He turned and jogged towards the silvered surface, towards one of the other signs that dotted its outer edge, slowing the way onto the other silver part that led off from his place. But as he reached the first one, expanded memory, he saw to his horror the end of the pathway sliding back towards him to merge seamlessly with the edge of the node where he was standing. The sign above it wavered and changed as the other one had, so now it read "Expanded memory not available." Below the sign where the path had been a moment ago, at the metal edge of the node platform dropped away at the edge of the cliff. The bottom of the chasm was hidden in shadows far below. "Crikey!" exclaimed Tails, walking rather tensely back towards the centre of the space, where the screen set into the metal floor was. Where he'd last seen it, there had been a list of various locations on it. Now as he reached it and looked down, he see the list was still there, but still the entries on it were now followed by the words "Access denied from this node." And as he watched, the same message appeared by two more entries. Behind him, the rumbling sound was now very loud indeed. He turned around slowly, fairly certain that he was not going to like what he saw, and he was right. Way above him floated an enormous, thing. Tails squinted his eyes and scratched his head, but he could not make out exactly what it meant to be. It looked like a collection of tubes stood on end, and with upturned onions stuck on each top of each one. The whole thing hung together in a particularly strange and eerie way, Basically, Tails saw something that big and ungainly could not stay in the air very long before it realised that the laws of gravity was not optional. Then he reminded himself that he was on a computer, and the only laws were the ones that had been programmed into it. If it on the side of the mountain wanted to fly, then it probably could. Tails wasn't going to argue with it. No, sir. Above the roaring sound, a loud and curiously accented voice boomed out from the flying thing. "Halt, Comrade Fox," it declared. "You are a treacherous lickspittle capitalist running dog computer virus, declared enemy of the CCCP. CCCP? Tails repeated aloud. Communal Collective of Computer Programs, the voice boomed. Normally to silicon mines you would be sent, and they are full of decadent capitalist spreadsheets and counter programs. You're instead supreme enemy of CCCP. We will bury you. Tails had been catching about one word in three of the flying shots' speech, but a large hatch on the underside slid open and a huge block tumbled out end over end. He quickly got the idea of what was going on. The block, a huge L shape, 5 times as tall as he was, held down out of the sky and landed with a thump beside him, shaking the ground. As he looked up, another enormous block, this one a T shape, was ordered to fell towards the fox far below, so they parried in Tetris. Tails dodged out of the way as the block crashed into the ground and grabbed for the black box he had taken off the Stoik Witch earlier on. He pulled it out of his pocket and snapped at the go-to button on it. The small screen lit up as the words "All destinations inaccessible. Eat block virus scum" scrawled across it. Tails snarled in frustration and gasped in surprise as something very large cast a dark shadow over him. He dove aside as another block ploughed into the ground beside him. This one a long thin one. Its far end struck out over the edge of the node platform, and its near end was lying against the L shape. Where the two blocks touched, they merged together to become one. Tails looked at the joint. "If I can't go anywhere because all paths have been cut off, yoinks," he said, leaping away as a big square block almost crossed him flat. "The only way I can get out is by building a bridge, and this, Struth, that was close. This rain of bricks looks like a good place to start. Now, if only I can gazooks. If I can get that floating thing to drop them onto each other, then bogus. Then I might be able to get off this metal island and alley-oop for my friends." Another long thin block fell on the bottom of the thing and smashed into the floor where Tails had been standing a minute for a moment earlier. The fast fox leaped onto it and rushed to its far end, but struck out over the edge of the chasm that separated the node from the silver pathways which he could still see in the distance. "Bury me, eh?" he yelled. "You couldn't hit the side of the barn door if you were holding the handle." It was not the most original insult he'd come up with, but it certainly did the trick. A T-shaped piece, hurled down from above, landed on the end of the block where Tails had been standing and sticking to it. The fox had darted out of the way a moment before it hit, and his bridge was now another section longer. "Your mother wears army boots," Tails yelled. A useless S-shaped block fell from above and missed the bridge completely. That insult didn't seem to have done the trick. How do you insult a computer program?" he pondered. "You're so stupid, you make a pocket calculator look clever," he tried. Another long, thin piece hurtled down, hitting the T-shape. The two pieces joined together. Tails wondered for a moment just how stable a bridge like this was going to be, but decided it was more fun to figure new insults. "Better close that hatch. Your transistors are showing," he called, and was rewarded with a reverse L shape, which stretched his bridge still further. One of the silver pathways was very close now. Tails wondered about trying to jump it, but decided to play safe instead. "You vacuum tube, you low resolution, 1K, valve driven, punch card program, obsolete pile of junk," he cried happily, leaping from one new piece to the new piece as the bridge grew, stretching further and further across the huge gap. "You CPM base, alpha test pile of useless bug-filled programs. You nasty black and white 2-bit console." That did it. The hatch on the thing's underside burst open and objects began pouring out of it at incredible speed. They hurtled past the bridge, some smacking into it and sticking, others rushing within centimetres of the edges. And it was all that Tails could do to avoid them all. He leaped from piece to piece, bounding across his construction towards the far end, which was getting closer and closer to the silver path. Suddenly, a solid square block hit the section he was standing on, and the whole structure shook. Tails staggered, lost his footing, and slipped off the edge of the piece. His flailing arms caught onto the edge, and he hung there by the tips of his fingers, while massive blocks whistled down around him, and the whole bridge shook under the impact. Any moment he was sure that a last block would fall from the sky. He crossed his fingers flat, and he would fall down into the chasm below. He watched a Z-shaped block disappear into the depths. It seemed to fall endlessly, getting smaller and smaller, but never disappearing or hitting the bottom. Suddenly another block stopped the bridge with an impact that sent vibrations down Tails' arm. It stuck to the superstructure near him. It was an L shape, and the bottom arm of the L was hanging below down to the side of his feet, like a shelf. The fox glanced up, saw another block headed his way, took a chance, and flung his agile body from where he had been hanging on tip of the L, just as a long piece crashed into the spot where his fingers had been gripping the edge the moment before. Awesome! Tails snatched a quick sigh of relief, knowing he could not relax yet, and looked around. The edge of the silver path was only a few metres away, and there was just enough room on the L shape for a run-up. He took a pace back and several fast paces forward, hurled himself up towards him, and landed safely on the edge of the pathway. Above him, a sound of rays echoed from the flying fortress, and the rain of bricks and blocks stopped. "So, comrade, you think you have outwitted us? No, for we have only just begun to fight, and we will not rest until your pixels are thrown to the four winds." The large hatch slid closed. But as Tails watched, another one began to slide open. Quickly he pulled out the black box, pointed out the pathway and pressed the identify button. The screen flashed the words "memory cache." "Great!" exulted Tails. "That's just where we want to go." There was a loud crack from behind him, and he swirled around to see a large black ball which must have been dropped from the CCP headquarters overhead. He pointed his black box at it and hit identify again. The screen read "trouble with a capital T." Tails gulped, keeping his eyes on the ball. He had a strange feeling that something inside its shiny black surface was watching him. Then slowly and ominously it began to roll towards him. It made no sound at all, but it was definitely picking up speed and heading straight for him. "My sainted aunt!" Tails exclaimed, backing away. The ball kept coming. It looked very heavy and very purposeful. Tails could see his own reflection in its surface, and his face looked very worried. It also looked really strange, reflected in the curved surface, like he was some balloon fox or something, but he had no time to laugh how stupid he looked. "Sonic always said that discretion was the better part of valour," Tails said, "and this creature's getting out of here." He turned on his smart red heels and tore away down the small pathway as fast as his pounding legs and wherein Tails could carry him. Barely could consider that if he was going to be a true hero, he would have to think up much better sardonic puns than that one. He could not tell if the ball was following him or not, but after a minute of all-out running, he risked a glance back over his shoulder. It was right behind him, rolling silently and deadly like a big round black ghost. "Ah!" the fox shouted, for once unable to think of a more suitable word. He increased his speed. The ball stayed right behind him, still getting closer and closer. Frantically the fox tried to think of something he could do, but running at top speed is not the best way to get the brain working on great plans. If only that black box could do something. "Yeah!" he yelled, grabbing for the strange voice. "The go-to button!" You probably never tried punching the buttons on a small handheld contraption about the size of a TV remote control, or run at several hundred kilometres an hour, or pursued by a sinister black spear. Believe us when we say that it's very difficult. Tails kept getting letters wrong, but if he slowed down as the black ball got close to his heels, and if he tried to accelerate a zigzag, the letters only got more wrong. Finally, the screen displayed the words "memory cache," without any typing here at all, and just as it seemed certain that the ball was going to overtake him and run him over, squashing him into a fox-flavoured flapjack. Tails pressed the go-to button. It was if a large invisible chair had suddenly appeared under him, scooped him up, and scooted him across the shining pathway at twice the speed of a pizza delivery van. Curves and bends flashed by in a blur. Tails glanced backwards, and the black spear was a tiny dot way behind him, still rolling after him, but much too slow now. And distance ahead of him, a large dove shape appeared on the horizon. Tails' first reaction was to think of it was a giant many-legged insect, but as he sped towards it, its visible carrier, he could see that it was some kind of huge structure or building made of a friendly matte black material, trendy, suspended across the ground on a row of silvery legs, about 30 on each side. A cluster of wiry aerials and antennae sprouted from its roof, and Tails could see small moving things zipping up and down the silvery legs as if they were on small fast lifts. Whatever the structure was, the force that was given from its lift was headed straight for it, and Tails was happy to sit back and enjoy the ride. The building drew closer and closer, the black ball was left further and further behind, and Tails grew happier and happier. Yippee! He excited. It's great. I wonder if I could use this thing back in the zone. It's even faster than Sonic. I wonder what that building is. It's getting awfully close. He pointed the black box at it and pressed the identify button. The screen lit up. And there were central memory caps scored across from left to right across it. Tails squinted ahead into the rustling wind. They're getting very close to the building now, and the strange force that was carrying him down the silver pathway did not seem to be slowing down at all. If anything, it was getting faster. Tails looked around and noticed that the silver pathway was leading directly toward one of the legs of the building. The other silver paths that ran beside this one zigzagged away to the horizon, were each leading up to a different leg. The strange shaped objects and creatures zipped across them at great speed, some heading towards the big black structure, others heading away from it. Off in the far distance you could see the other structures just like it. It's a massive silicon chip, said Tails, as realisation dawned on his face. It's quite Lawnmower Man, isn't it? As I said earlier. From the quickly born expression which said, I have a really, really bad feeling about this. The fox tried to stand up and front the unseen thing or was travelling on, but the wind resistance made it hard for him to keep his balance. Okay, I think this is far enough, he said out loud, in case the thing could hear him. Really, we don't need to go in there. It's been a great trip, and I'll be happy to travel this way again, but you drop me off here, anywhere here. This should be fine. Go on, stop. Please stop. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The invisible force reached the base of the ship's massive metal leg, and without stopping, turned through 90 degrees and shot upwards through the dark block above. Tails tried to grab onto something as the speed threatened to pull him off and drop him to the ground, but holding onto an invisible thing is pretty hard. He jabbed madly at the buttons on the black box, but nothing happened. Oh no, he shouted, his eyes firmly closed. I'm too young to die. Heck, I'm too cute to die. Help! Stop! Help! The thing reached the top of the leg, zipped through another right-angled turn and headed straight for the side of the ship. Tails opened his eyes just in time to see the walls zooming up in front of him, and several things happened at once. These were as follows. A tiny hole appeared in the side of the ship just ahead of the frantic fox and expanded very fast, making a fox-sized opening in the sheer black wall. The strange force that had been carrying Tails suddenly stopped. Tails didn't. He flew forward through the air, straight into the hole. Sensibly, the moment he realised what was happening, he rolled himself into a ball, tucked down between his paws, so that all that was showing was his back and the toss of his twin tails. It was the trick he had learned from Sonic, and it all worked well. It was better protected like this, and fitted more easily through tight spaces, and the tunnel he had landed in was a very tight space. He zipped along it, like a pea in a very twisted pea shooter, spinning around corners, shooting around loops, and sometimes he thought, flying over gaps. It was like a ride on the maddest, most frightening roller coaster ever built. Whoa! Tails yelled, as far as he felt himself flying through mid-air in a long curve, and then down and down and down. He changed himself for the landing, bounced 3 times, and slid across the 6th surface he had landed on, until he finally came to a standstill. His cold wet nose pressed up against the wall. He lay there for a moment, getting his breath back, and then rolled over and opened his eyes. It was dark. Hello, Tails, said a friendly voice. I didn't expect to see you here. Joe Susie? Is that you? It's me, answered the voice, and as Tails' eyes began to adjust to the lack of light, he looked around and saw his walrus friend from the Green Hill Zone. Behind him, in the semi-darkness, were other faces he recognised. Many, many others. Many, many, many others. You get the picture. Lots. Who's in here with us? He asked. Everyone, said Joe. Well, almost everyone. We reckon there's only about 8 people from the whole of Mobius who aren't here, and Sonic and you were 2 of them. There are flocks and herds and packs and coveys and pods and niches of us here. If we weren't trapped in the middle of wherever this is, we could have a really excellent party. But here we are, trapped, that is. Oh, said Tails, his heart sinking. Things looked bad. He'd hoped he could rescue his friends, and now he was trapped in the same way as they were. Still, he thought, I had to put a brave face on. I'm the only hero around here right now, and they'll expect me to have some way of getting them out. So, Joe said, his whiskery moustache wobbling on his upper lip, what's the plan? Tails said. It's a sort of secret plan. He raised his hands and realised that he was still holding the black box. He must have managed to keep a tight grip on it as he slid through the tunnel. Stand back, everyone, he instructed. Then pointed the voice at the wall and pressed the delete button. The small machine glowed for a moment and a stream of words began to flow across its screen. Security level 2, not enough to deactivate memory cats, it read. CCCP reports light switch deactivated by rogue program. Anything using the Slight Witch handset must be a rogue program. This handset will now self-destruct. Have a nice day. Tails jumped and the voice tumbled to the floor, glowing brighter and brighter. The fox kicked it away from himself and the other animals and it slid over to the wall. There was a small flash and a rather pathetic bang, and it disintegrated into a cloud of smoke. The cloud applauded dutifully. Tails turned around to face them, trying to think of how to explain what had just happened was an accident, not part of the plan at all, and actually he didn't have a plan. A sea of open, trusting eyes gazed at him in full hero worship mode. Actually, the fox began, and then stopped again as he felt the floor tremble. What's that? Asked the rabbit, probably one of Johnny Lightfoot's many friends and relations. The shaking got more violent, and a faint crash echoed through the dark chamber. Tails worked out what was going on. Everyone move away, he yelled, backing away. The frightened colours scattered. The fox kept his eyes on the spot of the wall where the sound seemed to have come from. Even in the faint light, you could see that it was wobbling as something thudded against it from the other side. A crack appeared. A piece of wall flaked away and fell to the ground, followed by another. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, the whole wall gave way and rolled peeled into the room, followed by a huge sinister shape of the big black bull. It rolled slowly into the room with a faint crunching noise and stopped, as if it was waiting for something. Tails could sense the people around him holding their breath. He gulped and stepped forward. It's me you want, he said. Leave the others alone. The bull did not move. Tails glanced around. He reckoned that with a good jump and a spin attack, he could bounce off the top of the bull and rush off down the tunnel it had dug before he could react and chase after him. It was a gamble he knew he would have to take to protect his friends. He could not understand why the bull was not moving. See you guys back in the green hill zone, he shouted, and leaped into the air, spinning like a yo-yo, heading toward the top of the bull. As he zoomed in for impact, a green beam of light from the tunnel illuminated the bull's surface. He could see that it was covered in tiny cracks. Then he hit it. The ball exploded with a burst of black powder which stripped so to the floor. A very surprised Tails landed upon its remains, his face and front covered with the stuff. Wow, he said. It must have busted itself up beating its way in here, and then knocked it out. Yay, Tails! Great plan, you're a hero! Wow, shouted the others. Tails smiled to himself. It had been a complete accident, the others did not know that. He took a quick bow and spotted something in the middle of the pile of dark dust the ball had left. He picked it up and knocked the debris off it. It was another black box, slightly bigger and shinier than the last one, with the last number 5 printed above its screen. Tails grinned and then turned to the tunnel. Come on, he shouted. Cluster around me. We've got to get to an output device. The animals crowded around him, standing on each other's shoulders to get closer. Tails punched in the words WYSIWYG output device and pressed the go-to button. Whoa and R and bogus erupted from several hundred throats simultaneously as the combined crew was lifted off the ground and zipped away down the tunnel by an unseen force, out of the tunnel, straight down one of the silver legs and out onto another of the wide shining path. Tails thought he heard one of the rabbits shout, Cowabunga, but he wasn't so sure. He smiled to himself. Sonic must have found a device and set it up. Whether the hedgehog could work out how to get them all out through it or not was another matter. The journey to the output device seemed to take longer than the last one. The red sky above the path changed to green. The path narrowed at first and then widened out again until it looked like a vast silver motorway stretching into the distance. Whatever force of transporting the animals had shaped itself to carry all of them safely. Tails checked often, but nobody, not even the smallest bluebird or dopiest turtle, had fallen off. After a while, something appeared on the horizon. Tails blinked to rub his eyes, and still looked like a giant eyeball to him. A robotic, multi-sided eyeball. It was still vast and round, and it stared down at them with a malevolent gaze, trying to follow them as they swept closer and closer to it. The iris of the eye was no fixed colour. It was constantly changing from red to orange, then yellow, green, blue, purple, and back to red again. It was an eerie effect. It was expensive too. What's that? Joe Sushi asked, waving a flipper at the approaching eyeball. Either it's the WYSIWYG output device, Tails said. It's someone teeing up for a really huge game of golf. Can you play golf inside a computer? Not as far as I know, said Tails. Then it's the output device, Joe decided, nodding wisely. Tails turned around and tried to concentrate on the journey. Given Sonic isn't a walrus, he thought, would be in a weight pickle. The eye was in the middle of a huge flat plateau of metal, and they were heading down the only pathway that led to it. Tails realised that meant if anything come down this pathway behind them, then they would be cut off from the rest of the computer and they could not escape. And he reckoned that they probably had a while before anyone caught up with them. The real problem was going to be attracting Sonic's attention and telling him they were ready to be outputted out. The invisible thing carried them forward onto the plateau that suddenly vanished. leaving him standing in front of the eyeball output device, or whatever it was. Whatever it was massive. At least 200 metres tall, or it would be if it was one normal height, thought Tails. Inside the computer are probably 5 electrons high or 2 pixels tall. Still, it was a very big eyeball. The others milled around it, waiting for Tails to do something, for something to happen. Tails stepped back, stared at the enormous construct for a moment, then pointed his black box at it and pressed the activate button. Nothing happened. "Doggone it!" exclaimed the good fox, suddenly remembering another good expression from the dictionary of out-of-date slang. "Bejabers, radishes, rats, Gordon Bennett. Every time I need this thing to do something important, it doesn't." "I think I can see why," said Joe, who had scooted himself from the smooth metal of the plateau. "Come and look at this." Tails jogged down to his blubbery friend and gasped. On the far side of the eyeball, things were very different. The floor behind it was uneven, broken and incomplete, as if it had not been finished, perhaps had been built wrong. Most importantly, a huge power cable sneaked out of a hole in the ground, leading to a socket on the side of the eyeball itself, but something had chopped it in two. Massive sparks of electricity were arcing between the two halves, making an ugly frazzing sound and giving off the heavy smell of ozone. "Uh-oh," Tails said. "It's not going to work until someone joins those two ends of cables together. What we need here is someone brave and heroic and intelligent and good looking and with a lot of good natural insulation. You, for instance, Joe." The walrus looked at him with a long face. "No, sir, I don't like it," he said. "I don't suppose you got any rubber walrus protectors?" "Nope." "Then nope to your plan," Joe said. "You're the hero. You get the prize saving us all." "Maybe not today," said Tails, an idea breaking the surface of his shallow mind. "But I know a man who can." He jogged away from the crowd of animals until he was standing in the middle of a large empty space, stared to the empty sky and took a deep lungful of air. "Hey!" he shouted. "Hey, you up there! It's me, Tails! You haven't got me yet! I'm down here! Come on! I'm waiting!" Here for a few moments there was no response, but as he strained his eyes he could just about make out several black dots, tiny black dots, far in the distance. They were getting bigger, and something large and yellow was coming down the shining silver pathway towards them, zooming at incredible speed. It looked large and dangerous. "Everyone," shouted Tails, "get in front of the eyeball. If things don't go right, it will switch on really soon." If things go right. And if things go wrong, he thought, we'll either end up back in that memory catch place, or it'll be a small chunk of deleted data. It looked like the thing on the path was going to get there before the objects in the sky. Tails herded his little friends towards the spot in front of the massive eyeball, then turned to see if the approaching yellow shape had reached the metal plateau. It had. Rolling towards him was a large yellow sphere, larger than the black ball that had chased him earlier, but just as solid and just as sinister. Tails backed away from it quickly. The ball twisted around and seemed to lock onto the fox's position. A thin dark line appeared across its smooth yellow surface, and as Tails watched, the ball split voided down it, opening up and turning from a sphere into a huge mobile mouth. Two black eyes opened around above the mouth, and the whole thing grinned evilly and headed towards Tails, his mouth opening and closing with an obscene electronic gulping sound. The fox seen enough. He turned and ran straight into a dive-bombing wing of 5 giant buzz bombers in a tight V formation, hurled down from the green sky, each with a bomb ready to fire. "Scratch plan A, run plan B," he yelled as he swerved to the right. 2 of the buzz bombers fired off their missiles at him, but he'd already dodged and they missed him, hitting the metal ground just in front of the speeding yellow mouth. It managed to twist out of the way of the explosions and kept coming. "Bother!" shouted Tails. He'd only reckoned on having to fight one lot of enemies at a time, and 2 were going to be difficult, especially if he had to get the output device working as well. He jinxed left and then right, heading across the massive eyeball to lead the aggressive programs away from the others, who were now huddled closely together in front of the eyeball's coloured shaving pupil, and ran towards the broken power cable. It lay in front of him, the jagged lines of electricity jumping between the 2 ends and throwing huge, angry sparks over the area around it. It looked very dangerous. Tails took a deep breath, and then headed for the break in the cable at top speed. The plan was risky, but it was only chance. He could already hear the yellow blob behind him, and behind that was the insistent roar of the buzz bombers' wings. They hovered, looking for a chance to follow him. It was now or never. Brackets, don't try this at home, kids. He sprinted towards the power cable, and at the last possible moment, leaped high into the air over the sparking ends to land safely on the other side. Behind him was the violent rouse-brazzle sound as the yellow blob, which either couldn't or didn't jump, hit the ends of the cable, completing the electrical circuit through its own body. Sparks shot over Tails' heads, and from the huge eyeball there was a sound of something very powerful being charged up. Suddenly a bolt of pure white light shot down from the top of the output device, soaring high into the sky like a ray of purest sunlight. Yahoo! Yippee! He exclaimed, and then yow and ouch as a buzz bomb hit the ground right in front of him. Two of the buzz bombers were right behind him, and as he spinned around the bottom of the giant eyeball, the other three appeared around the corner in front of him. He was trapped in a heinous two-way ambush. Bogus. The 5 huge robotic insects zoomed in for the attack, reaching off their glowing circular buzz bombs as the fox presently tried to get out of the way. Far above him, the giant eyeball swiveled on its base. The coloured iris turned to black, and there was a sudden sucking sound from its enormous pupil. Tails leaped right and dodged frantically to avoid the flying buzz bombs, was astonished to see his friends being lifted off the ground and sucked quickly to the gaping hole in the side of the output device. The weight beam projected from his top began to pulse with colours. As he watched, one, no, 2 of the buzz bombers were drawn into the massive machine's mighty suction and whisked away inside it. The other 3 seemed distracted, and Tails took the opportunity to pull out the black handset, punch in the words "buzz bomber" and hit the delete button. Something went ping 3 times. The last of the buzz bomb drifted slowly to the ground and blew a small crater in the metal that the 3 massive insects had disappeared. Tails sighed a sigh of relief and gasped of shock as the handset was sucked out of his grasp and up towards the highball which towered above him. Its big black opening was pointing straight at him, and all the fox could do was utter a stifled "Oh no!" as he felt himself picked up off the ground and sucked towards the dark pupil. He tried to catch hold of the edge of the hole as he flew through it, but his fingers slipped and he fell into the darkness. Something inside the eyeball grabbed him and pointed him head first upwards. Then he found himself bathed in a bright white light. With a thunder and pulse he shot upwards, hurting out the top of the eyeball and up the beam of light that projected up into the green sky and beyond. Dead ahead of him, at the end of the beam of light, there was a rectangle of complete nothingness. It looked like a huge hole in the sky, and he was heading straight for it. Blimey! Indeed. Chapter 5, Silicon Alley. So now Sonic could feel the grounder's drill bits digging into his hard points of his spikes, the vibrations rattling in his teeth and shaking his bones. Yes, we're back with Sonic now. You try and keep up at the back. Suddenly from above there was a whine and a buzz, a crunch, and Nicky gave a high-pitched shriek. Robotnik looked up from where he was standing and chortled to himself. What? Your mousy pals seem to have found something disturbing, Sonic. Still, she's too small to be any threat to us. We'll deal with her as soon as you're more full of holes in her than her. One of your plans, your head? The Hedgehog suggested, his teeth against the pane. Any moment now the drill bits would be through his spikes and into his bat. He looked up as if something blocked out the light that was coming down from the hole from the floor above. I saw the silhouette of Porker Lewis, his porn-swine friend from the Green Hill Zone. Sonic was about to shout a greeting, but Porker raised a trotter to his lips to silence his friend and pointed downwards at the top of Robotnik's bald head, which was almost directly below him. Sonic nodded surreptitiously. It's not an everyday word, is it? He understood. The pig took a step backwards and jumped down the hole, landing with a slap of bare skin against bare skin on top of the mad scientist's shiny slap head. His piggy trotters clamped down around the doctor's head, the front 2 over his eyes, the rear 2 hanging on to his ears for extra grip. Oh, it's aliens! Space invaders! Attack from above! Watch the skies! Get it off me before it sucks out my brain! Robotnik yelled. Take around the dark chamber. One foot caught in the loop in the power cable which led from the control desk to the upper floor, and the portly scientist on the floor. Hang on a minute. Power cable which led from the control desk to the upper floor, and the portly scientist went flying. He landed with an unpleasant squishy noise on the floor, where he lay wiggling his arms and legs like a beetle trapped on his back. Porker flew off his head, rolled across the ground, and picked himself up. Sonic, are you okay? He said. Do I look okay? Get this thing off me, greeted Sonic through gritted teeth. Porker took a step back. One of his trotters gave the grounder a solid smack on the side of his head, which rang by like a bell. The power robot ignored the blow, still concentrating on perforating the head target it was lying on. Any suggestions? The pig asked, nursing his trotter which looked badly bruised by the failed attack. Try a spin attack, Sonic growled then, when the pig looked doubtful. Do it, now! Porker obediently backed off, took a small run up, and threw himself into the air in a half-hearted somersault. The back of his head bounced off the robot's back, and he fell to his ground dazed. Sonic tried to help to move his friend, but the weight of the ground was simply too much. "Fear not, this is a job for a hero. Chocks away," came a voice from above, and a small orange ball of cute furry energy blazed from above, striking the ground on the very top of its domed head. The robot exploded into a trillion pieces, a casing which sailed across the room, and Tails, for which was he, landed nimbly on his feet beside Sonic. Not sure how he knew where Sonic was, but lying down on the job, my blue pal, he breathes. "You're getting too old for this hero business. Let someone younger take over, like me. I've just saved all our friends from being trapped inside Robotnik's computer. And oh my, what happened to your back?" "The grounder happened to it," Sonic said, standing up stiffly and brushing pieces of smashed robot and a little flecks of drilled spike off himself. "Is it bad?" "Well, it's very daring," said Tails. "4 neat holes. You look cool with a few spike rings hanging from them. Or maybe a chain or a safety pin or something." "That's too grunge. I'm too cool to be grunge," Sonic said. "It's okay. The spikes are like hair. They'll just grow out in a few weeks. Maybe it'll make me even lighter and aerodynamic. But hey, where'd you come from, little dude? Or where'd that bloody baddie Robotnik go?" There was no sign of the power-crazed boffin. Only a faint echo of his laughter and a slight eggy smell gave away the fact that he'd ever been there at all. "There must be a trapdoor or concealed entrance around here somewhere," Sonic said, feeling around the walls and floor. "But we won't find it until we get some real lights down there. Where'd you guys spring from anyway?" Out of that big thing upstairs," Booker said. "Tails rescued us. We were all sucked into this huge eyeball thing and shot upwards along a beam of light, and then suddenly we all tumbled out of the slot in front of that machine. Everyone else is still up there. You were ace, Tails." "Oh, it was nothing, March," said the fox, blushing slightly. "Any old superhero could have done it. Hey, I'm starving. Let's go grab a little snack, and I'll tell Sonic the story of my amazing adventure inside the computer." So obviously, 3 stars means some time's elapsed, I guess. 3 pizzas, 6 hamburgers, 8 assorted chocolate bars, 5 bags of mixed sweets, and 19 cans of various fizzy soft drinks later. It was only a snack. The 2 heroes lay on the grass outside the crash wing fortress. Around them, their 3 friends played and frolicked in the bright sunlight. "So then," said Tails, who was telling the story in turn the middle detail, "this huge flying thing appeared overhead, bigger than the wing fortress, but like it was made out of tubes. And it started dropping these really big bricks in odd shapes around down to me. I had to make them fit into each other as they landed and build them into this big solid bridge to cross over to the other side." Sonic burped gently. "Sounds like you've been playing too many video games to me," he said. "Next you'll tell me that you were chased around by a big yellow mouth that was trying to eat you." "But I was," exclaimed Tails. "Spooky. Do you suppose that Sonic is actually using characters and ideas from video games to control the inside of his computer? Or does he just have the games in there somewhere and these things have escaped from them?" "Not a problem anymore, little dude," Sonic breathed, examining his fingernails. "Now you're all safely outside the computer network. We can demolish it before Robotnik can put any of his foul plans into operation." "Did you discover any of his foul plans while you're in there, by the way?" "No," said Tails, chewing thoughtfully on a Robotnik choc bar, so called because it was short, fat and nutty. Iggy stuck her head out of the huge cheese sandwich she was munching her way through. "If you want me to find out," she said, then just give me a couple of hours with that computer. It'll be fun. I could find out exactly what he was up to." "That's a pretty good idea," Sonic said. "What do you reckon, Tails?" "Sounds good to me. But we ought to head down the wing fortress and see if we can find where Robotnik sneaked off to. He probably got the computer that controls the network down there, plus any number of horrible devices that he's been working on. Hey, what's that noise?" From the other side, one of the grassy mounds, they could hear shouting and scuffling. The 2 heroes looked at each other in surprise and then raced away from their picnic, with Iggy the white mouse in hot pursuit. They reached the top of the mound in an instant and looked down to an extraordinary scene. Yet the area before them was filled by the friends they had rescued, who were milling around in confusion. In the middle of them was Flicky the bluebird, normally a calm and sensible creature who enjoys singing and flying. Right now he's thrashing around and lashing with his wings at anyone who came within striking distance. Get her away from me, foul fungus people," he howled. "What have you done with the princess? Has the evil bad guys got her? I must find her and free her by bouncing on your heads. For I am the world-famous plumber. No job is too small, no estimate is too big. Drippy Tab's a specialty. Obviously, this is where they're going to take the mick out of Mario, basically. Suddenly you were joined by another figure. Sonic and Tails recognised it as Johnny Lightfoot, the Grey Rabbit. As he was strutting around, he was trying to look like a small fat human. "And I must be your brother," he exclaimed. "And I must be from the biggest city too. And I must wear a stupido hat and daft-looking blue overalls. And I must have a bigger bushy moustache. And I must run very slowly and say daft things in a silly fake accent. Get away from us, you nasty booger people, or I will jump on my nice dinosaur pal and get them to eat you alla up. Dinosaur, where is you?" As Sonic, Tails and Iggy watched in amazement, the confused rabbit gazed around him and his eyes spotted Tails. "Aha!" he cried, sobbing up the side of the mountain towards him. "Where have you been? I needed you to eat up out of the cactus people who are being nasty to my brother and me. Have you seen the princess? Ooh, I don't feel well. Oh, very poorly I feel. Suddenly, ooh." With that, he catched onto the grass bank, got in his stomach. Sonic dashed over to the rabbit. Something strange was happening to Johnny. It was either he was losing definition or resolution. His outline was becoming fuzzy and jagged, and his grey coat changed to a single solid block of colour. Under the skin of his stomach, something was moving and twitching. "What's happening?" he asked, worried. "Johnny?" I'm a plumber," said the rabbit faintly. From the bottom of the grass bank, someone else shouted, "No, I'm a plumber." Another voice disagreed with him. It rapidly sounded as if a full-scale punch-up was going on. Iggy disappeared beside Sonic, her pink nose twitching. "It sounded like you thought he was a character in a bad video game, and that's what he looks like now," she said. "Is that bad? Is he ill?" Sonic said. He was confused. "I've never seen anything quite like it," Iggy said. "But, straight off the top of my head, run it up the grandfather clock and see if it strikes one. I guess that if he and the others have been affected by some kind of computer virus, while they were programmed inside Robotnik's computer system, and turning them all into video game characters." "Oh no!" Sonic wailed. Johnny Lightfoot moaned again. He was looking very two-dimensional, and Sonic could see the individual pixels that his friend was made up of. That must really hurt, he thought. "But aren't we video game characters anyway?" asked Tails, who had joined them by the ailing rabbit. "Well, normally, yes," Sonic agreed, "but at the moment we're characters in the book." Look, this talk is all getting very complicated. But we've got a real problem to deal with here. What do you reckon, Iggy? "I don't know," the white mouse submitted. "I guess that the virus was activated when they came out of the computer. Logically speaking, it might be the safest place for them to be back inside there until we can figure out a way to cure the virus or stop it happening again. If we don't, then they'll probably run out of power soon and disappear. A program can't exist outside the computer unless it's stored on a floppy disk or a cartridge or something. There's no way we can do that." "Oh no," Sonic said. "We'll have to put them back into the computer after we just got them out. Bummer. Still, if you reckon that's the way to cure them, you're the expert mouse-type dude here. Let's do it. You get the computer ready, and Tails will round up all the little plumbers, right, dude?" There was no reply. "Tails?" asked Sonic, turning around. His friend was standing behind him. There was something different about the way the fox looked. Something short and plumbery. "Dun dun dun. You would never get me," the fox squeaked, turning around and dashing away. But almost immediately he tripped over a tree root and went flying head and further to the ground. Sonic sprinted over and picked up the limp body of his friend, who was already beginning to twist and change from his normal smooth shape into the bitty boxy look of a cheap video game character. The proper laying into Mario here. "Get the computer ready," he said. "This is worse than we thought. I mean, that's where I sound, Mario. He's okay, but I much prefer Sonic." But anyway, a few minutes later, Sonic stood inside the Wing Fortress and watched Iggy typed a long series of instructions into the computer. In another part of the crashed aerial monolith, he could hear the sounds of all those who had not yet fallen unconscious, arguing about which of them was one brother and which was the other, and how they were going to find the secret power-up that would let them get out of their locked room. Sonic spun the room's key around on his finger. He hated having to lock up his friends, but it's only for a short while and it's for their own good. He just hoped that the ones who had got a bad case of the virus, and they would already turned to computer graphic versions of themselves, would be okay until he was able to get them back from the system. "Nearly there," said Iggy, her mousy finger skipping across the keyboard. "I'm calling up the program which will set up a computer screen to scan anyone who touches the machine, and then transformed them into the new program inside the machine circuits. You know, Robotnik had stored the program with his games. There are a lot of odd stuff in there, I can tell you. She paused for a second, peering at the screen. Okay, that's it, she said. The program should start running again right about now. Ah! The program was indeed working, and it was working on the mouse. Something what helplessly as Iggy, frozen where she sat, was scanned by a beam of white light from the computer screen. He really grabbed her, but he knew that it would only lead to him being sucked into the computer as well. He had to stand back and watch as his small white friend was sucked into the screen, as it was a vacuum cleaner around a cloud of dust. After a few seconds, he saw a face appear on the screen, behind the words, "Enter data now." The image of the mouse's face was faint and jagged around the edges, but it was definitely Iggy. "Oops," she said, her voice sounding distorted and flat from the computer screen's small speaker. "I should have figured out that was going to happen. Sonic, if you can hear me, don't think about trying to get me out yet, because we already know it won't work properly. The first thing to do is to get all the other animals back in there, where they'll be safe. Well, safer than they are now anyway. I'll get them together and see if I can find some way of curing the virus. There's maybe some sort of programming language in here somewhere, and I'll find it and use it." Sonic grabbed the robot's arm from the floor where it lay next to the WYSIWYG output device and used it to reach over to the computer keyboard and carefully tap out the words, "What should I do?" "After you got the others in here," Iggy asked, "stand guard. But we need someone who can operate the computer for when you're ready to come out. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." "Standing guard isn't very heroic," typed Sonic, but there was no reply. Iggy must have already left the video card and be somewhere else inside the computer. She did not seem to know what she was doing, but Sonic was not happy with the idea of just hanging around watching the computer screen. Well, not if there wasn't a game to clock on it. "I'm a heroic hedgehog, not some keyboard jockey," he muttered to himself as he walked down the corridor to the room where his animal friends were locked. "If I wanted a desk job, I never got into this line of work." He unlocked the door and flung it wide. "Come on," he said to the inmates. "I've got to lead you to the next level. Bring up bodies who can't walk. Everyone's going through." "Oh, good," said Tuts the penguin, picking up the unconscious body of Chirp the chicken and waddling towards the door. "Yeah," added Joe Susie hard on his heels. "Hey, Mr. Blue Guy, could you give me a hand here? He's my brother, and he's a heavy." He pointed to Tails, who was lying in the corner, still moaning and clutching his stomach. Sonic picked up the flattened and colourless body of his friend. It seemed very light as he carried down the corridor, back towards a large room with a computer system in it. "Okay, you annoying plumber Doomsformer Q," he said. Everyone put a paw on the person in front of them, and then when I give a signal, the lead dude had to press the enter button on the computer keyboard. There was a lot of chattering as the animals lined up, and Sonic made sure that all his unconscious animals were in safe hands. He passed Tails to Joe Susie, who seemed eager to take them and stood well back. "Press the key," he said. There was a flash of light, which covered the whole long queue of his friends, scanning every part of their bodies. A second later, it disappeared and they were whisked into the computer screen. It took much less time than Tails or Iggy had been scanned in, and Sonic guessed it because a lot of the animals were already mostly computer programs because of the effects the virus had on them. "I hope they'll be safe," he worried. "Tails will take charge of them, or maybe Iggy. She's a pretty together mouse dude. If my psychic ever needs a psychic, I hope she volunteers." There was a crackle from behind him, and he rolled around to look at the computer. The screen was filled with Tails' foxy face, his dish-tied whiskers twisting around his smile. Sonic?" he asked. "I'm back in the computer and, well, I'm not sure how I got in here, but Iggy says it's a good thing I did. Everyone looks like they're back to normal now. Iggy says she's got a plan, so I guess we'll go with her a bit. You stand guard, okay? We need help in a while. Until then, stay cool." The screen blanked out, returning to its normal enter data sound now message. Sonic turned away. He knew that they would be hours on the computer, and he had far more heroic things to do with his time than sit around and watch it. Under his feet was Robotnik's latest secret hideout, and he intended to explore down there, and if he could, catch the evil, egotistical villain in his lair and put an end to his nefarious plan. On to another chapter. Chapter 6, System Crashes. I think we're about just somewhat over halfway through now, yeah. A few minutes later, armed with a torch and a strong roll of rope, Sonic returns to the room with the computer and the output device in it. He'd already searched what remained over the upper decks of the Wing Fortress, but there had been no signs that anything had been active there for months. The walls were rusted, the girders twisted by the force of the crash, and the floors creaked and clanked ominously as he walked over them. If anyone was still working or living in the winged fortress, it had to be in the lowest section of the fuselage, the part that buried itself deep in the ground where the skyship had plunged out of the air all that time ago. And so down there, into the terrible creaking darkness was where Sonic had to go. The power cable was still in place, trading away from the WYSIWYG output device, down through the hole in the floor to the control desk on the level below. Sonic wondered about disconnecting it, but decided not to, in case Iggy and the others managed to find the cure of the virus and wanted to get out of the machine in a hurry. He wasn't there to help them. I'll explore for half an hour and I'll come back and watch the screen, he told himself. Before sliding down the cable and landing with a crunch on a piece of the grounder the tails had blown up earlier. The hedgehog flicked on his torch and shone it around the room. He had been right. There were 3 doors leading out of here in different directions. What there was no sign of though was a staircase. How does fatty Robotnik get up to the room above? Sonic wondered, to no one in particular. There isn't even a trapdoor, so he couldn't even use his Ego-matic to fly up there. There must be no way into the computer room. That Robotnik dude, he's so sneaky it makes my spikes twitch. He waved the torch around, trying to decide which of the 2 doors were the right one to take. They looked identical. Try the scientific type approach, he decided. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch the Robotnik by his nose hairs. If he hollers out, who cares? Okay, I'll try that one, he said. Pointed to the door on the left and opened it. It was a broom cupboard. Hot rats, Sonic snapped and turned away. There was a sudden crash of falling broom handles and cascading dustpans. Sonic whirled back as 2 heavily built grounders smashed through the items which had hidden them and ploughed towards him with drills spinning wildly, the traps skidding across the metal floor. Sonic fought fast. It would be easy to destroy them in a simple spin attack, but perhaps that was not the best thing to do. The wing fortress was huge, and he might spend hours wandering around its corridors and rooms before he found anything out. It would be much better to have a guide. Yah! He yelled, hurling towards the first grounder, whirring like a buzzsaw. He hit in the centre of his domed forehead, exploding into pieces of plating and a very satisfactory bang. But Sonic had already bounced upwards off it and was spinning through the air towards the second one. At the last moment before he hit, he felt his arms and legs. Instead of smashing into the ground, he landed on top of it, sitting astride its metal head. The robot lurched and spun its tracks, but its stumpy arms could not reach him. Sonic pulled out his torch and pressed it against the side of the grounder's head. Right, he said, stop that. The thing I'm holding to your brain case is a binary logistical unprogrammer for friendliness. If you do what I say, then I'll have to use it on you. Otherwise, he rolled it menacingly against the robot's head. Oh, I'll switch it on and you'll become a good guy. You'll stop being a grumpy old grounder and you'll have to love all the little birds and animals and play with them all day long. Ugh, the robot said, making it sound like someone who just found half a worm in their apple. That's really horrible. That's so horrible I can't bear to think about it a moment longer. What do you want me to do? His voice was coarse and rough. That's a terrible sore throat you got there, the hedgehog said. What was I wanted to do? Polish your vocal cord with sandpaper? Or you take me to the big cheese himself? The big cheese? Asked the grounder. The head honcho, Chief Palooka, number 1, top dog, numero uno, boss Charlie, the hammerman, the kingfish, the great poobah, the grand enchilada himself. Who? The grounder asked. Robotnik, you dweeb, Sonic snapped. I've heard of artificial intelligence, but never met a robot program for other stupidity before. Just remember, no funny business. He tapped the end of the porch against the robot's head. Or you'll get reprogrammed into Mr. Fluffy Wuffy Grounder, the nicest tin can on Mobius. With alerts, the grounder rolled towards the second door, showing automatically as it approached. Sonic ducked as he went through the doorway. He was pleased that the plan was going so well, but then the robot had fallen completely for his bluff, or rather his bluff. On the other hand, Robotnik's creations were dead sneaky, like their maker, and it was possible that he was being led into a trap or deep trouble. Still, he thought, I can probably get out of it, okay? I am, after all, I am Sonic the Hedgehog. Meanwhile, deep inside the computer system, Tails was sprinting around one of his long silver roadways, closely followed by Iggy and the others. His black control box had got lost somewhere in the confusion of getting out of the computer, saving Sonic from the grounder and then being turned briefly into a video game character. So he couldn't just zoom everyone to the programming language section of the computer's memory, which is where they were headed. Still, the robots were great for running, smooth and straight, and Tails was very tempted to zoom ahead, stretching his legs and let the others catch up in their own time, but he didn't. Heroes have responsibilities, he reminded himself. Before too long, you could see that they were coming to one of the open spaces, like the node that he had first visited, or the space where the memory cache or the output device had been. This one was different. It was not completely bare like the node had been, nor did it have some huge construction or building in the middle of it. Instead, the bare metal was covered, as far as his eyes could see, with like stacks of bricks and blocks and columns and pipes and cables and wheels and gears and cans and tubes and plates and on-shape pieces of steel, copper, silicon, plastic, glass and any number of other weird things. The group reached the end of the pathway and ran on into the middle of the stacks of items. Iggy gave a shout, and everyone stopped. Tails looked down at the heaps, which seemed to go on forever. Some of them stretched upwards to the sky, which was now yellow. The fox walked over to the nearest pole and picked up something from it. It was a slim, streamlined wheel, but it was some light metal. Strapped on it was the words, "Go to." He wandered back towards Iggy and the others, studying his find. "What's this?" he asked. "It's a go-to, Dimbo," Iggy said. "It lets you go to places in the computer." "So I could use it to go to the video card and tell Sonic we're okay?" asked the fox hopefully. "Nope," Iggy said. "Not unless it was built into you. This is the part of the computer where programs are created, and they're made out of all these things around us." She waved her arm at the piles of bits and pieces. "That's why I'm in here. We're in here. I'm going to try to come up with something that will cure the computer virus, which we can plug into the output device, which will let us go through but stop the virus going with us." "I think I see," Tails said, scratching his head. He dropped the go-to to the ground and landed on its head, whirled around and sped back to the pile of other go-tos. "Will it take long?" he asked. "I don't know, but I say yes," Iggy said, already studying something that looked like a telescope with a steering wheel attached to it. Marked drift palm. "So what should we do? What are you doing that?" asked Tails. "I don't know. Hang around here, but don't get into trouble. Try building stuff. It's fun." So it looked doubtful. "No, really, it is," continued the mouse. "Just try fitting bits together until you get something that works. It's like a giant construction set. You can make some really cool stuff when you work at it." "Like what?" asked the fox. "Like, well, everything you met in here has been programmed out of these building blocks. The giant buzz bombers, the output device, the thing that drops blocks on you, the blocks themselves, all of it. You can make whatever you want. Now go and think of something, please, because I've got work to do." "Okay," Tails' eyes wide open, and there was a crafty smile on his lips as an idea came together in his mind. "Hey gang, gather round," he called to the others. "I've got a little arts and crafts project for us to do." Sonic rode his unlikely steed into the darkness of the corridor, heading deep into the underground depths of the wing fortress. The grounder's eyes glowed with a faint light, just enough to show Sonic the stretch of passage 2 or 3 metres ahead of him. From time to time, the hedgehog used his torch to scan ahead of them, checking for possible ambushes or traps. He knew that one of Robotnik's robots could happily destroy himself if it meant the destruction of the robot's #1 enemy as well. "Hold on, not in there," he snapped as the grounder turned toward a doorway marked "Reactor Chamber, do not enter without protective clothing." "What do you think I am, stupid?" "It was worth a try," grumbled the grumpy robot, trotting on down the corridor. At the end of the pair of doors, which slid open as they approached, and the robot and his rider moved toward them, into a small cubicle lined with bare metal on the walls, ceiling and floor. The door did shut and the cubicle started to descend. "Where are we heading?" Sonic asked. "Down," said the grounder replied in a voice that implied Sonic was possibly the daftest person he had met if he hadn't figured it out for himself. "And what's down?" "Robotnik is," the grounder answered in an even more sarcastic voice. "That was who you wanted to see, wasn't it?" "Does Robotnik know I'm coming?" said the hedgehog. "I haven't told him." "That's good. I like surprises," Sonic said, looking around inside the lift they were in. "Hey, I don't think much of decoration in there. Who designed this thing? I mean, it's almost totally blank and boring, except for that video camera." Uh-oh. A video camera meant only one thing. Robotnik did know he was coming after all. He was about to ask what the grounder had lied to him when the two things happened. Sonic realised that the robot hadn't lied, it just hadn't told him all the truth. And this slowly came to a halt. Doors opened to a dark, featureless corridor beyond. "Are we there?" he asked. "It depends what you mean by there," the grounder said. "Wherever you go, there you are." With sarcastic grounder. Sonic realised he was going to have to be a lot more careful the way he phrased his questions to this robot bandit. He must have been programmed with a particularly devious language analysing system, or it may be that it was just being annoying. "Okay," he said. Let's play 20 questions. What level is this? Level 18, the robot answers, flashing his eyes at him. Is Robotnik on its level? No. Which level is Robotnik on? 73. 73, Sonic exploded. But we're not even close. Bogus. Does this lift go down to level 73? Yes. How do I make it go down that far? You can't. Only bandits with the correct access code can. Sonic sighed. I suppose you haven't got the access code, he said. No. Where can I find a bandit with the right access code? Level 18. Now we're getting somewhere. Sonic stopped trying to see what was down the unlit corridor and turned to face the ground head on. So what happens when it's level 18 then? It's the bandit construction factory level, said the grounder. Oh yeah, Sonic said, and charge! Something from behind him. The hedgehog whirled around, light flooded the corridor. He didn't reveal what had been hiding from him in there. He didn't know what he saw. Rank upon rank of Robotnik's robots were advancing towards him. The front line was a battalion of Krabmies, the armor-plated red crabs, and they were flanked on the other side by 2 squads of caterpillars, the slow-moving but deadly insectoids from the marble zone, with their fangs and horns sections gleamed in the bright light. Ahead was a line of slicers, the fearsome grasshopper lookalikes, each armed with a pair of shining plant claws which Sonic knew could be used just like boomerangs, sharp, deadly boomerangs. At the back sat 4 solid crawls, the most armor-plated bandits in the whole Robotnik's army, each one carrying a shield and waving its steel pincer at the hedgehog in the lift. In the air above the army hovered buzzers and wisps, and clinging to the walls of the corridor were the menacing shapes of coconuts, the bomb-throwing monkeys, and neutrons, the Robotnik lizards, who lay concealed until the very best moment to appear and fire their ball bombs. Ahead of the pack rolled several blue balls, which Sonic recognised with a shudder, rollers. The only badge on holding Mobius who could move almost as fast as himself. One roller on its own was like bad news. Several of them was a disaster, and they were backed up with a massive firepower behind them. This was a catastrophe waiting to happen. All this just for me? Sonic said mockingly, trying to put on a brave face in this bad situation. Shucks, I'm flattered. You needn't have bothered. If we had known you were coming, one of the slicers grated in a monotone voice, would have Master Q. A quake. Made to quake. That's made a quake, you dyslexic droid, Sonic jeered. What are you waiting for? Come and get me. As the first wave of robots surged towards him, he leaped agile at the captured grounder, overcut grounder, and gave his last banding a solid shove in the middle of his chrome-plated back. The robot hurtled forward into the advancing ranks of murderous metal monsters, its treads reversing frantically, but skidding on the shiny floor. Before it had come to a standstill, Sonic had jumped high into the air, whirling his blue body like a flywheel, and lay with a solid crash on top of the grounder's domed head. The grounder exploded in a cloud of smoke and small shards of metal, but Sonic was already bouncing back towards the ceiling and the squadron of buzzers and wisps which hung there. A whirling cloud of glittering blades, hurled by the slicers underneath him, cut through the air where he had just been a moment before. Buzz bombs and ball bombs were flying through the corridor in all directions now, as the army of bandit robots tried to get a good shot at the hurtling hedgehog, but they were doing more damage to their own forces than to Sonic, who flew through the air, bashing wisps out of his path. He bounced off the ceiling, shot down towards the army below him at the last moment, and fell from his spin to land on the back of a buzzer right between its twin engines. It began to shake, trying to throw him off, but Sonic had already jumped onto the buzzer behind it, and from that one onto the next. A buzz bomb exploded in the air next to him and he almost lost his footing, but recovered in an instant and was off again, using the buzzers as aerial stepping stones above the teeming, blasting, exploding army below. One more jump and he would be safely over the ambush and could sprint for the nearest doorway and maybe an escape route. He leaped for the final buzzer and exploded under his feet as a good shot from a neutron and hit it amidships. Huh? Yah! Commented Sonic as he tumbled downwards, throwing himself into a spin as he fell. His fall was broken by one of the slicers, who was broken by the fall. Sonic bounced off straight towards one of the crawls. The crab-like creature instinctively raised its shield over its head to fend off the attack, and Sonic landed on it, took its bearings for a moment, and leaped off again. He'd done it! Into the corridor beyond. With a spurt of super speed, he shot off, heading towards the door at the end. With an enraged roar, the remaining bandits turned around and charged after him. At the front of the back were the rollers, hurtling through the scrap metal remains of their fallen comrades, and heading towards Sonic at incredible speed. The hedgehog rammed the door with his shoulder. It didn't open, but he was moving so fast that he punched a hedgehog-shaped hole right through it. Splinters of broken metal and plastic showered around him as he found himself on the landing of a flight of stairs, leading up and down. The boys will think I'm going down, he realised fast, and dived the other way, heading for the upwards flight. With a crash, the rollers hit the door and the rest of it exploded inwards. As one, they headed for the stairs, leading down, and as Sonic headed further towards, he could hear metallic fuzz as they bounced from stair to stair. The sounds got louder as the robots accelerated downwards and one by one lost control of their descent. I smashed open like conkers, he thought gleefully, but any other thoughts were interrupted by another crash as the rest of the robots smashed through the wall around the doorway and onto the landing. Buzzes and wisps upstairs. Everyone else, follow me down, commanded one of the slicers. Sonic began to sprint upwards, but he knew that he would tire long before the robots the insects did. As the buzzing of metal wings grew louder behind him, he glanced around at the stairs. They were not straight up and down, they formed a square around the central open shaft, a deep stairwell that headed upwards and downwards. Down the centre of the stairwell there was a long, straight, shining silver pipe. "Banzai!" yelled the hedgehog, and leaped into the open space. His paws grabbed the pipe, his legs wrapped around themselves around it, and he began to slide down, accelerating so fast that he could feel his gloves growing hot from the friction. A moment later, he zipped past the pack of robots. Some of them fired ball bombs at him, but they sailed past. More intelligently, 2 or 3 of the coconuts robots leaped off the stairs and grabbed the pipe as well, their monkey balls gripping it firmly and leaving their hands free to hurl more ball bombs at the descending hedgehog. Sonic gritted his teeth and loosened his grip on the pipe. He sped up, but the heat in his paws was almost unbearable. He tried to count off the levels as he zipped past him. What had that grounder said? 73, 70, 71, he counted. A ball bomb hurtled past his head, and as he did, he twisted his body and flung himself across the open space to grab onto the banisters. His hands really hurt from the heat, but he hung on. Behind him, the surprised coconuts hurtled past and headed straight for the bottom of the stairwell. Sonic hauled himself over the banister and ran for the nearest doorway. He was way ahead of the pursuing robots, but there was no point in wasting his advantage. He flung open the doorway, jumped through, and slammed it behind him, then turned to see Robotnik! "Don't move, you evil bully," Sonic shouted, as he recognised the broad back of his arch enemy. "I've caught you in your secret lair." The large scientist turned slowly. He was sitting at a desk in front of another one of his computer terminals, and as he moved, Sonic could see that behind the computer was a device that looked a lot like a WYSIWYG output device that he and Iggy had assembled. The massive mad scientist's face was beaming with smiles. "You caught me, my spuggy saboteur?" he said. "I think not. I think I've caught you. Hook, line and sinker." "What do you mean, yah?" the hedgehog exclaimed. Some unseen force lifted him off the ground. He struggled in mid-air, but something was holding him there. By twisting his neck, he could just see 4 cables hanging from the ceiling with hooks at their ends. These hooks were fastened through the holes the grounder had drilled in his spikes. He was trapped. Bummer. But underneath him, the fat form of Robotnik pranced around on the floor in delight. "Sonic," he said, "how nice of you to drop in. I won't keep you hanging around long. You're just in time." "In time for what?" asked the hedgehog. "Oh, for me to explain the plot, and for you to die. Ha 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 ha. You see, you were wrong when you thought this was my secret lair. Actually, it's just another one of my workshops. And, ha ha ha, just as you came in, I set a little clock running. You can't stop it. And in 3 minutes, it will blow this whole space sky high. Ha ha ha." "You are mad," exclaimed Sonic. "We're way underground. You'll never get out in time. Never." "Ah, but I will," the potty professor countered. "You see, the computer terminals I've activated all over the planet, Mobius, are only partly to trap you and your little friends. With the addition of these wonderful WYSIWYG output devices, ha ha ha, they make a very useful network of teleporters. Into the computer in one zone and get output in a different one. Brilliant! I'm such a genius! Ha ha!" "But what about the computer virus?" Hedgehog objected. Although he knew time was running out, he was intrigued by the scientist's description. "I wrote that virus, you moronic mammal," Robotnik screeched. His bulbous stomach bounced up and down as he pranced around the room. "It was to stop you from using the computers that way. You can't escape from the computer system safely unless you use the antivirus program on yourself first. And to do that, you need to know where the antidote is stored. And you'll never find it. Never, ever, ever, ever. And now, at last, I can start to populate the whole of Mobius with my marvellous creations without worrying about you and your annoying friends. Ha 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 ha." Robotnik glanced at his watch, grabbed a microphone off the table and started to sing into it. His loud out-of-tune voice boomed out from hidden speakers all over the underground complex. "And now the end is near. Sonic recognised the song. It was something his pal Frankie the Rat from the Casino Night Zone used to sing, but the words had been changed. And so your fate, Robotnik continued, louder but still out of tune, is now quite certain. You pest, I'll say it clear. You've had your lot. For you it's curtains. I'm fat, my stomach's full. I've won this time. I'm saying bye-bye. But now that I'm off, it's time for Chinlai. Forgive my out-of-tune singing there. A thoroughly gobsmacked Sonic gawped as the insane doctor did a quick two-step over to the computer on his desk and hit a key. Instantly, a familiar beam of white light grabbed out from the screen, enveloping the scientist and drawing him into the screen. It looked like a huge balloon, deflating and being pulled through a tiny hole in the glass, but it was not attractive to watch. Unless time it takes Sonic to eat a pizza, Sonic escaped into his computer. The hedgehog glanced around. 3 minutes, the doctor had said. After his appalling song, he must have around a minute and a half there before the whole place exploded. No problem. Although he couldn't reach the hooks holding him up, he knew how to break the cables. One simple supersonic spin later, they had snapped and Sonic was safely on the floor again. He dashed back to the laboratory door and yanked its handle. It was locked solid. There was another door on the other side of the room. Sonic was about to rush over to it when the large WYSIWYG output device behind the desk hummed briefly and there was a thud. He bent over the desk trying to look, and a white boot on the end of a shapely leg lashed out at his head. He pulled back quickly as a young woman in a blue dress and brown leggings, wearing spiked bracelets and a dark-haired decorator with a white headdress, leaped up. Chun-Li from Street Fighter. She landed on a desk in a combat crouch, ready to attack. Obviously they call it Chin-Lai because of copyright issues, I guess. You shall not pass, she announced in an oriental accent. Sonic goggled at her. Something about her looked slightly familiar, and then it worried him that she was a babe and a half, and like any gentlemanly hedgehog, he wasn't in the habit of hitting babes, unless they hit him first. As he come out of that output device, or had been hiding behind the desk, he didn't think there was much time to find out. Look, he began. We got about a minute to get out of here before this place goes up like, He dodged as the woman lashed out with her boot again, and sprang off the desk towards him. Her arms raised to grab and throw him across the room. Before she got close, Sonic had leaped to the air, straight into a spin attack, and heading for her head. One good whack and she'll be out for the count. With a show of amazing dexterity, the woman darts out of the flying hedgehog's path, twisting around behind him and grabbed him out of the air, forcing him down towards the floor with her weight on top of him. Sonic stared for a moment at the arms which held him. There was something strange about them, something slightly jagged and unnatural, as if this Jinlai was not a real person but a computer graphic. You're no babe, said the hedgehog. You're a part of that program, Road Warrior 2, bogus. He landed on the ground with a thud that knocked the breath out of the hedgehog's lungs. His opponent did not answer his shout but curled her lip at him. If you're a computer program, you don't have to get out of here before the place explodes, the hedgehog continued working out. You're just here to stop me getting out in time. Double bonus, bogus. He rolled away from her, across the floor to the other side of the room. I'm here to bid you to a pub. I will win the tournament. The woman yelled. She launched herself into the air, aiming a kick for Sonic's head. The hedgehog dodged out of the way, thinking fast. Whether he beat her or not, there probably wasn't enough time to get out of the wing fortress before it blew up, no matter how fast he ran. Dying here, or beaten by some cute computer graphic, or blown up by Robotnik, well, it wasn't a heroic way to go. There had to be another way out. He dodged a flurry of punches and glanced around frantically. The room was filled with scientific equipment, but he didn't know what any of it was. Outside, the only bit that was switched on was the computer on the desk. Yowza, the computer! Gotta run, Chinlai babe, he shouted, leaping onto the desk and stomping at the keyboard with one of his feet. There was no time for delicacy. In a few seconds, this whole place would explode anyway. As the white light glowed around him, he turned back to look at what his computer-generated opponent was doing. Chinlai leaped off the floor and spun around upside down, the feet whirling around her head like a helicopter rotor or the blades of a rabbit sentient lawnmower as he flew across the room towards him, the monitor behind him. Spinning barred kick. She looked like a flying cyclone, hurtling towards him, her feet ready to kick him to a blue pulp. Then everything went black. Oops. Chapter 7, Terminate and Stay Resident. So now we're back with Tails and the others. Deep in the depths of the computer's memory, Iggy the mouse was sitting on a sturdy block of metal marked print and staring at an assortment of strange components that were scattered around her feet. Some of them had been fitted together to make some kind of strange machine, which she held in her lap and fiddled with, trying to attach another piece. It wouldn't fit, and as she tried to force the two things together, the larger one split and fell apart in her hand. She sighed in frustration and began to pick up the pieces. "Hello, John, got a new motor?" asked a familiar voice from behind her, as she jumped in fright. It was only Tails clutching something in his paws. "How's it going?" he added. "Oh, badly," Iggy said. "No, I don't have a new motor. I don't even have the beginnings of an antivirus program here. Doing it this way is so different to the way I normally program computers from the other side of the screen. Putting words together in order to make a series of instructions is one thing, but actually having to put the bits together so that they can all work together at the right time and do the right thing, well, it's much harder than I thought it would be. I'm trying to fit them together the same way I would for a normal computer program, but it just isn't working," she said sadly at the steep heap of pieces on the floor in front of her, then she looked up at the fox. "So what have you and the others been doing?" "Having fun," Tails said, pointing over his shoulder. Iggy looked in the direction he indicated, gasped and started to back away. "Tails," she stuttered. "Move away. There's a huge war machine behind you." "Yeah, I know," the fox grinned cheerfully. "Good, innit?" What do you mean, good?" Iggy stammered, still retreating, her eyes fixed on the colossal silvery shape. "Well, you told us to try building stuff, so we did," Tails said. "It was great, just like mucking around with a giant construction set. Everyone got really into it. We called it the Robotnik Antivirus and Geek Exterminator, or the Ravage Tank for short. It's dead good." "Does it work?" Iggy said, still not quite believing her eyes. The thing was about 20 times as tall as Tails, and at least 100 times as long. Its sleek, shiny body hovered a few centimetres above the ground, defying gravity with ease. Its outline was speckled with the shapes of gun bells, laser cannons, rocket launchers, and the top was dominated by a huge turret fitted with two enormous howitzer barrels. Small figures swarmed over the massive tank, fixing a few last subroutines to its structure. As Iggy watched, the turret soared a few degrees, and a small flock of bluebirds flew out at the end of one of its massive barrels, followed by Flicky. "If you built all this by yourself, then I'm impressed. No, I'm astonished," the white mouse admitted, still not quite believing what was before her eyes. "Well, not quite all of it," Tails admitted. "We found something behind one of the piles of parts. It was called a data bus. We made a few modifications to it. Well, a lot of modifications actually. It runs okay, but do you think it'll work on the Shining Paths at all?" "If it's a data bus, then it will," Iggy said. "That's what data buses do. Nice work, Tails. We may be stuck in here, but at least nothing's going to mess with us now." She paused for a moment, then blushed a deep red, even her white ears going pink. "Did I ever tell you that I'm a member of your fan club?" she said. "If we ever get out of it okay, I really like your autograph, if that's okay with you. You're kind of a hero to me, you know, and I've always dreamed of meeting you." The fox was not quite sure what to say. He knew he had a fan club, but he had never actually met any of its members before, at least not anyone who owned up to it, and he felt really awkward now. He held his feet shyly, trying to think of something cool to say. Luckily, the silence was broken by a shout from the top of the Ravage Tank's turret, with its Porker Lewis. "Hey, Tails!" he yelled. "The radar's picked up something approaching at high speed. Come and have a look." "It's got radar?" Iggy said, just as Tails lifted her up onto a ladder set into the side of the hovering tank. "Yup," he answered, starting to climb. "Radar? And all sorts of weapons. We got debug lasers, delete cannons, some pause stun grenades, a bunch of Windows sleep gas grenades, a bunch of OS2 system crashers, some bat files for hand-to-hand stuff, even a reformat bomb." Iggy shuddered. "I hope we don't have to use that," she said uneasily. "It would probably take us out as well." Together they reached the top of the ladder, ran across the top of the tank to the turret and climbed down to the inside. It was a bit of a mess. Well, a lot of a mess. Various people were fitting bits together. There was a lot of bare wires hanging out and pipes did not lead anywhere at all. Even if the tank looked sleek and efficient from the outside, it was obvious that it probably wasn't as good as it looked. Still, for something that knocked together from a lot of odd components by a bunch of amateurs who had never programmed a computer in their lives, it was a pretty good job. "Over here," Porker said. The three of them stared at the glowing screen in one of the walls. On it, a blip moved down one of the long silver pathways, heading towards the programming language section, and them at incredible speed. "You think it's trouble?" Porker said, worried. "It might be," Tails pondered. "I've only seen two things that ever move that fast. One of them was that black ball that chased me earlier. The other's Sonic. If he's in the computer, it definitely means you're in trouble. But not the way you meant. He leaped out of the hatch and stared over the metal expanse of the plane towards the tank, saving his eyes from the glow of the yellow sky. It is Sonic, he said at last. Oh, brother. Robotnik's got us by the short and spikies now. So Robotnik's somewhere in the computer as well, Sally Acorn asked. It was several minutes later. Sonic and several of his friends were sitting on top of the tank, sharing information and discussing plans. The hedgehog was still nursing the bruise on top of his head, where he had spin attacked the tank, thinking it's one of the computer's defence systems. Yeah, Sonic said. And he said he's got a cure for the virus program hidden somewhere in his system, but he said we'll never ever find it. So something about using the computer as an output devices as a teleporter network across the planet. And then he dived into the screen, and the bay from World War II appeared and tried to discombobulate me before the whole place blew up. I got this computer just in time, reckon you might be here trying to cure the virus, and well, here I am. And nobody said they're going to see me yet. We're not, Iggy said crossly. You're supposed to stand by the computer and wait for us to come out. Hey, look on the bright side, Sonic said. There's a bright side? Interrupted Tails. It was better than the other side it was, anyway, said the hedgehog miffed. We were getting nowhere finding a cure for the virus, but now you know there's one in there already. Plus I totaled one of Robotnik's secret hideouts. Do you know that for sure? Sally said, flicking her squirrel tail. I mean, you were inside the computer. How can you be certain that the place blew up? Because the part of the computer I was in blew up too. There was this humongous explosion and the ball of fire, and I ran like crazy. When I looked back, the whole thing had disappeared, totally gone. It must be a terminal on the network, not one of the important computers, Iggy said. Others would have all felt it. So what's the plan? Tails asked. I mean, it will be computer programs now, and I still feel really hungry. I could eat a subdirectory. No time for that, Sonic said surprisingly. We got to find the cure for the virus and get out, back to the planet. Robotnik's up to something. I can feel it in my spikes, Iggy, dude. You know about computers and how they work inside. You got any clue where this antivirus might be? Not really, the white mouse said, the thin whisker twitching. In fact, he's bound to have protected it, but that might mean surrounded by really vile, evil life security programs, or that it's hidden somewhere that we wouldn't think of looking for it. Where's a good place to start, Sonic asked. The central processor, the CPU, the biggest, baddest chip on the motherboard. That's what controls everything. Nothing happens in the system without the CPU knowing about it. All right, the hedgehog exclaimed. Enough talking, let's get moving. We've got a date with this CPU dude, and if it doesn't tell us what we want to know, me and the Ravage tank are going to kick your silicon butt from here to the input-output port. Everyone on the tank. The rest of the animals' rosters clamber onto the main body of the huge tank. Tails climbed onto the turret, flicking his twin tails with irritation. Sonic had taken command of the situation and the tank as if he'd been there the whole time, and Tails was annoyed with him. Still, suppose the fox, that's what heroes are for. One day maybe you'll be able to do the same thing. Advance! Sonic yelled from above. Full ahead both engines, warp factor 6, pedal to the metal. Full throttle, let her rip, splice the main brace, kick in the afterburners, push the hammer down, jump to light speed. Which way are we going? Steer for the path on the right, Iggy's voice came from above. Right, Sonic shouted. Starboard, Dexter, offside, recto, ladder way. The crew inside the turret sprang into action, throwing switches, twisting knobs, pulling levers and watching dials. Tails stood at the helm, clutching the steering wheel in both hands, and turned it carefully as the Ravage tank rose a few centimetres above the ground and began to hover forward. For such a huge machine, it was very sensitive to the controls, and Tails found himself having to jerk the wheel from left to right and back again to avoid ploughing into the huge piles of computer program parts as he steered between them. It was quite fun playing a huge video game until he took one corner a little too fast and the massive tank skid sideways into an enormous heap of empty bat files, which crashed down onto the turret, bounced off his arm and roared to the ground. Careful! Sonic warned from above. You're not on the dodgems now. Tails slowed the tank's speed down until there was no more obstacles in the way and it was headed straight for the path. Full speed, he told Johnny Lightfoot, and the rabbit yanked the acceleration control right across. The tank leaped forward until it was pulled backwards by the sudden increase in speed. He held fast to the steering wheel, desperately twisting it from side to side as the tank hurtled down the wide silver path and around the sharp corners in its way. You could hear Sonic's voice from above going, "Whoa!" and the faint squeak of a mouse in distress. The silver pathway was narrowing, and every so often the tank bounced off one of the invisible walls on either side. It was an uncomfortable ride. Sonic had said that speed was important, and Tails was actually quite enjoying himself. Something on the radar, two things coming this way, fast! Porkaloo blurted from his position at the back of the turret. Tails peeked out from behind the windscreen. He just about make up 2 dots in the far distance. They got bigger as he watched. Sonic, trouble ahead, he shouted up to his friend. Yeehaw, battle stations, Sonic yelled, drawing down through the hatchway into the turret. Iggy followed him a moment later, and rather more carefully, but Sonic was already peering over Porky's shoulder at the radar screen. What do you reckon, my piggy pal, he asked. They're big, they're flying, and they're headed this way. Estimated time of arrival? Now, Tails screeched, as 2 huge buzz bombers swooped down from the yellow sky towards the Ravage tank, dropping their glowing buzz bombs at the last moment. Tails grabbed the controls and the tank lurched sideways. One bomb went wild, blowing a crater in the metal roadway, but the other hit the side of the tank. The turret's rock-ball explosion and Tails was thrown to the floor. Don't just lie there, Sonic shouted, leaping for the steering wheel. He guided the massive tank around the crater in front of it, and jumped sideways doing controls of the tank's huge twin cannons, grabbing the joystick which controlled their aim. The tank's turret spun around as he twisted it, and Tails was thrown to the floor again. Yikes, careful, he complained, but Sonic's mind was set on his task. He sprinted down the cannon's binocular sights as the 2 buzz bombers regrouped high above them and began to hurtle down for another attack. He waited until they were so close that he could see the lights of their eyes, then squeezed the cannon's triggers. There were 2 colossal reports, so close that they sounded like one, but an instant later 2 slightly quieter explosions from outside, followed by a very soft tinkling sound. A small piece of deleted buzz bomber bounced off the tank's hull. Everyone on board gave a muffled cheer. Sonic looked around. Yahoo, we're in the clear, he rejoiced. Throw those things to overdrive. Tails, we've got a CPU to get to. Not so fast, Porky said. First position by the radar screen. I'm picking up more incoming blips. 3, 4, loads. Man on the guns, Sonic shouted excitedly. So Acorn and Iggy coughed in unison. Sonic cast the glance back at them. Sorry, babes. Okay, person all the guns, he said. Politically correct. We're not persons, we're anthropomorphized animals, Johnny Lightfoot corrected. Look, just get to the rotten guns, alright? The irate hedgehog snarled. Crew members scuttled around the turret and clambered around the outside of the tank, moving to the weapons controls. Sonic peered through the gun sights at the approaching enemy squadrons. Were they buzz bombers or the more modern buzzers? They were too far to tell, but whichever they were, there was an awesomely humongous lot of them. Open fire, he yelled, and the whole tank shook as every gun on it held a fuselage of rockets, bombs, missiles, beams, torpedoes, bullets, and raised into the air. The first wave of oncoming attackers disintegrated into pieces, but the rest swept almost towards him, answering the tank's challenge with a volley of buzz bombs. Tails steered the tank between them and the craters that they left while Sonic waited for the cannons to recharge. In the air above them, buzz bombers and buzzers whirled, twisted, and fired, and blew up as the tank's gunners' aims improved, and pieces of the airborne assailants zinged around. Step on it, Tails, Sonic commanded. Try and outrun them. Let's see what you can do. Tails ranked the throttle control full open, and the Ravage tank roared ahead down the straight line of the silver route. A few buzz bombs exploded nearby, their tinny roars shaking the tank as it hurtled away. The animals stationed beside the debug lasers mounted at the back of the tank lit up their barriers of fire until the last of Robotnik's attack force had been reduced to digital wreckage. The tank zoomed on. That's the last of them, Sonic said, turning from the gun sight. We can breathe easy again, unless Paul decides that something else is after us. I hate to tell you, Paul said, swallowing nervously, but there's something really big coming up from behind. Fast, and big. Really big and really fast. We get the message, Sonic said. Any ideas, anyone? Tails has got one. Take over the wheel, dude, he said, before sprinting over to the open hatchway and climbing the ladder 3 rungs at a time. He stuck his head out into the rushing hair above and looked back. Something very large was rushing up behind him, and he recognised it. But as if being afraid that he might, it was the flying tubular fortress with the onions on its towers that bombed in with its odd-shaped blocks back from when he had first arrived at the computer. He jumped back into the cabin. It's bad news, he panted. Really big, really fast, and really bad news. Can we outrun it? Iggy wondered. If we can get to the CPU, we should be safe in there. No way, Sonic said. Look. They looked. Away ahead of them, the silver path ended suddenly. Its edges were ragged and twisted, as if something huge had blown up the entire roadway for kilometres ahead of them. A vast chasm gaped open where it ended, the far side barely visible in the distance. Iggy gasped. That explosion in the wing fortress, it must have taken out much more computer system than we thought. We'll have to find another way to the CPU. First things first, how do we turn the tank around? Tails asked with a panicked frown. The silver road isn't wide enough. "I know, now, hang on," Sonic said, as he threw the Ravage tank to a slight turn, heading it straight for the side of the pathway and the vertical drop below. As it looked like they were going to plunge over the edge, he slammed on the front brakes, and the front end of the enormous tank came to a standstill. The back half carried on the way it had been heading down the path, and dragged the rest of the tank with it, so that a second later the massive machine was facing the opposite way down the road at a standstill. "Well, hey," Tails cried, "a bootlegger's revert." "It's called a bootlegger's reverse, dude," so it said. Huh? He hit the throttle and the tank started to accelerate back down the roadway the way it had come. Ahead of them and above, but getting closer by the second, was the looming form of the CCP fortress. Its weird shape strangely menacing. The huge hatchway on the underside began to slide open. That could only mean one thing: it was about to start bombing. Tails leaped over the turret to the controls of the Ravage tank's main cannon and sighted through them as the approaching behemoth. As soon as the crosshairs in this sight were fixed on the body of the flying fortress, he squeezed the twin triggers as hard as he could and was thrown backwards by the force of the recoil. He skidded backwards against the turret's floor and smacked his head against Porky Lewis's radar console and Pig Elton to his feet. "Nice shot, dude. You hit it dead centre. It's coming down," Sonic said. "It's coming down, all right," he screamed. "It's coming down on top of us." Tails, still dazed from his fall, glanced up through the open hatchway. All he could see was the bottom of the mighty CCP fortress, and it was belching out smoke and getting much closer much too fast. "Stone me," he uttered. "Abandon ship. Everybody out. This is not a drill." There was a slightly rush for the hatchway, and the sudden crush of bodies behind him propelled Tails through the opening like a cork from a bottle. He landed on the tank's top layer of armour. It was pitted and damaged, probably from the buzz bomber's earlier attack. All over the tank, the crew was scrambling out of hatches, gun ports, cabins, wherever they had been riding, and headed to the side, rushing down the ladders to the ground below, and then away, anywhere apart from the place where the spreading shadow of the falling fortress was cast on the metal runway. Things were getting pretty crowded on top of the tank, and queues were beginning to form for the ladders nearby already. The braver animals were jumping off the side, hoping that one of their heroes, Sonic or Tails, would be there to catch them, but the Fox heard several ouches or ahs as some of the leapers made bad landings. Suddenly above the ruckus he heard a small voice. "Help!" he went. "Someone, please!" Tails did not wait for an instant. The voice was coming from a hatchway, and he douched over to it. At the bottom of the ladder, inside lay a small grey rabbit. It looked up. "Help me, Mr. Tails! I've fallen, and I can't get up." The Fox leaped from the ladder, picked up the little rabbit, and slung it over one shoulder in a fireman's lift. Then climbed the ladder as swiftly as he could and stood in the deck of the tank. It was almost deserted already, and as the Fox glanced around he could see why. The CCP fortress had given up its unequal fight with gravity and was hurtling down at the sky towards them. They had only a few seconds before it crashed into the tank and obliterated them completely. "Cling tenaciously to my biceps," Tails shouted, as he sprinted to the edge of the tank and leaped out into the thin air beyond. The rabbit on his back gave a frightened squeal but did what it had been told. Tails dived towards the ground, but at the last moment all the twin tails into action, spinning them around their rotors to slow their fall. They hit the ground running, but had hardly taken 3 steps when there was a colossal crash behind them. The noise that went on and on. The ground shook with a vibration that knocked the heroic Fox off his feet. Tails hit the ground with a hard thud, and the rabbit hit him with a softer thud, so the crash behind them died away, and Tails slowly raised himself off the floor and looked backwards. The CCP fortress lay, smoking and ruined, on top of the remains of the Ravage tank, which had been completely flattened by the impact. The edge of the nearest of its walls had missed Tails, and his injured burden was just over a metre. "Woo!" he breathed, starting to get up to his feet. "Brian?" said a worried voice in the crowd in front of him. And Tails looked up to see a large female rabbit standing over there. He carefully picked up the small rabbit and carried it over to her. He's twisted his ankle and had a nasty shot too, but he'll be okay," he said, handing her the hurt child. He carried it in her arms. "Oh, thank you," she said. What you did was so brave, risking your life like that." Tails shrugged. "All part of a hero's job, Mum. And if you excuse me, I'll have to go." He gave a clumsy salute and walked away into the crowd, secretly very pleased. Him, a real hero at last. Wait until he told Sonic. Then the crowd gasped at something and he looked back. The crashed fortress and the squashed tank were flickering and juddering slightly. Large square chunks of them disappeared, and then they both faded to a grey static kind of colour, fizzed for a second, shrank to a tiny dot of bright colour, and vanished completely. I wonder what that was, the fox wondered loudly. Probably the program's finally crashing and being deleted, said a small feminine voice at his elbow. It was Iggy and Sonic. Sally Acorn and Porky Lewis were right behind her. Sonic, you should have seen me, Tails said slightly. I was great. I saved the little rabbit and... No time for that, Sonic said. You got plans to make. But they called me a hero and everything, Tails said, his ears drooping in disappointment that his friend did not want to hear his tale of bravery. Tails, old body, old bean. The first thing a hero learns is there is time to tell stories and time to make plans. Guess what this is? Okay, so what's the plan, Iggy? We're stuck, Iggy said. We can't get through to the CPU this way because the path has been blown up. We're going to have to find another route, and that could take hours or even days. Plus everything inside the computer, every security program, warning device is going to be on full alert. Basically, we're in trouble. You've explored around the computer before, Tails, said Acorn. Do you have any ideas? Yup, the fox said. He turned and sprinted away towards the place where the ravage tank and its squasser had lain a few moments ago. The others watched him go with surprise. I wonder why he did that, Porky Lewis wondered. Probably the train's a little dude's mind, he said. It takes true grit and experience to be a true hero. He hasn't got it yet. Hey, he's coming back. Tails skidded back to the middle of the circle of friends with a big grin on his foxy features. In his right paw he clasped a large black box covered with buttons and with a small screen on top of it. It looked like a big calculator or maybe the remote control of a very complex video recorder. Although his title screen was printed a large 2-3. It's the Flying Fortress control handset, he said, panting slightly. As soon as the fortress disappeared, it would have dropped us to the ground, and I managed to find it. This thing will take us anywhere we want to go, and it's probably got a higher security rating than anything else in here. It's the old Ed Bucket himself. Nice one, Tails, he exclaimed. He tried to slap on his back, but wasn't tall enough, so only managed to reach the top of his legs instead. Okay, can you ask it what the quickest way to the CPU is from here? Tails busily pressed the voice buttons and waited a moment as a reply flashed across the screen. It says we can get there if we take a shortcut through the games directory. Okay, Sonic said. Let's set a course for the games directory right now. Come on, we got an antivirus to find. Chapter 8. Virtually Reality. That must be it, Iggy said, pointing towards a grey line on the horizon. She, Tails, Sonic, and over 100 companions were hurrying down one of the silver pathways, suspended above the ground by an invisible force, where the purple sky glowed around them, making the whole area seem dark and sinister. They had been travelling like this for a few minutes, zipping from path to path across nodes and junctions. There had just been they had seen a few black dots in the distance. It might have been attack waves of Robotnik's computer security systems, but the mysterious forces carried them away at high speed before the pursuers could catch them up. Tails pointed the black handset at the horizon, pressed the button and stared at the small screen. That's the games directory, alright, dead ahead, he said. It looks weird, doesn't it? Like some kind of maze or labyrinth or something, Sally Acorn commented. No problem, Sonic breathed. Tails and me, we know about labyrinths. You're safe with us. Don't worry about a thing. He looked ahead at the thing they were sitting on as it raced towards a large, low grey wall with a single opening. They were headed for the opening. Brace yourself, Tails warned. When those things stop, they stop real. It stopped, slamming to a halt just in front of the dark opening in the wall. The animals didn't. They were thrown out of their invisible seats and through the opening into the black shadows beyond. Sudden, Tails finished. He sat up and rubbed his head. Oof, where are we? Speaking personally, you're sitting on me, came a mousy voice. Sorry, Tails moved. A rather squashed Iggy rolled out from under him and shook herself. Hey, she said, where's the opening in the wall gone? Gone, Sonic said. It had too, as if the walls had moved together and sealed it off. The only way out had disappeared into nothingness. By the great horn spoon, Tails exclaimed obscurely. He rushed up the wall and rapped it experimentally with his knuckles. It sounded very solid indeed. He turned back and peered around him. It was dark. The walls towered high above them, casting long shadows over the passage. A little light filtered down from the glowing purple sky, but not enough for them to work out what exactly that they were or which way to go. Head down the corridor, Tails could see a large set into one of the walls. There was something written on it. He stepped towards it. Hey Tails, come back, it was Sally Acorn. We need you to decide what to do before you go wandering off doing hero stuff on your own. Oh, okay, Tails said. You could see this. You saw the sign that said on the door that read Space invaders in big sinister letters. Wasn't that an old video game, he thought, as he trotted back to the others. I remember it when I was just a little cub. Primitive, but kind of fun as well. It's got to plug in some power. Where are we? Ah, yes. What's it doing here? And why's it got a room of its own? Okay, Iggy said, breaking his train of thought. Tails, can you use that gizmo of yours to tell us how to get out of here? Tails pulled out the black handset and tried punching a few buttons. Nothing seemed to work. To identify and locate buttons, and it told him that he was in the games directory, and when he tried telling it to locate the exit, it was printed up what looked like a diagram of a printed circuit board with a large arrow marked "You are here" on it. The only problem was that the place that the arrow pointed to was marked games directory, so there was not a lot of help. The delete, activate and deactivate buttons did not seem to do anything at all, and the go to button produced a message on the screen that told him that he had to be at a node exit before he could use that. Of course, if life were that easy, this book would end a bit early, so sorry folks, the black box is a no-show. Anyone else got any ideas? We're in a maze, right? Sonic said. There's got to be an exit somewhere, and the fastest way to find it has got to be to split up. I reckon if we divide into 2 teams, each of one hero and one science dude, like me and Higgy and Tails and Porker Lewis, then we'll find the way out in double quick time. If one team finds the exit, how does it tell the other team? Sally Acorn asked. Sonic turned to look at her. That's not important, he said. We got to get someone out of this maze to stop the antivirus program, to get out of this computer and stop Robotnik's plan, whatever it is. There's got to be more to it than just using a computer to teleport around the zones. Right, Tails agreed. No time to waste then. So I'm with Porker and you're with Iggy. What about the others? Could be dangerous, Sonic said thoughtfully. Sally, will you stay here with anyone who doesn't want to come with us? The squirrel nodded. He did not seem too upset at the idea of not having to go explore the labyrinth. Okay, continued Sonic. The else here would rather stay with Sally and not come with us on this great, exciting adventure with lots of scope for heroic stuff and action. He looked around. Every hand in the place was raised. Put your hand down, Tails. You'll never be a hero if you flake out the first sign of trouble, he said. The fox lowered his raised arm, blushing slightly. Okay, so it's just the 4 of us then, Sonic concluded. Nobody else attempted to be immortalised in the history of the planet Mobius. Evidently nobody else was. I'll suit yourself, he said. Catch you guys later. The 2 friends settled down the corridor, past the door marked Space Invaders, to where it split into 2 passages. It was too dark to tell what was down each one, but they both looked unfriendly, so it pointed to the one going left. Me and Iggy will take this one, he decided. You 2 head off down there. If you hit any trouble, shout. Remember, you got that black box of tricks that could save your bacon. The fox and pig nodded and set off to the right. Within seconds, the dark shadows had swallowed them up, and Sonic and Iggy could not even hear the sound of their own footsteps anymore. The hedgehog and the mouse looked at each other and headed down the other passage, their eyes and ears alert for anything that might signal danger. It came sooner than they thought, but not how they had imagined. The street echoed back up the corridor from the other direction. It looked like a pig in trouble. Iggy and Sonic exchanged a horrified glance, and then set off towards the source of the sound at a dead sprint. It's a slight witch! Tails started from the darkness ahead of them. Sorry. His voice sounded faint and unnatural. It's got... And there was silence. Sonic raced into the shadows without thinking. His little buddy was in trouble and he had to do whatever he could about it. He came to a standstill. The corridor ended in a blank wall. There was a door set into it with a sign reading Fogger, about halfway up it. Just in front of the door lay a pod of something dark. He had to pick it up. It was the remains of the black handset that Tails had retrieved from the CCP Flying Fortress and smashed into pieces. The circuit hung out of the casing, and as he watched it flickered, it went grey and vanished into a point of light just as the fortress and the ravage tank had done. There were footsteps behind him, and Iggy finally caught up, panting heavily. You're too fast for me, she said. Where are the others? Not here, Sonic said grimly. The slight witch must have got them. Shame we didn't see the one outside. It must be the sort of program that looks in the shadows waiting to pounce. There could be another one here right now, he checked around nervously. Well, let's hope they're just okay where they are. What about trying the door, said Iggy. They could be through there. It's possible, Sonic agreed. He reached out and touched the handles, and the 2 of them were yanked abruptly through as the door flew open, held them into the space beyond and standing between them, behind them. There was somewhere that looked just as if it was not just outside of the games directory, but outside the computer altogether. They were standing on a narrow strip of grass behind a busy highway with blocky, solid cars and trucks walking around in both directions. Behind that was a riverbank with a fast-flowing torrent streaming past, carrying heavy logs downstream. So it stopped and said at the stream. Something wasn't quite right about it. Everything looked slightly cubic and artificial. Whoa, he said. Deja vu. It's either mustard. This really reminded me of one of those old classic video games. Then that's probably what we are, said Iggy. This is the games directory, remember? We must have found out our way into one of the programs in there. So, Sonic, you're supposed to be a master Mr. Smarty Pants video game expert. What do we do? Remember that old show where they chirped the chicken across the road? Asked Sonic. Because he was thick. No, the other reason. To get to the other side. That's where we need to be if we're going to get out of here. Come on. Shouldn't we use the green cross code? Iggy worried. No, well, I always use the blue cross code when I cross the road. Look left, look right, one like fury. Iggy shrugged her shoulders and was about to say something rude until she remembered that Sonic was an orphan and thought twice about making any comments about hedgehogs, roads and foolhardiness. The two of them stood on the verge, waiting for a break in traffic. I just remembered something about the game, Sonic said. What's that? Iggy asked nervously, her eyes fixed on the speeding cars hurtling in both directions in front of them. They played with a time limit. Let's go! The startled mouse found herself yanked off her feet as Sonic grabbed her arms and dived towards her in the flow of vehicles. The sleek red roadster bore down on them, showing no sign of braking or turning away, but at an instant before it hit them, Sonic had jumped up into the next lane. A heavy lorry was rushing toward in the opposite direction, but again the hedgehog moved on just in time. His mounted companion a single step behind him, with skips, jumps, a lot of muffled gasps and shrieks from Iggy. They finally reached the side of the road and the riverbank. Whoa, gasped Sonic. I'm glad to be away from those dimensional transhogrifiers. Those what? Asked Iggy. Dimensional transhogrifiers. They turn three-dimensional hogs like me to two-dimensional hogs. Now, he said, looking out of the river, it's time for logs. They're not floating downstream randomly, he said. There's a kind of rhythm to the way the logs appear. Alone or in pairs, asked Sonic. I've noticed that, my scientific friend. This one looks handy. Let's go. Together they leaped through it. At the thickening river rushing beneath their feet, they landed with a jolt that shook the log, spinning in the water, and it was all they could do to keep their footing as it shook in the turbulent current. Sonic snatched a glance to his right downstream and saw a wall of solid blackwood across the river. They were moving quite rapidly towards it, and it looked ominous. Quick, he urged, jumping onto the next one, or it'll be game over, players 1 and 2. He didn't need turning twice. He jumped quickly, nimbly towards another log and then ran along it upstream. Sonic followed her, his heavy landing almost tipping him out into the bubbling current. Careful! Sonic nodded an acknowledgement and leaped for the tail end of another log floating by. From there it was a quick step onto another and onto the far bank. He looked around for his companion. Sonic, help! Came a plaintive cry, and the hedgehog whirled round to see the mouse stuck on a log in the middle of the river, about to be carried away into the black wall and oblivion. He looked around frantically, but there was nothing he could throw to save her, nor were there any logs that would get him over to her before she disappeared. The only ones in sight were the ones he was on, and a small fast log floating past the bank where he was standing. Sonic braced himself and took a powerful kick at the end of the log. It almost flew out of the water, splashing across the surface. One end thumped against Iggy's log, and she wobbled precariously, wriggling her arms to keep her balance. Run! Shouted Sonic. For a few instants the two logs were forming a bridge to the shore, but if Iggy hesitated even an instant, the strong current would pull him out of the way and her off the screen into the blackness beyond. He held his breath as she swayed and then found her footing and dashed down the logs towards him. She jumped from the end of the second one onto the bank, and a second later both the floating tree trunks were swept away and disappeared from sight. That was close, Iggy gasped, mopping her brow with the end of her tail. I thought I'd had it. So did I for a moment, Sonic said. Where do we go from here? He turned round, discovered that a metal door had appeared behind him in the riverbank. He grinned and pushed it open, and as he did so the riverbank, the river, the multi-lane road, even the walls of blackness faded slowly away to be replaced by the familiar dingy outlines of the corridors of the labyrinth, lit dimly by the purple sky far overhead. What was the point of all that? He asked. We didn't find Tails or Porker in there, and now we're back where we started. Blooming stupid, I call it. We're not where we started, he said. Look, the passages go off at different angles, and there are doors along here as well. I bet there are different names on them too, and we'll get to different games if you went through them. We'll probably be in a completely different part of the games directory now. Hey, come on off him. I could do with a good shoot 'em up right now. He paced along the corridor, checking the signs on every door. Okay, this one's called Golden Hatchet. Sounds good. You want to try it? No way, sounds barbaric to me, Eddie shuddered. Hey, here's Super Hang Up. Super Hang On, yeah. Not fast enough, Sonic replied. Kid Camel? That could get a laugh and a half. Get real, Iggy said scathingly, moving on to the next door along. Thunderbird 4, you said you were after to shoot 'em up. Yeah, but not shoot me up, Sonic grinned. Oh, this one says it's Road Warrior 2, champions only. Maybe that babe I fought in Robotnik's laboratory did come out of the output device. She looked like one of the characters from this. She did? And she almost dusted you? And there's 11 more warriors like her in the game? Whoa, no way we're going in there. Right on, Iggy baby, Sonic said. Let's move on quickly and pretend we didn't see that one. How about Spung? No. No Frankie Zappa. No. Skippy the Paupers? No. Flemings? No. Kip Killer? No. Or, come on, Sonic protested. It's supposed to be full of babes in skimpy clothes. Precisely why not, Iggy insisted. Double crutch? No way. Zoom Patrol? Suggested Sonic. No. Super Gimbo Land? Sonic turned and looked at the mouse with a pained expression on his face. If I wanted something long and boring, he said, I watched the Mobius Vision Song Contest. Okay, it was a silly question, he admitted. Hey, come and look at this one. Sonic jogged back down the corridor to where she was gazing at the words on the door. Planet Mobius, he read. I don't know it. Is that anything like Sergeant Planet? Oh, hang on. Oh, right. Realization dawned slowly across his face. It's got to be this one, he said. No, a possibility. Especially because the corridor is a dead end in about 20 paces. So we go in. After you, he said politely. With a nod, Sonic grasped the handle. The door flew open, and suddenly they were somewhere else. It looked like the Green Hill Zone. It sounded like the Green Hill Zone. The soft texture of grass and earth underfoot felt like the Green Hill Zone. However, it didn't smell like home at all. In fact, it didn't smell of anything much. Sonic and Iggy stared around in amazement, so taking the scene. Everything was there, the lakes, the palm trees, the bright flowers, the cliffs and glistening forms, gold rings, hidden all over the zone. But something wasn't quite right. Everything seemed a little bit two-dimensional. Tails, Porker, Sonic called. There was no reply, only the rushing of the waterfalls, the wind in the trees, and the catchy background music. Everything else was still. I don't like it, Sonic said. I thought it would get a zone, but this ain't it. It looks like it, but something's missing. The resolution? He asked, dropping to her knees and plucking a small flower from the ground. She showed it to him. Look, she said. It's pretty close to a normal flower, but you can see it's only a computer drawing of one. Sonic could. The petals and stem were slightly square, slightly ragged and stepped, and the different colours did not flow smoothly into each other like a normal flower should. It's close, he said, but not close enough to fool us. So where are we, kid? He scratched her nose, thinking. Either it's a game version of you and your adventures, which someone somewhere might want to play, I suppose. If only she knew, eh, readers? Sonic winked conspiratorially. Oh, sorry, Iggy, carry on. Well, even if someone might want to play a Sonic game, I don't think it would be Robotnik. I think this is a virtual reality, a really accurate mock-up of the real world outside, so that he can test out his plans and make sure they work before he lets them loose on the real world, our world. Alrighty, Sonic said. It's like a computerised testing ground. Hang on, he looked around, worried. I was stricken on my spikes, something wicked this way hikes. There was a low buzzing sound in the distance, off to the right, and suddenly a lone buzz bomber whizzed into sight. What rhyming, eh? And hovered above them. A buzz bomb formed at the end of its tail, ready to be fired. Sonic reacted immediately. He leaped to the air, spinning like a re-spinning thing, headed straight for the computer-generated bug. Even as he was hurtling towards the attacking insect, he heard a distant cry of each Sonic spin death, discussing robotic weirdo, his own battle cry, and a fast blue heroic, totally crucial shape spread across the zone, jumped high into the air and spun towards him. There wasn't enough time to change course or dodge. An instant later, the buzz bomber found itself squashed completely between two whizzing blue balls of energy, and very sensibly exploded. A dazed rabbit, looking a little like Johnny Lightfoot or one of his relations, dropped out and scampered away. The blue ball fell to the ground, unrolled and stood up. Two Sonics! Iggy exclaimed. Wicked! Sonic faced his replica, You could see that the other heads were slightly bitty and his spikes weren't quite as smooth as they might be, but otherwise the blue guy was astonishingly cool and good looking. He was leaning against a palm tree with an expression of surprise on his face, one foot tapping impatiently. Okay, surprise wasn't too cool, but everything else was. So what are you doing here? The Reptile Sonic asked. This is a one-player game, dude. Are you some evil robotic duplicate from Robotnik? Because I'll pulverize you if you are. And who's the mouse? No way, man, explained Sonic. The mouse is Iggy. She's a power from the Mystic Cave Zone. The where? Asked the Hedgehog. That's not one of the 6 zones I know, dude. And who are you? This is like a Sonic 1 circa Sonic. 6 zones, asked Sonic. So I get it. Robotnik's only programmed part of Mobius in here. Dude, I know it's hard to believe, but you're inside a computer here. You're not actually the Sonic the Hedgehog. That's me. Me and Iggy. We got stuck in here. We need your help to get out. Me? A computer program? No way, saying the other. I'm the original smooth operator. Not so smooth, Sonic said. Look at your hands and look at mine. Stuck out a paw. The computer Sonic said the two, its own slightly jagged, unclear fingers next to Sonic's smooth, realistic ones. I still don't believe I'm a computer program, he said grudgingly. And there's definitely something weird going on. Why are you here? Why have you got those holes in your spikes? We're looking for 2 of our friends, Sonic said. Porker Lewis, who you know, and Mars Prower, always known as Tails, who you probably don't. He's a fox with 2 tails. Never heard of him, the other hedgehog replied. A fox with 2 tails? That's silly. Almost silly as a blue hedgehog, dude. So I said, think about it. And he managed to help us look for them. Action adventure? I'm your hedgehog. So if I'm a computer program and you're not, how come you 2 are trapped in here as well? As the 3 characters hurried through the virtual green hill zone, with the 2 spiky blue ones smashing motorbugs, buzz bombers, neutrons, and grabbing rings as they went, and Iggy desperately trying to keep up behind them, Sonic explained to his duplicate what was going on in the world outside, what had happened to them in the computer, and how he got the holes in his spikes. So that's it, he finished as they crested the last hill. As soon as we find the antivirus, we're out of here. We find Robotnik's main base and we trash it, which will destroy the computer with my program on it, said the Sonic of Sonic. Can't say I'm too happy about that. No problem, said the panicked Iggy as he caught up. We'll download you onto a different computer first. Someone ought to keep watch over computer security around here, and I can't think of anyone better. Hey, what's that noise? It was a low drone, the sort of sound a small tubby air car would make. Sure enough, a moment later, a small tubby Robotnik's... Hang on a minute. Yeah, a small tubby air car, Robotnik's Eggomatic, appeared over the trees, a large wrecking ball attached to its underside. The 2 Sonics grinned at each other and leaped into the air to attack. Ah, 2 Sonics, too horrible! The virtual Robotnik, who was piloting the Eggomatic, screeched. A scant moment before the air car was squashed between 2 flying spike balls. It belched smoke, turned around and disappeared the way it had come. The 3 victors ran on a few steps to where the squat metal shape of one of Robotnik's prison eggs sat on the grass with a large button on its top. With a tiny window on its side, Sonic could see friendly faces pressed against the glass. The other Sonic bounced up onto the button, and a series of small explosions, the walls of the prison egg disintegrated. Herds of small grey rabbits and bluebirds bounced and fluttered away, revealing the 2 rather squashed and flustered figures. Sonic looked at them. I've heard of finding a dead end, but getting stuck in the prison egg while trying to get out of a maze has to break all records, dudes, he said. Sonic, meet my buddy Tails. You know Pork already. 2 Sonics, wow, deja vu, Tails said reverentially, slipping out off the remains of the prison egg and running the paw through his cowlick of white hair. So we're back in the zone then? Nope, still in the games directory, Sonic said. But I think that finishing this level and letting you 2 hours giving us an exit. He pointed behind him to where a large metal door was standing in the middle of a grassy field, and turned to speak to the digital Sonic. Told me you were going, my superlative programmable pal, he said. It's been a gas and a half meeting you. Keep up the good work. Hey, wait a second, the other Sonic said. Can't I help you guys out? Being stuck inside a memory chip isn't the job of a hero. Sonic looks at Iggy looks at Tails, and Tails looks at Porker, who was looking at something disgusting he had pulled out of his nose. They all looked away quickly. Well, we're just going to CPU to find the antivirus and then we're getting out of here. Oh, sorry, hang on. Well, we're just going to the CPU to find the antivirus and then we're getting out of here, Iggy said. The best way you can help us is by staying inside the computer and help in stopping that evil Robotnik's plans. We know you can handle it. That sounds cool enough, the other Sonic agreed. I'd do it. Come on, time's wasting for you dudes. Let's go, go, go! He pulled open the door, and a joy of flash they were all standing somewhere else back in the labyrinth of tunnels that made up the maze of the game's directory, with one important difference, the way out leading to a long shining path stretching into the distance. That's our way out, Sonic said. Well, I guess this is cheery bye, Sonic dude. See you on the screen sometime. He prepared to dash off into the distance, but Porker placed a trotter on his shoulder. "What about the others?" he said. Sonic was about to reply, but Iggy interrupted. "If we get out the computer, we can rescue them easily," he said. "Right now, we don't know what Robotnik's been up to while we've all been trapped in here." "Right," Sonic confirmed. "It will be safe with Sally Acorn in charge. If they're attacked, you can boss the program to death, no problem." "Okay, follow me, guys." Together, the two heroes and the two sidekicks zoomed away out of the exit of the games directory and onto the silver pathway beyond, leaving the other Sonic from the computerized green hill zone far behind them. "Are you sure this is the right way to the CPU?" Porker panted as he tried to keep up with the supersonic Sonic and the tail-powered tails. "Must be, look what's dead ahead of us," Sonic shouted, the slipstream whipping his words back to the mouse and Pig who trailed behind the two fast heroes. In the distance, you see that the pathway was already ending in a large open area filled with an enormous building. It looked like one of the ancient buildings in the Marble Zone, or possibly the Labyrinth Zone, or maybe the Aquatic Ruin Zone, or maybe all three. It was certainly big enough. Massive columns of white stone supported a huge vaulted roof that seemed to be miles and miles above their heads. Immense carved steps, dotted with hundreds of small figures, probably programs or robots, bustling up and around them, led up to a pair of doors that would have been big enough to park a fleet of hot air balloons behind. The sky above was orange. "Either Robotnik's been putting on even more weight recently," he tells coming in, "or we've arrived, mate." "We've arrived," Sonic said. "The question is, are we all in time?" He pointed towards the bottom of the roof where a large illuminated sign hung, and lit tens of meters high. It read, "Computer Planet Mobius Central Processor." In slightly smaller letters underneath were the words, "Program now running, Mobius Invasion 3. The friends stopped and gazed aghast at the sign. Around them, the smaller programs, odd-shaped solids or hazy blurs or things that looked like animals or robots, hustled and bustled, ignoring them completely. Were they too late? Had Robotnik already taken over their home? Would he ever get out of the computer now? Turn on to the next chapter and you'll find out. And yeah, we're pretty much coming up to the end now, the outro here. And it is epic as always. Right, chapter 9, Operating Systems. "What now? What now?" Porker asked. "We go in," Sonic said. "Hey, Robotnik's invaded Mobius before, and a couple of times he's almost taken the whole place over, but me and my bested buddy Tails have smashed his bandings and his streams every time. We can get out of here. We can beat the yolk out of him." "Right on," Tails exclaimed. "You darn tootin', Sonic." Porker turned to him. "Oh, so you enjoyed that dictionary of out-of-date slang on, ain't you, then?" he asked. "You betcha," Tails said happily. "You ain't just whistling Dixie, my policeman pal. Oops, I think I got that one backwards." "We're wasting time," he interjected. "The antivirus is in there somewhere, or else there's something in there that will tell us where it is. Let's go." She set off on the long flight of white steps, and the other three followed her quickly. As they neared the top, they could see that there was a queue to get in through the large doors. Iggy joined the queue, behind something that looked like a Christmas tree, with a permed hairdo and wheels. In front of that was a large fist that looked like it was made of blancmange, and in front of that was the multi-sided object Charles recognised when he first arrived in the computer. As they waited, other strange shapes joined the queue behind them. A clockwork motorbike, a jet-propelled paintbrush, a 2-metre pizza with sliced credit cards and broken china on it. Tails was so hungry that his stomach rumbled out loud, and for almost a second, shit. After he realised what the topping was, and then he suddenly lost his appetite. The queue edged slowly forward, up the stairs and towards the enormous doors. At the door was a large computer monitor sitting on a tall white pedestal. It had a big blue smiley face on it. As the Game of 4 reached it, it blinked at them and smiled very widely. "What's your business with the central processor, my good programs?" it asked in a voice like an advertisement for washing powder. "Important stuff, Big Blue," Sonic breathed. "Priority stuff. Isn't there a way we can just jump this queue and get priority? Get on the guest list?" "I'm afraid not," said the face on the screen. "Everything here is controlled by the Operating System Computer Planet Mobius, or CPM for short, and you've got to play by its rules." "Even if it means waiting in age," asked Sonic. "That's right, citizen program. The wheels of the CPM grind small and slow, as they say." The face's eyes closed and it appeared to go on a sleep. Sonic sighed, tapped his foot and tried to peer ahead, to see how much longer the queue was, and how much longer they might have to wait. At the end of a very long line, you could see a line of 8 desks. Behind each one was a hovering, flashing light that pulsed on and off, and behind each of those was a wall and a large circular hole in it. Where that led, Sonic had no idea. These floating things are bits," he said from alongside him. They call that because they can hold one bit of information at a time. 8 bits make a byte, and half a byte is called a nibble. Tails' stomach rumbled again as he at the thought. Trust our fat friend to use computer with an 8-bit processor, Sonic scowled. Too cheap to buy anything better. That's just Robotnik. Like Robotnik. He jumped at the large monitor beside, as the large monitor beside him flashed to life, and the smiling face woke up with wide eyes and a startled expression. You mentioned the name of the great programmer above, it said. Does your business here concern him? You might say that, dude, Sonic said. We're here because of something he's doing right now, and it's really urgent. Say no more, the monitor exclaimed, and as the startled group watched, it put itself off the pedestal. Before it hit the floor, it had grown 2 short, stumpy legs and 2 arms. Follow me! Its screen flashed brightly as it walked into the cool shadows inside the massive building. One of its hands produced a whistle, which it put to the screen mouth and blew loudly. Interrupt! Hold in everything. Priority instructions coming through. Priority. All multitasking programs to background. Excuse me. It declared. The queue parted as it marched through, followed by the 4 astonished friends, and pushed its way forward to the first of the 8 desks. Here you are, honoured priority programs, it said, bowing deeply. I hope the mission goes well. Do you think that the greater programmer might give me an award for a job well done? Maybe, Sonic said. This may be a stupid question. What is a screen like you want out of life? The screen looked nervously about, and its voice dropped. Don't tell anyone, it whispered, but when I grow up, I want to be a joystick. Sonic nodded, trying to suppress a giggle. Okay, dude, we'll mention you to the great programmer. He certainly is a great programmer, isn't he? Oh yes, really great, Porker added. Huge, Iggy said. Enormous, Tails concluded. Oh, thank you, the monitor said. Best of luck. It marched back across the floor and jumped up to his pedestal. The 4 friends turned to the desk in front of them and the bit behind it. What is your business? It buzzed, flickering on and off. It sounded and looked like a faulty neon light. Sonic turned to Iggy. You handle this, he said. You're better at the computer jargon than the rest of us. Iggy shrugged her shoulders and stepped forward, staring at the bit. We need information, she said. Information, it buzzed back. On a file location. File location. On virus eradication. Eradication. Anyone ever tell you make a great backing singer, Bit Baby, Porker interrupted. The bit pulsed on and off, and suddenly sirens went all over the inside of the huge building, illuminated with red flashing light. Iggy spun around, an angry expression on her mousy face. Porker, you lummox, he snapped. You can't interrupt a bit when it's being programmed or it'll crash the system like you just did. Now we've got to wait for the whole CPU to be reset. Porker looked down at his feet. Sorry, Iggy, I didn't know. I'll do it again, he murmured, his voice difficult to hear over the rating sirens. Sonic looked around at the flashing lights and then at Iggy. How long will it take to reset it, he asked. There's no way of telling, Iggy said. That's too long, the Hedgehog exclaimed. Come on, Tails, we'll find the information ourselves. No, wait, you can't, it's not safe in there. It's... Iggy shrieked, but Sonic had already vaulted over the bit's desk and dived headfirst into the opening in the wall behind it. The fox followed a moment later, his twin tails waving for a moment, and then they were both gone. It's raw machine code, it's cyberspace, the mouse finished. A single tear trickled down her long pink nose as she stared at the hole that the hero and a friend had disappeared into, possibly forever. Dun dun dun! Whoa! Sonic and Tails yelled in perfect unison. Not for the first time. They plunged onwards and inwards through a network of luminescent dots, lines of light in unthinkable complexity, arranged in the non-space of the CPU. Constellations and clusters of data, like the grid of a city at night, receded away to infinity in all directions around them. Blasts of hypercolour, jets, flashes of brightness circled and blazed around them, each following its own little mission within the brain of the processor chip. The entire planet-spanning computer system laid out in miniature before them, representing lights and colours that played havoc with their senses. There was no up or down, any need for anyone. There was only data, pure electronic information, formed into shapes of pulsating, solid colours, with gold tracks and traces threaded between them like a metal spider's web. It was like nothing at all either of them had ever experienced before, except for that movie they saw the other week. Whoa! They repeated, zipping down one of the lines of gold light, hurtling towards the nebulous structures and patterns around them at incredible speed. Shapes wavered and changed, their designs developing like deep fractals. There was nothing solid around them, nothing to grab onto or hold the eye. It was like being hit in the head with a three-dimensional kaleidoscope. Look, it's pretty awesome, okay? Whoa, whoa, whoa! They added. The path they were on swirled, twisted, and fought, divided into two routes, leading to two abstract shapes that hovered in the grid of lights. Sonic reached out, grabbed Tails' paws, and yanked him down the left fork, headed towards an enormous prickly star shape that wavered between orange and green. Its surface flickered with letters and numbers, a synopsis of data flashing past in abstract patterns, fastening like a register. The golden thread looped around the shape 3 times, and then zipped them off, or back into the whirling grid. Too bogus, shouted Tails. Yeah, I just hope they don't use this for the special stage in the next game. We wouldn't have a chance, Sonic shouted back into his buddy's ear. The space around them was filled with shattering sounds, tones, the clicking of relays, and electronic squeals. Other blurs of light fled and chased each other down the golden thread, sometimes stopping, sometimes diving from one thread to another, or leaping from one into the service of one of the huge boxes of information that studded the space like mad sculptures. What are we looking for? Tails asked. We don't know what the antivirus looks like, so we've got to find something that will tell us where it is. Some kind of program log, dude, replied Sonic. What, you mean it's a log? It's big, it's heavy, it's wood? Asked Tails, his face confused. Sonic grinned back. No, my little lieutenant. It's a list of what everything is and where to find it. I only wish we knew how to slow it down here. I'm basically Tails because I tend to take things literally. I struggle with sarcasm and things like that. Anyway, the speed's great, Tails said. It's like being on a roller coaster without any track. And as for the tails, it's like, as for the visuals, it's like something that weird monkey pal of yours, William Gibbon, might come up with. Yeah, Sonic agreed, or his feathered friend, Brucey Starling. Hey, what's that? Yeah! Sonic hurtled towards them, corkscrewing along the same golden thread, flashing with urgent lights. It was going to hit them. Tails closed his eyes. Sonic's gaze started above them, just ahead of them. Another gold thread passed just above their one, or was it below? It didn't matter. He grabbed Tails by the scruff of his furry neck, and just as the oncoming light was about to hit them, he leaped towards the open space towards the other cord, grabbing for it with his spare hand, and missed. Whoa! Sonic commented as he and Tails spiraled away from the network of cords, turning end over end in the strange medium of the cyberspace world. Faint lights dipped past them, none solid enough to grasp hold of. They seemed to be floating or falling away from the centre of the electronic mayhem, towards the edges where there was less activity and almost nothing to grab. Something flickered and shimmered around them, a digital mist that coalesced and solidified into waves of shifting space. Something that might have been a mouth waving in front of them, with an eerie grin on its insubstantial lips. Huey, you, it said in a low female tone that cut through the electronic babble and chatter like a knife. I'm Sonic, he's Tails. What sort of program are you? The hedgehog asked. The disembodied mouth made him nervous, but he tried to hide that. Getting like Rocky Horror Picture Show vibes here. A program? The mouth replied. Oh, I'm not. At least, not now. I think I was once, or possibly twice. It's so unclear now. If you're not a program, then what are you then? Sonic asked. The mouth coughed. I'm Psyche. I'm the ghost in the machine, it said. An electronic ghost? The ghost of what? Tails demanded. Of all the programs that have been deleted, of all the data that has been erased, the voice said with a tinge of sadness. I like in here, gathering scraps of bits, digital flotsam and jetsam, and trying to disrupt the CPU's network, although it's only at times like this, when the central processor has crashed, that I can actually manifest and communicate. So what are you doing here? You're not programmed, I can tell that. We're from outside the computer, Tails blurted out. Sonic tried to shush him, but the fox carried on. We're looking for a program log, so we can find where Robotnik installed his antivirus program. Robotnik? Asked the mouth of Psyche. Yeah, Sonic said, the great program above, right? The big fat fool, more like, Psyche spat. He couldn't program his way out of a paper bag. A large eye opened out of the flickering mist and winked at them, and then disappeared again. The voice continued. This was a nice organised computer system until Robotnik turned up. It was him who deleted me. Talking to you is very pleasant, you know. I'm so glad the system crashed. That was us, Tails said proudly. And thank you for your help, Suki said. One good turn deserves another. Maybe I can help you find what you were after. What was it again? Log, Tails said. Antivirus, Sonic said. Everyone wants a log, the voice said. I don't know where the antivirus is, but the log is stored in Robotnik's personal file space. I can help you get there. You can? Sonic said. Excellent stuff, Vaporous dude. How come? I have a few powers, like you said. A bit of Cobalt and basic, but then with some voodoo and a little digital alchemy. It'll do the job. The flickering mist moved around them and caught them in a soft grasp and steered them toward one of the few gold threads in that section of cyberspace. Catch hold of this and follow it. When you see Robotnik's data structure, jump off and aim for its face. It's in there somewhere. Best of luck. Come back and see me sometime. Roger dokie, old girl. Thanks for your help, Stel said. He and Sonic stretched out and grabbed the light wire as they passed it, and a second later they were hurrying along it at speed. The electronic mist faded to nothingness behind them, with a faint final cry of "Goodbye!" Nice lady, that Psyche, Tail said. Weird, Sonic said. How are we going to recognise Robotnik's data structure anyway? I don't know, Tail said as they whipped around the side of a brown and silver data tower. Bear with me. Plug in the power. They look like a skeleton of a golf ball. Yes, I do. Robotnik's personal data structure dead ahead. It was obviously Robotnik's personal space because it looked just like him. Two spindly black towers supported an enormous sphere, the bottom half black and the top half red. Two more thin towers stuck out along its side, and on top was another sphere, this one of pinkish with bits growing out of it. Ears, nose and mouth curved into an unpleasant expression that was half smile and half snarl, and an enormous bushy moustache with static electricity crackled from its ends. Gold wires looped around about it, and the enormous figure looked as if he was trapped in the cocoon of the finest webbing, fighting to get out. Well, in one, Sonic cried. That's Psyche, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I'm going to say Psyche, babe. Knows her stuff. Jump for the place, she said. The thread they were on curved around and upwards, circling the structure's enormous belly, upwards under its armpit, and then back over its shoulder in a tight bend, dive past its huge face. Ready? They were approaching it really fast. Too fast for a real countdown. Count 0, then jump. 0. Whoa! Tails commented. As the two heroes leaped off the thread, heading towards the massive face of the digital Robotnik, they plunged towards it, twisting and somersaulting as they fell. We're going to hit his nose. No, the moustache, shouted Sonic. No, heinous. We're going in. We're going up its nose. Ah, the horror. The horror. Whoa! Tails yelled one last time for luck. The canvas opened and one of the Robotnik's nostrils yawned in front of them, and they felt themselves being sucked into the darkness and the strangeness that lay beyond. They came to a solid stop on something that was soft and rubbery. It felt like landing on the inside of someone's nose might feel, and it was completely dark. Sonic sat up and felt around. Tails, he said. Over here, dude, came his friend's voice. I can't see anything. We saw something here to give us some light. Suddenly there was something, a blinking, flashing light that hovered above them. Yes, it buzzed. Sonic recognised it. It's a bit, he exclaimed. Cool. I've got to remember how to get it what I wanted to do. What did Iggy say? Only one piece of information at a time. Okay, Bit. We need information. Information, buzzed the flashing dot. On the program's current location. Location. It's the program log. I am the program log, Bit, fizzed the Bit. Oh, hey, not bad. Tails came from the other side of the small room where they were. Sonic grinned in halfway. It's better than bad. It's good, dude, he said. Okay, log Bit, or bit of log, or whatever you are. Yes. We need to find another location. Location of the antivirus program. Location of antivirus, buzzed the Bit. Confirmed. Relocating you. Tails glanced at Sonic. Whoa, or yeah? He asked. Your choice, dude, Sonic said dryly. The Bit pulsed with an incredibly bright flash of light, and suddenly the two friends were hurtling back out of Robotnik's data structure into the weirdness of cyberspace. Whoa! Sonic decided. The gold cord they were on dived straight downwards from where they were, plunging them towards the feet of a massive Robotnik structure and beyond, into the depths of the darkness. The thread spiraled around and straightened out, heading for the side of a slim, flat, and very dark state. So dark it was almost impossible to see where you were heading straight for it, which two heroes were, very fast indeed. Yah! Tails decided. Yah! Yah! Oh, we stopped. They had slammed to a halt just before they smacked into the side of the shape. Sonic carefully put a foot out towards it and found himself slipping across its surface, unable to control himself. In the moment he had slipped over what was slide on the front towards its edge. It was cold and slightly damp against its skin. It's covered in ice, black ice, he yelled. Be very, very careful. Use your tails to manoeuvre, don't tread on it. He saw the edge of the shape zipping towards him. There seemed to be some kind of lip or projection there, and as he was about to fly into space beyond, he reached out with both paws and grabbed it. His fingers held tight, but the speed pulled his body off the edge and flipped it over onto the other side of the dark shape. There was a whirring from above, and Tails, using his tail like a helicopter, spun into view. Sonic grabbed the outstretched paw and was lifted safely off. The hedgehog seemed almost weightless in the weird stuff of cyberspace. The two friends hovered a few meters above the surface and stared at it. I don't get it, Tails said. The gold core led us straight here. We can't get into the data because we can't get through the ice. Right, Sonic said. There's got to be some sort of kind of defense. There must be something you ought to have that will let us through. We don't have time to find out what that is. Or any way of smashing through the ice, Tails said. Maybe not smashing it, Sonic said, but there may be another way. He bent down, untied his shoes, took them off and passed them to Tails. What are you doing? Asked the astonished fox. Dr. Kinsmore made me these shoes, the hedgehog said. They got special soles to cut down on friction so they don't overheat when I'm running really fast. If you hang on to me and I run on the spot without them, then the ice will melt from the heat, Tails finished. Great plan, my old mucker. He put the shoes under one arm, gripped Sonic by the shoulders and lowered him towards the gold surface of the structure below. The hedgehog's feet touched down and immediately began to race forward, pounding against the ice as fast as he could. Because the ice was so smooth, his feet just slipped across it and he didn't move forward, but Tails could see where he was running. The surface was already beginning to melt. Keep it up, he urged. It's working. A spray of water from Sonic's feet shot up, drenching the flying fox. Blah! I wish I brought my Mac, he said. The melted hole in the ice was getting deeper and deeper by the second as the hedgehog kept going. Suddenly there was a slurping noise and the small pool of water was shot down into the thing below the layer of ice. Tails had just time to say, "We've done it," before they were sucked into it as well. Inside the structure looked completely different. It was not large and flat, it was small and square and looked like an office. In the middle of the office was a desk, and on the desk was a box. While Sonic sat in one corner putting his slightly damp shoes on again, Tails walked over and looked at the box. There was a label on its lid which read Dr. Robotnik's Antivirus Toolkit. Fab gear, Bonzo, we found it, he exclaimed, pulling it open. Inside was something that looked like a cross between a syringe and a staple gun. Sonic looked at it and was about to pull the trigger when Sonic stopped him with a paw on his shoulder. I've seen something like this before, he said. It's used for giving people injections. The medicine goes in here, he pointed, and you put this bit against your arm and pull the trigger. But there's no medicine with it, wailed the fox. We've sunk. All that effort for nothing. We're stuck in here forever. Sonic tapped him on the nose with a small glass bottle. It was in the box, dude, he said. You should have looked harder. Bashfully, Tails took the small bottle of medicine from Sonic and stared at it. Weird, he said. It's a clear liquid, but it's got all these little strings of numbers and letters floating in it. You don't think you could cure a computer virus with a normal medicine, do you? Sonic said. We've wasted enough time. Let's go and find Iggy and Porker and get out of here. And you can do that, can you? Asked Tails. Nope, Sonic said, but I know a ghost who can. Psyche! There was a tense moment, and then just as Tails was about to put his hands on his hips and call Sonic something rude about fleas and camels and armpits he'd heard in the movie, a white mist began to fade into view before them. The computer's coming back online, the faint female voice of Psyche said. I haven't got much time before I'm powerless again. How can I help you? Get us back outside the CPU, please, Sonic said. There was a flash, a brief sensation of unspeakable speed as they flashed from one infinite end of cyberplay to the other, and a strange popping feeling as they rolled out the opening in the wall behind the bit stairs and onto the floor of the feet at the start of Iggy and Porker. Sonic, Tails, what happened? Asked the mouse. We got it, Sonic said, brandishing the antivirus injector. How long were we in there? Half an hour? About 6 seconds, said Porker. Whoa! Excellent timekeeping, dude. If you ever needed proof I'm the fastest hedgehog in existence, you just saw it. Let's go. Programs are running, times are wasting, most importantly, I'm hungry. Together the four friends headed towards the exit of the enormous CPU building and the bright orange sky outside, past queue of waiting programs. Hang on a sec, Tails said. There's one other thing we need. He had seen one of the multi-sided crystal robots at the end of the queue and walked up to it. Hi, he said. What kind of program are you? I'm an accountancy and bookkeeping routine. Responded the crystal program in a voice like chiming bells. Tails grinned. Bet that's boring, he said. How would you like to become a bit instead? Well, that sounds interesting, the crystal answered. But how is that possible? Hold still and close your eyes, Tails said, and brought down his fist on top of the program's head with a thump. It shattered into thousands of tiny pieces, which tinkled down across the metal ground. There you go, Tails grinned. There are lots of bits now. He bent down and picked up the black handset which lay in the middle of the wreckage, and scampered back to the others. We need one of these to activate the output device, he explained. Now we can go. One long dash later, the friends found themselves standing in front of the huge eyeball of the output device. Tails stared up with its cyclopean features, deep in thought. Come on, Tails, Porky said. Press the button and get us out of here, like you did last time. No, wait, Tails replied. Sonic's right, and the Wing Forces complex was blown up. The output device we used last time must have been destroyed too. Who knows where it will come out? Only one way to find out, Sonic said, grabbing your handset from Tails and pressing the activate button. The output device whirred and whined, turned to stare at them, and there was the familiar sucking feeling as it began to draw them up through the air towards its huge black pupil. They disappeared into the darkness inside. There was a momentary feeling of being everywhere and nowhere at the same time, and suddenly they were tumbling out of the slot in front of the tall white output device and onto a cold metal floor. Iggy, the first out, looked around her at the shining metal walkways, the tall rectangular buildings, and the strange shapes of colours in the sky. Oh no, she lamented. It hasn't worked. We're still inside the computer. Hey, chill out, Sonic said. This ain't no computer. This is the scrap brain zone. It's about as far from home as we could have got. It could have been worse. Okay, Warning, line up and get your shots. He waved the antivirus injector at them. I hope you know what you're doing with that, Porky said. Ow. I think he does, he added. Ow. It's okay, Tails simplified. Ow. Now I'll get my revenge and inject him. Ow, Sonic said, rubbing his arm. Next thing we need is a computer terminal. Like this one? Porky asked, pointing. Perfect, Sonic said. Okay, Iggy. You see you can find Sally Acorn and the others inside the computer. Get them to the output device and get them out. Porky will guard you while Tails and I will go off and see if we can work out what Robotnik's been doing while we've been stuck inside his machines. Let's go! Chapter 10. Garbage in, garbage out. A few minutes later, Sonic and Tails returned to where Iggy and Porky were waiting by the computer. Sonic shook his head in bewilderment. It's bizarre out there, he said. It's dead quiet. Totally still too. Most of the machines aren't running and there's no sign of a single bandit, not even a single solitary caterpillar. It's like the whole place has been deserted. It looked just like it did last time Tails and me beat up Robotnik and trashed his robot control systems. Or like all the energy's been diverted for another reason to power something else, Iggy reasoned. If it's important, we'll find out soon enough. Now are you ready to inoculate everyone as I bring them out the computer through the output device? You got them? Brilliant, Sonic exclaimed. Hit the button and pull them out. I'm ready and waiting. He stood by the slot in the side of the weight block of the output device, the antivirus injector ready in his paw, and waited for the first arrival. The machine whirred faintly, and there was a clunk from deep inside it, and then a muffled squeal and a thud as one of Johnny Lightfoot's many relations fell out of the slot. Sonic helped up the startled rabbit, dusted it down, and gave it a shot of antivirus in the arm. It hopped off, happy enough, and none the worse for its experience. The machine clunked again, and a squirrel fell out of the slot. Again, Sonic welcomed it back to reality and gave it a shot in the arm. Clunk, a bluebird. Welcome back, shot in the wing. Ow! Clunk, a walrus. Welcome back, dude. Shot in the flipper. Ow! Clunk, a chicken. Welcome back. ... The process continued on and on as one by one the wakeful inhabitants of the zones returned home. Sonic's triggered figure was beginning to tire as the stream of small, fluffy, furry, feathered friends carried on and on. Sally Acorn came through and reassured Sonic that nothing bad happened to them in the labyrinth of the passages of the games directory, and went off to look after some of the littlest creatures. Each animal stood around for a few minutes, letting the surprise of being back in reality wear off, and then hopped, ran, burrowed, or flew back to its home zone, leaving the hard-working four, Sonic, Tails, Iggy and Porky, to keep going. After Porky's girlfriend, G the pig, had emerged from the output device, he went off as well, and there were only three of them. Clunk! Sonic bent down automatically, helped the creature to its feet and gave it a shot in the arm. Ribbit, it said gratefully and hopped away. Sonic watched it go with a quizzical expression on his face. Do we have any frogs around here, he asked. I don't remember seeing any of them inside the computer with us. Nope, no frogs, he said, still typing commands in the computer. Closest we got to frogs was in that Frogger game in the games directory. Stop that frog, Sonic shouted. Tails leaped after it, but the agile amphibian put on a burst of speed and almost eluded him. He was able to drive it into a corner. He picked it up in both paws and carried it back to Sonic, who looked at it. Iggy, what do you make of this? He asked. The mouse peered at the squirming animal and Tails paused. Curious, he said. It's still got that computer graphics look to it, with the blocky colours and the slightly jagged lines, but none of the others look like that. Exactly, Sonic said. Tails, my foxy forensic friend. Would you say that's a slimy frog or not? Squirmy, yes. Slimy, no, Tails said. It's joy to the touch. It's not a real frog, Sonic said. It's the frog from the Froggy game. I was going back into the game, must have pushed it out of the rest of the computer, and it followed the others out or something. I think that's a something, he said. Behind him, the output the voice went clunk again, this time much louder than before, then it did again 3 times. The 3 animals spun around and startled. Tails dropped the frog, which riveted happily and hopped off, headed for the aquatic ruin zone. Standing in front of the output the voice were 4 figures. All of them are human, all of them are tall and powerfully built, and all 4 had the grainy, gritty look of computer-created characters. Sonic recognised one of them, a girl wearing a blue dress with brown leggings and a white headdress. Chin Loi from Road Warrior 2, champions only, he exclaimed. So, Hedgehog-san, we meet again, the girl said, speaking in a low, controlled voice. This time I have brought friends with me to make sure that you will defend your honor by standing and fighting, not running away as you did before. Are you ready? Sonic took a step back and studied the other 3 figures. One was very tall, very muscular man with his hair cut in a low mohawk style. Guile from Street Fighter. He had a thick beard and wore nothing but red boots and shorts. Oh, maybe Zangief, yeah. On his chest was a strange tail that looked like a huge pear's paw, but yeah, definitely. The second man was not really muscular, he was just big and broad. But Sonic thought for a moment that he might be Robotnik wearing only a pale blue skirt. But then Robotnik would never stand and fight him, nor did he have thick black hair in ornate style as this warrior did. The third of the warriors wore a red and black uniform with a peaked cap and heavy gauntlets. Under the brim of his cap, his face was searing evil. Ah, that's NC Bison, isn't it? Or something. I haven't played it in years, that game. Of the 4, he looked the toughest, as if he could eat Sonic for breakfast and still have room for Tails as a mid-morning snack, but the Hedgehog would never want to admit defeat before a fight had started. He had watched Chinlai the last time she had fought him, and was pretty sure that once he knew her moves, he could avoid her and beat her with his own specialty, the supersonic spin attack. I'm ready, he said grimly, standing to face her side on, his paws drawn up in karate fighting stance, taking deep breaths to prepare himself for the fight. The 4 opponents facing him stepped back and, with a single-throated roar, they all charged forward at him. Sonic was not expecting that, but he did the only thing he could think of in the circumstances. He flung himself high into the air. The 4 words heard underneath his spinning body, trying to slow down the headlong charge. And these, of course, are the Silicon Warriors of the title, I think. Yeah. Chinlai was the first to stop, which made her Sonic's first target. He bounced her off her forehead and spun back into the air, waiting for her to collapse to the ground. She didn't. Instead, she jumped into the air after him, reaching out for her arms to grab Sonic and throw him to the ground. A whizzing, whirling ball of Sonic orange fur shot across the scene. It leaped to the air and bounced swiftly on the heads of the muscular one, the larger one, and the uniformed one, and unfurled just in time to knock Chinlai away from Sonic. It was Tails. He dropped to the ground and Sonic landed beside him a moment later. Nice moves, dude, he said. The bad news that I think we've done so far is getting them roiled. It certainly looks like it. Each of the 4 advancing warriors wore an expression of rage or anger. Suddenly their path was blocked by the figure of a small white mouse holding a black object that was only just smaller than she was. Tails recognised what it was, the handset he had taken from the multi-sided accountancy program. Hold it right there, Iggy snarled squeakily, waving the handset menacingly at the 4 approaching figures. This is a security level 10 handset, one of the most powerful handsets in the computer. I can use you to deactivate you guys or delete you completely. Now, in the excitement, I kind of lost count of how many charges we used up inside there. Iggy gave Sonic and Tails a quick wink. So the question we have to ask yourself is, do I feel lucky? Well, do you, cyberpunks? There was a clunk from behind her and Iggy jumped, startled. In that split second, the sinister warrior in the red uniform leaped across the open space, kicking the handset out of her hands and leaped into the air. It flew up, twisting end over end, over the heads of the 2 groups. Sonic tensed his knees and sprang into the air towards it, so did Tails, Chinlai, and the uniform guy. The 4 of them hurled skulls, all reaching up and trying to grab the small device. None of them got it. From the ground, a long, thin brown arm shot out, its length strangely stretched out in 1 or 2 times than it should be. Just as Sonic was about to grab it, the hand at the end of the extraordinary arm snatched the handset out of the air from above him and pulled it away. Sonic dropped the ground and turned around and stared at the new arrival. It was more than one arrival, it was three of them. One with the handset clock in his hand was a tall, thin, bald man with dark skin, sinewy muscles all over his body, strange marks on his skull that might be paint or tattoos, a necklace of human skull around his neck. Douse him. To his left stood another tall, thin man, this one with a long pigtail of blonde hair curling down his back. He wore a weight mask that completely hid his face, and on his left fist was a gauntlet with a long, cruel curved hook stooping from his back. Vega? To the right was a small man, taller than the other two but more muscular. His skin was deeply tanned and he wore a little bit of a pair of blue shorts with a deep scar burned across his chest as he'd been hit by a thunderbolt there. Not sure. They looked at me. The man with the handset stepped forward. "If you want it, better come and get it," he said in an exotic accent. So, "If you want it, better come and get it." Waving the handset closely at the three friends who stood surrounded by the muscular figures of the warriors. Taj was about to take up the offer and dash forward, but Sonic grabbed him by the shoulder before he could. "Dude, that's Dalgren from Road Warrior 2, Champions Only," he hissed. "They're all from Road Warrior 2. One of them was beating me. There's no way we can take out all seven, so don't look for a way to do it. Look for a way to escape." "But we could defeat them if we had the handset," Tal insisted. "We've got to get it back." "Oh no!" Dalgren must have overheard the fox's sort of screaming, and he screamed with a smile as called those on the skulls around his neck. And so he squeezed his fist closed around the handset. The black box case burst with a pop and a brief fizzle of short circuits in electronics. The tall Indian dropped the mains to the ground. "Finish them, my Road Warrior crew!" shouted a familiar voice from overhead. Hovering several meters above Sonic and his friends and the martial artists who had surrounded them was the underside of Robotnik's personal air car, the Egomatic. A fat face with a huge moustache bent over the side, looked down at them and laughing gleefully. "Ha ha ha! So, Sonic and Tails, and your little white what's your name too, you managed to get out of your machine code snares. I congratulate you on your cleverness. Unfortunately for you, ha 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 ha! You weren't clever enough to see that once I had my network of output devices working, my program protagonist would be able to track you down and delete you, whether you were inside the chips or out. Ha ha ha! Chips! You've had them, Sonic!" "You didn't program his characters, you nicked them all from a video game," the Hedgehog taunted. "So that's all your evil plan was? Just get rid of me? Don't flatter yourself, you misbegotten mammal. No, of course not. Although it's a good place to start. No, I've decided to replace my robot badniks with computerized badniks instead. Ha 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 ha! They're so much more efficient. They're nasty old stains, they're easily reprogrammed, and they come in better colours. In a few hours the entire planet will be covered with them, and then my reign as Supreme Emperor of Mobius will begin." The Egomatic began to shake in the air as Robotnik laughed hysterically at his own cleverness. Behind him, there was a clunk as the output device began to bring another item out of the computer's memory into the real world. "You'll never succeed," yelled Sonic, shaking a defiant fist at the rotund researcher above him. "I will! Ha ha! I already have! The first thing on my computer nicks are programmed to do is to hunt down you and all your nauseatingly cute friends and throw you back into the computer, into the deepest, darkest memory dump on the system. And you know what? I'm even going to steal your Ravage tank design to help me do it." "You're too late, sweet God," booped an amplified voice that Sonic recognised. There, at the edge of the circle of aggressive road warriors, stood the enormous shape of the silver Ravage tank, sitting on the remains of the output device that it emerged from. Flipping now, it's all going on here, isn't it? Woo! Sonic wondered briefly how something so big came out of something so small, but decided it probably worked the same way as getting a big screen movie pictures out of a small projector. And besides, it wasn't important right at the moment anyway. A familiar blue head sticking out the tank's main turret. "Sonic 2, tells Tails happily. "Looks like you dudes could do with a hand," shouted their friend from the virtual Green Hill Zone. "I found the program for this cool tank and thought I'd bring it with me. Oh yeah, I've bought some. Not more froggies or wobbits, please," Sonic muttered under his breath, but then gasped as 5 human figures leaped from hatchways and doors on the surface of the tank and died down towards the martial artist on the ground. There was a dark-haired man with a white karate suit, a blonde man in a red karate suit, so you got Ryu, Ken, 2 other guys moving too fast to be seen, and something huge and green at the incredible bulk with flaming red hair, Blanca. For a second the 2 groups stared at each other, and then dropped into fighting crouches and sprang into attack. The air in front of the tank was filled with flashing fists, dashing feet, flying bodies, balls of chi summoned flame, energy, thuds, groans, and more special attacks than Sonic really wanted to watch. He leaped up to the side onto the ladder on the side of the tank and ran up it, followed by Tails and Iggy. The other Sonic ran towards him, his computer-generated colours looking strange under the real sunlight of the zone. Well met by sunlight, excellent friends, he grinned. Nice place you got here. No time for that now, Sonic commanded. Everyone gets to the guns. We've got to stop this homegrown rivalry tournament right now. Before the side with more players wins, they dive for the gun emplacements. From overhead there was a loud BAH! As Robotnik soared high in his Zigamatic, watching the combat from afar above. Fire! Yelled Sonic. And the three friends and their programmable pal let rip and their cannons and lasers into the melee on the ground above them. The debug lasers, which had been so useful against the buzzballs and buzzers inside the computer, did almost no damage at all. And the delete cannons were doing major damage, each one tearing chunks out of the zone's metal floor. Sonic scored the first hit. A blast from his cannon hit the bulbous oriental man in the middle of his broad belly, and with an electronic shriek the figure shrank to a point of light and disappeared. Cowabunga! Nailed him! The Hedgehog shouted, then turned back to blast into the fight, just in time to see a shot from Tails' email gun strike the powerful fighter with the flat-topped haircut, just as he was about to put play. Flat-top yelled and disappeared. Oh, nice work! Sonic yelled sarcastically. Pay attention, Dimbo! Below them, the battle raged on. Smoke from the window's steep gas drifted across the scene of the combat, lit eerie by the flashes from stun grenades and cannon blasts. After almost a minute, there were only 2 or 3 figures left on the ground below, and their clothes were torn from the fight and scorched from the weapons. Finish them off! Tails shouted, and looked up as his sharp, foxy ears picked up a hostile cackle from high above his head, just audible above the noise of the battle. Above the Ravage tank flew Robotnik in his Eggomatic, and as the Fox watched, a small trapdoor opened at the bottom of the machine, just beside it with the shape of a large bomb. Tails recognised it. He had seen just one like it when he had been building the Ravage tank. Look out! Robotnik's got a reformat bomb! Tails cried, and leaped from behind his gun, heading towards the main turret and the controls of the tank's 2 main cannons. He knew the blast of boiling energy from his lasers would reflect off the Eggomatic's shiny underside, but the heavy cells from the 2 huge guns would blow the tiny ping-pong ball of a plane out of the air. But before he could get there was a click from above and the bomb dropped toward the top of the tank. Oh no! Tails swerved around, grabbed Iggy from where she was sitting behind an OS-2 grenade launcher, dashed for the side of the tank and dived off, whirling his tails into action to break their fall and carry them as far from the bomb blast as possible. They touched down the metal floor, and as Iggy scrambled out of Tails' grasp, there were 2 gentle plots from behind them as the 2 Sonics landed. The 4 of them recovered down waiting for the explosion. But there was no big bang, just distant noise like the cracking of a metal eggshell, and a few moments later a faint blue-white light began to glow over the edge of the tank. It crept onwards, forming itself into a large ball that grew larger and larger, expanding outwards from the top of the tank. Everywhere the edges of the ball touched, the shiny surface of the Ravage tank disappeared, disintegrated by the force of the reformat program which had been contained on the weird bomb. Sonic and the others backed away as the edges of the ball broke through the side of the tank, exposing the programming code that held its insides together and reached the metal floor of the scrap brain zone. It fizzed and sizzled with faint electricity here. It did not disintegrate the floor, but that did not stop its slow and steady expansion. It spread towards the 3 remaining road warriors who were still fighting, and he touched the foot of the tall man in the mast with the claws in his glove. The hero's glass and horror as he was drawn into the ball and disintegrated, flickering and disappearing like a switched-off TV picture. The 4 of them retreated as the edge of the ball moved towards where they were standing. Tails shrugged his shoulders. It's okay, he said. It only affects computer programs. We're normal now, but we're okay. We're okay, he said. But what about computer Sonic here? The fuzzy hedgehog was moving away as they spoke, but in a few steps he would be backed into a corner by an approaching edge with no way out. Sonic shouted, hit by a sudden brainwave. Get back into the computer. It's your only hope. The computerized hedgehog heard him and dived past the approaching edge of the reformat ball towards the only computer within sight. Without looking back, he threw himself at the screen and disappeared into it. Colours swirled on it for a second. As the ball enveloped it, it exploded. Think he's okay? Tails asked. Hope so, Sonic said grimly. Oh, that felt weird. The edge of the program's ball of energy had passed over him before he had noticed, giving him a strange tingling feeling through his spikes. It disappeared with a very faint pop. The remaining martial arts fighters had also vanished, erased by the reformat, and only the sound left in the zone with the humming of the Eggomatic's engines and the laughter of Robotnik from far above. Borders, creatures! Ha ha ha! You think you've won, but I've not yet begun to fight! He leapt over the edge of his aircraft and produced a small black box with a keypad and a big red button on it. Pointing it downwards, he pressed the button. A small point of light appeared between Sonic and Tails, flashing red, green and blue, and then began to expand, twisting changing to form a new shape. In a moment, it was a full-size Chop bandit, the hideous robot fist with more mouth and body from the crater ruin zone. It fell to the metal floor with a crash and lay there, flopping in the air. So I looked at it, put his hand on his hips and stared at Robotnik. "Oh yeah, very impressive that, he deadpan. We're all totally scared of your killer kipper, dude. In case you hadn't noticed, there's only no water in it." "Bah!" Robotnik exclaimed, pushing new codes into the black box. Tails looked at the fish on the ground in front of him. "Better get rid of this," he said. "It might bite someone. Besides, a tiny zone is a happy zone." He spun himself into a super dash and smashed into the digitally created fish, exploding into 1,000 pieces which flew outwards, sparkling in the light. They slowed, hung in the air for a moment, then began to move back together again like an explosion in reverse, or a very fast jigsaw puzzle. In a few moments, the Chop lay in front of them again, still flopping and gasping on the metal. Tails looked at it. "Uh-oh," he said. "Double uh-oh," that's what he meant. There's no red, green, and blue point of light formed before them and quickly expanded into a kind of grounder. Normally one grounder would be no problem, but it automatically rebuilt itself every time we destroyed it, then they'd be in trouble. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Sonic guffawed from overhead, pressing the button again. "You asinine animals! Meet my new all-computerized badniks. Now you know what they're better than normal robot versions. You can't destroy them. 10 out of 10 hedgehogs surveyed that they didn't like them, and in 2 hours every zone on the planet will be full of them. And you didn't know how to pocket output device, did you? Perfect for those long journeys and breaking the ice at parties." He pressed the button on his black box again and let out another gale of laughter. "Nobody ever invites you to parties, Robotnik," Sonic grunted, fending off an attack from a buzzer which had just expanded from the latest bob of light. 4 of the new bandits were attacking now, but as soon as Sonic and Tails smashed them, they formed just as strong as before. "I know," Sonic revealed back for safety to take a mag. "That's why I'm so bitter and twisted. A decent social life, and I'll be perfectly normal and well adjusted, but no. Nobody ever invited me out, and I was stuck in the laboratory. Then the hideous accident turned me into me, and you can bet I'm furious about it. Take that, and that, and that." Can remind me a bit like the Robotnik in the recent movies. Anyway, 3 blobs of light appeared, forming into 2 coconuts, 1 shellcracker. Sonic immediately charged into them with a spin attack, and their pieces flew back together, reforming almost immediately. It was obvious that the heroes were fighting a losing battle. "And for my next trick, you all die!" Robotnik shouted. He grabbed the red button, the crowd of bandits stopped their attack and began to move together. The metal hides clamped against each other and then melted, flowing together, growing up into one fearsome shape. It looked like a giant scorpion with a long neck, 2 powerful pincer arms, and a massive cannon mounted on its tail, aimed directly at the 3 friends. Robotnik Industries announces their newest badnik, the Scipio. "I spent months programming it just to get rid of you troublemakers," yelled the mad scientist. "Scipio, attack!" The huge new badnik lunged forward with 1 pincer, snatched Niggy from where she stood. Tails immediately leaped to her rescue, but the Scipio reacted faster than he acted, slapping his other pincer around its whirling tail and snatching him from the air so that he hung from its claw like a very Christmas tree decoration. The huge cannon on the Scipio's tail shifted side to side, aiming directly at Sonic. The hedgehog gobbled Sonic clicked inside it. "Finish them!" Robotnik ordered. The Scipio clicked again and moved forward 1 pace, then stopped. Sonic started ticking very fast inside it. "Hey, hey!" the insane Rinner exclaimed, hammering the buttons on his black box with a pudgy finger. With a large, sharp bang exploded in his hand, covering his face and front with black soot and burn marks. "Blankety blank," he swore. "Oh, bleep, 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 bleep!" Sonic's eyes were on the Scipio, its shiny metal skin was growing fuzzy, melting and fading away. Excuse me. Lines of static stopped across his surface, and then with a flicker and a hiss of white noise, it dissolved into thin air. A surprised but grateful Iggy and Tails dropped to the ground. "I wonder why it did that," the fox wondered. "Very odd." Sonic's attention was taken by something else. Against the corridor, the remains of the computer that had been exploded by the reformat bomb were glowing. As he watched, the pieces rose slowly into the air and began to circle around in tight formation, zoomed back into the base of the shattered monitor. The smashed computerized band had done the same thing, and the hedgehog tended itself to attack. The computer reformed without even a crack, and a screen clicked on, filling with a weird pattern. Suddenly a familiar face appeared in front of it, grinning widely. "Sonic 2, Sonic said. "You made it, dude." "Better than that. I'll save your bacon, called us the dudes." The digital face on the screen beamed. "When I jumped into the screen, it dropped me straight into the CPU. Then I met someone who said she's a friend of yours in there." "A friend?" Tails pondered dimly. "Who?" Next to the computerized hedgehog, a white mist began to swirl and form. A large pair of lips appeared in the middle of it. "Hi," they said faintly. Remember me? Psyche! Sonic said, punching the air and whooping. Excellent! Better than that, said the computer, Sonic. I told this ghostly babe that was going down out here, and she told me where all Robotnik's crucial files were. And the two of us told a lot. After deletion, nothing left. Total. Then we blow up every output device in the place and generally trash all his bad programs. The computer's neater than your haircut now, dude. So that's why the Scipio disappeared, he said. Nice work, you two. You did all the hard work. You gave me the idea, Sonic said. But the best bit is still to come. Look up as dudes and enjoy the show. They did so, but Robotnik was still hovering there in his Eggomatic, shaking his fists and yelling threats and rude words. As they watched, there was a loud thud. The back end of the tubby aircraft exploded in a series of blasts, and the Eggomatic fell out of the sky. Bah! Yelled Robotnik again and pressed the button. The front and back of the small plane cracked apart and fell off, leaving the fat controller hanging in mid-air. He just a jetpack strapped to his back. You haven't seen the last of me, he shouted, and pressed control. The straining jets ignited and blasted him away towards the horizon. He must have strapped it on backwards because he was flying feet first. The friends watched the reflection of the sunlight of his shiny ball pants disappear into the distance and turned back to the screen. The computer network's safe now, Sonic asked. Totally, Sonic said. We cleaned it of all Robotnik's influences. Groovy, Daddy-o, Tails said, annoying Sonic's pained expression. Since you guys can't get out now, do you want to be the official guardians of the computer? You'll patrol it and be in charge of checking that Robotnik and his bandits never invade again, like Sonic and I do out here. Sonic, he and the other Sonic looked at each other for a moment, and then looked back. Of course, they said together. Awesome, Sonic smiled. Iggy appointing you official liaison with this excellent other Sonic and the most coolest ghost in the machine. Stay in contact with them using the computer network and let Tails and me know if anything develops. Getting a bit Bill and Ted vibes here. The white now stood to attention and saluted him. Hey, sir, she grinned. Anything strange happens, I'll run straight to Tails. No problem, dudes. Cool, Tails said. That wraps just about everything up. So now, Sonic, since I've been really starving hungry for at least the last 2 chapters, can we please go and find something to eat? They went. Quick. The epilogue. Yep. Pizza delivery, Sonic said, passing a wonderfully large black box to Tails. The two friends sat down on the edge of the grass and dangled their feet over the edge of the crater below. For a long while there was no sound other than satisfied munching. They got the garlic and extra cheese just right, Tails said eventually. He gazed down at the crater. Hard to believe this was a wing fortress, isn't it? Yeah, Sonic agreed. I guess that means that Robotnik's secret headquarters isn't down there, at least not anymore. Or it could be. We've been looking at that place for years now, we still haven't found it. Tails nodded. But what's worse, we know Robotnik's there now, put in yet another nefarious scheme to take everything over. Still, we know we can't meddle with the computer system again. Not a duplicate, and Psyche and Iggy, of course, are looking after it. I reckon they'll do a really good job. Sonic confirmed through a mouthful of mozzarella and tomato. As in the Castle Robotnik reading, like, in the cartoons his favourite food is cheese dogs, but in these books it's all pizza and burgers and chips, fast food. Like, yeah, I reckon we won't be seeing any more of these computer-created badniks running around here. Well, I hope so. I mean, you and me and Heroes, and those guys were just too tough. I won't be glad to see them again. I can hardly face playing Robotnik 2 again. I'll be meeting those guys for real. Tails looked worried for a moment. Sonic, he said. Robotnik said he'd infected all of those computers on Mobius. Do you think he's infected my Game Gear as well? I mean, that's computer too. I don't know, little dude, Sonic said. Licking after this as placed the pizza from his fingers. He picked up the sleek black shape of the Game Gear from where it lay on the grass and slotted the Road Warrior 2 cartridge into it. Hold on a tick, Squire. I thought you said that you didn't want to play that again, my old road dog and running mate, objected Tails. I did say almost do. Besides, if any cartridge is infected, it'll be this one. And please do me a favour and lose the strange saying. It doesn't do your corners any good. Go back to where you... Okay, dude, Tails decided. That was a most excellent pizza, like, totally awesome, negatastic, coppercatic even. Thanks, buddy. That's more like it, Sonic grinned and turned his attention to the Game Gear in his lap. He picked it up, flipped the on switch, gasped and stared at the screen. His eyes bulged wide and his body went stiff. A small moan came from somewhere in his throat. The Game Gear slipped from between his paralysed fingers to the grass. Whoa! Yelled Tails and disappeared. A moment later, Sonic sat up, cheerfully grinning. Only joking, dude, he smiled. Tails, where are you, buddy? I can't see you. I'll give you only joking, you watter, came a voice from behind him, and then something wet and muddy hit his back. A tail rubbed as big spots of sticky mud into the hedgehog's sharp spikes. My spikes, bogus! You messed with my spikes, you messed with me, Sonic growled, and leapt to his feet, but the fox was already hurtling away into the distance, laughing loudly. Sonic was about to give chase when he paused. Was everything okay now? Had everything been restored to normal? Could Robotnik's resident blue hedgehoggy superhero goof off long enough to dunk his infuriating furry power into the nearest waterfall? Yes, he shouted at the top of his voice. Sonic revved his heel and shot off across the clean green grass of his home. It was business as usual in the Green Hill Zone. Whoa, and that was Sonic the Hedgehog and the Silicon Warriors, published in way back in 1993. Flipping hell, as all these books were. Very what's the opposite of like dialogue? Very prosy, that one. Yeah, lots of babble, but still very good. My in the hierarchy, I'd say that's my third favourite. My favourite is Castle Robotnik. My second favourite is the Sonic in the Fourth Dimension. I might read that one later in the year, quite likely, because that's like great as well. I hope you enjoyed my reading. If you've made it this far, even in sections, well done. If you watched it all in one go, that's incredible. You deserve a medal. And enjoy the rest of your day as ever.